This is an NBC News special report. Here's Lester Holt and Savannah Guthrie.
Good day, everyone. We're coming on the air with breaking news. A verdict has been reached in former President Donald Trump's New York criminal trial.
And we are just moments away now from learning what that verdict will be. As you know, cameras have not been allowed in the courtroom, but there it is, the courthouse, where in a few moments, our reporters inside will be able to transmit to us the results of this verdict in real time. We will bring you that information live as it happens, and we do expect it in the next few minutes.
This is a landmark case, as you know, the first criminal trial against a former president or presumptive nominee to be the next one. Mr. Trump is facing 34 counts of falsifying business records stemming from an alleged hush money scheme to pay off adult film star Stormy Daniels during the 2016 election. He has pleaded not guilty and denied their alleged sexual encounter, but his fate has just been decided by the jury.
It has been a long road, a 7-week trial, 12 jurors sitting through more than 80 hours of testimony from 22 witnesses, including some of Mr. Trump's former allies who testified against him on behalf of the prosecution. We've got the parties back in the court, the defendant, the prosecutors, they're in the courtroom right now. As mentioned again, there are no cameras in the courtroom. There is no live audio feed that can be broadcast. However, we have reporters who are inside the courtroom who can transmit to our reporter outside the courtroom, who is Laura Jarrett, standing by and who has covered this trial. And so we're talking about 9 hours or so of deliberation time over 2 days, Laura. And a verdict is what the judge said that the jurors had. Not a hung jury, not we can't keep up. We have a decision here, and we're about to hear it.
That's right, Savannah. Just to recap a little bit of how this day went down, you'll recall we left yesterday with a little bit of a cliffhanger. The jury had some questions. They wanted to hear some testimony. They wanted to hear the instructions, which are lengthy and complex, as we have discussed at length. So they came back this morning. They heard testimony from 2 key witnesses, including Mr. Trump's former fixer, one of the key witnesses, a star witness for some in this case. They also heard some portions of testimony from David Pecker, the very first witness in this trial. Both of those men put the former president in the room where the prosecutors say this alleged conspiracy to try to corrupt the 2016 election happened. They heard that testimony, and then they were also given, Savannah, another round of instructions. They don't have the physical instructions in the room with them, but they were able to hear them orally. We saw many of them taking notes. They heard instructions about Michael Cohen in particular. Then they went back into the jury room, and we heard nothing. It was crickets for a while until we saw both the prosecution and the defense returning to the courtroom. The judge then took the bench, and then we understood from our team in the room there that the judge was informed that the jury does in fact have a verdict. And so we're now waiting, standing by. We were given about a 30-minute window in which to predict in which they will come back in, they will all file in, and then history will be made in that room. Those 12 jurors, including 2 lawyers, a salesman, the foreman, somebody who's a speech therapist, all walks of life from New York City, returning this historic verdict soon, Savannah and
Laura,
Lester.
let me ask you, could this be potentially, is there a mechanism for a split verdict here, keeping in mind there were 34 counts?
Sure, Lester, any different number of combinations is possible here. We have 34 felony counts, as you say, which are really 34 pieces of paper. Those are the physical business records. They span a year in 2016 in which prosecutors say invoices, checks, general ledger entries at the Trump Organization were all falsified. How were they falsified? They included certain language, which the prosecutors say was essentially bogus language, creating a fake paper trail so that Mr. Cohen and the former president could cover their tracks so that they could disguise the true nature of why the former president was reimbursing Cohen, which prosecutors say was because he had offered to actually make the payments to Stormy Daniels, that porn star, on Mr. Trump's behalf. Mr. Trump says, that was just my lawyer. He was doing all of this on his own. I knew nothing about it. That was the defense. Soon we're going to see which side the jury believed, Lester.
All right, Laura, thanks. I want to remind folks to stay with us. As you said, perhaps a half-hour period, but a lot of things are going to fall here as this all is unveiled to us shortly.
We have analysts with us. We have Hallie Jackson, our political correspondent, Danny Savalas, NBC News legal analyst, and it's been fun to watch legal analysts, and I'm a former recovering legal analyst myself, try to guess what the jurors might be doing there, what it means that they're out or they've asked for this testimony to be read back. So here, let's take another crack at it. What does it mean to you that the jurors have come back rather quickly for a pretty complicated case?
It's all guesswork. And any lawyer who tells you otherwise, that they can predict the verdict by the length of deliberations, is making it up, because we don't even know and we cannot even predict the outcome of our own cases. So
if you're a defense attorney right now, are you happy it's a quick verdict?
You know, it's hard to say, because this is not a traditional case like with a street crime where you can sort of get your mind around all the elements. The elements in this case were tricky. So you could imagine a jury going in there, and I think you would consider these short deliberations. Some folks may think of this as, oh, this is about the time it should have taken. Not me. I do think this is very short for a case of this magnitude and complexity. We only saw a couple notes, really, a couple requests from the jury. I have to say, I really expected more requests to read back jury instructions, more instructions, more confusion on the law. We did not see that. We saw some factual requests, some requests to read back the instructions. But all in all, in my view, relatively speaking, this was overall a short deliberations period.
We just want to mention, this is the scene. The camera is allowed to be positioned on, I think it's the 15th floor of the courthouse down there. And so that is where we have seen those shots of the former president walking in and out. But he is in the courtroom right now, along with his defense attorneys. Members of his family have been waiting there as well. The prosecution team also there. They are awaiting a verdict. Just to be clear, because there's been a lot of misinformation about this, Danny, in the last day or so. This jury verdict must be unanimous one way or the other. Either all 12 jurors agree to convict or all 12 jurors agree to acquit.
Absolutely right. This is a unanimous. This is going to be a unanimous verdict one way or the other. It might be unanimous to acquit. It might be unanimous to convict. Now, there was, I think, some confusion in part because of the jury instructions and the requirement that the jury, if they wanted to convict, did not need to find beyond a reasonable doubt all the elements of what is called the object crime, the secondary or really tertiary crime that they needed to find. But that never took away from the requirement of unanimity among this jury. Everyone is either for or against at this point.
And we may get to delve into the details of that in a moment, but I believe Laura Jarrett outside the courtroom has more to tell us.
Yeah, that's right, Savannah. The district attorney, Alvin Bragg, has entered the courtroom with his senior leadership team. According to our team in the room, he has a stack of papers in his hand. We don't know exactly what, but he's been there throughout this trial, not every day, but for the most part, supporting his team, not at counsel table, but in the rows with the rest of his senior leadership team. We don't know if he will plan to speak, although I would expect he would, no matter what the verdict is here. And he really hasn't said much throughout this trial, as he shouldn't. He really is letting his attorneys proceed with this case in the normal course, treating what is anything but a normal case as Mr. Trump is any other defendant for this purposes. It's something we've heard from prosecutors in this case, that nobody is above the law. But the district attorney, as we said, is in the courtroom right now.
And word, of course, has spread across the country that a verdict is we're standing by for that. Let's go to NBC's Dasha Burns live outside the courthouse in Lower Manhattan. Describe what you're seeing in terms of people coming to react to this verdict.
Well, like you said there, Lester, everyone is starting to realize the historic moment that is before us right now. And as we heard that there is a verdict right around here in the press pen area, there was a flurry of activity. Let me just show you what this looks like here. There's a massive scrum in this area where typically we might see a press conference. That's where some of the Trump supporters, Trump allies have come to speak to cameras. So there's a large crowd gathered here. Everyone is scrambling in the press pen, looking at their notes, trying to see what we're about to experience here. I'll show you, this is the park across the street where supporters are able to gather and protest, demonstrate. There is a small crowd starting to form. Typically, the demonstrators have been leaving at around 4 o'clock or so. The crowd dissipated and now starting to build back up again as we are here waiting to find out what happens. You know, each of the times that the jury has sent a note, we don't know, right? When the jury rings that court bell, trial. Is that going to be a verdict? Is that going to be a question? The last couple of times, everyone's had that miniature heart attack wondering whether or not it would be the verdict. It hasn't been the case. Today, we knew the jury was going to be dismissed at around 4:30. A lot of folks kind of assuming that we were going to have to wait another day. But now, after about 9.5 hours, according to our clock of deliberations, the jury has reached a verdict, and we are just on the edge of our seats here, Lester. You can palpably feel the energy here from the press, from the public, as this is a massive moment that we've all been anticipating for so many weeks now.
All right, Dasha,
Lester,
thanks.
Savannah.
Danny, let me turn back to you. We talk about this, a relatively short deliberation, 9 hours. But what I kept hearing over the course of the weeks is that this jury was invested. They were taking notes. They were interested. So when you think about that, is 9.5 a short period of time?
Yes, I still think it is. And part of that was taken up a little bit with notes, but we didn't have anything even approaching a note saying, hey, we're having trouble, or far, far from something called an Allen charge. There was no point where there was any indication there was deadlocking or any kind of internal strife. So to me, all in all, relatively speaking, measuring not so much by the 9+ hours, but really by the time, 2 days, I just think this is a relatively short deliberations period. But I'll also say this. Most folks, I find, think jury deliberations go on much longer than they actually do. Even in very big, complicated cases, they're rarely out more than a few days. So in that sense, this is about average. But for a case of this magnitude and this complexity, yes, I thought this was a relatively short period of time to deliberate. And there were no indications that there was any internal strife through notes or anything else. Looked like they had a few questions, and then they got to work and they did their job.
Well, let's go to Laura Jarrett, who's outside the courthouse, and let's get some of the mechanics here down, because we want to prepare people. At any moment, we're going to hear this verdict from the courtroom. And as we mentioned, it's a complex case. 34 counts. Now, this case is not about a hush money payment per se. It's a business records case. Did President Trump, former President Trump, falsify business records in pursuit of this conspiracy that the state alleges? 34 counts that have to do with 11 different transactions. Can you kind of walk us through what we're going to be hearing as we go count by count?
Yes, Amanda, sometimes we shorthand this case as the hush money case, the hush money trial. But in reality, it's about paper. It's about business records. As you say, 34 different pieces of paper corresponding to checks, invoices, and then general ledger entries in the books of the Trump organization. You can imagine a drop-down menu. It's a very, sort of just Byzantine computer system that they're using. And so that's what's making up the actual 34 counts. If you see me looking down, guys, it's because I'm looking down at a sheet to make sure that nothing has come in here from the actual courtroom, from Tom Winter, our reporter who's in the courtroom right now, standing by for this verdict. But the 34 counts, Savannah, those are typically misdemeanors, as we've discussed at length. The only way they get bumped up, escalated to felonies, is if they have another hook. And the prosecutors here, the hook that they've used is actually another misdemeanor. It's a New York law. It's a violation of an election law that says if 2 or more people conspire to promote somebody's candidacy through, quote, unlawful means, that's a violation of the law. And they point to that as how they're going to escalate this case to a felony. Now, you might say, okay, what's the unlawful means in this case? And this is where it gets tricky, because when you think about the unlawful means in this case, how they're making this case what's normally a misdemeanor books and records charge a felony, the way they do that is through almost a choose your own adventure potpourri of different options that this jury can choose from. They can choose from tax violations. They can use from other false business records, or they can choose from a federal law, something really controversial. We've never seen that done before, using what is essentially a state law, then hooked on through another law, hooked on through another law. That's just something we've never seen before. It's very complicated, which is why we wondered whether this jury would take even longer to come back. And not surprisingly, they asked to hear the instructions again, given how complex what I just laid out is. But now, of course, we have have the verdict. They have managed to find their way through it one way or another as we stand by waiting for that outcome, Savannah.
And Laura, just to put that chart back up, it's really a three-step process. First, you have to find that the business records were falsified. By the way, the defense argued in closing arguments they weren't. They were actually accurate invoices for legal services that Michael Cohen provided. But let's say you don't buy that. Then you get to this next step, the second crime. Okay, were you trying to affect the election by some unlawful means? And if you say yes, then you get to that third step of what are those unlawful means.
Let me just point out the judge has returned. Sorry, the judge has returned to the courtroom, we understand, and the jury is present?
Yes.
Jury
Here
is
comes the jury. No, the jury's coming right now.
And the verdict is coming in shortly.
Yeah. So just briefly,
so Mershon is back on the bench.
Yeah.
The jury is now officially entering.
The jury doesn't have to be unanimous as to that
Savannah.
third prong. That was the only. There's a lot of misinformation going around today about whether or not the jury has to be unanimous. Yes, it has to be unanimous for conviction or acquittal. Once you get down to that third step, that is the part where jurors all have to think there was some unlawful means, but they may differ on what those unlawful means were.
That's exactly right. They have to agree that there was some unlawful means. They have to be unanimous about that. But what exactly they think the contours of that are, they could have 12 different versions of that, and we won't know because we don't actually get to see their thinking about that. Since they don't have to be unanimous, they're not going to break it down for us. Laura, we're going to see count 1 through 34, yes or no. That's what we're going to see.
And Laura, we'll let you keep your eye on that. I'll turn to Hallie because, you know, the former president has been quite busy on Truth Social, quite busy with his social media, and this is some of the word that he is putting out that in this case is false.
But not just him, his allies as well.
Right, but as always, there's a grain of truth, which I think we have amply explained at this point.
Which comes on that third step, as you and Laura have so capably laid out here. But the bottom line is this misinformation NBC News is reporting today that has come out now that has been amplified by former President Trump around these jury instructions and around the way that this jury is going to be deliberating and has deliberated on these charges has led now to threats against the judge sitting on the bench right now as we are waiting for that jury to deliver the verdict here, Judge Juan Mershon. Threats from far-right extremist sites talking about potential issues, trying to do the judge harm, et cetera. I mean, there are real-world consequences to some of this here.
And I just want to say, I mean, like it or not, this is the law. The judge is not freelancing here. He did not create these rules. These jury instructions are the law of the land as he best understands it at this moment.
Absolutely not. I'm really glad you bring that up because it is true that there are grounds maybe to complain to an appellate court about these statutes, but the law is applying, the judge is applying the law as it exists in the statutes. And that law permits jurors to have differing theories when it comes to deciding on that tertiary, that third level crime. They don't need to be unanimous in the sense that they all need to agree on that particular crime. But, of course, they must be unanimous as to each and every count, as to all the elements. And, again, that really is a function of the law. The judge is correctly applying the law. You can complain about the law itself, but your beef then is with the legislature, not the judge.
And if we're about to have a conviction, they may well have an appeal. And if they do, this will be the grounds because there are aspects of this prosecution that are quite novel, in particular, a state prosecutor essentially trying to prosecute a federal campaign elections violation.
Yes, that's one of many different grounds for appeal. And in a case like this, it is true that false business records prosecutions are brought frequently. But in this context, the way this one was brought, it is novel. And anything novel is ripe for appeal. We
want to let folks know you're looking at the screen there. At the top is where we often see the former president when he comes in and out of the courtroom. We would assume, no matter the verdict, we will see him, likely hear from him. So we'll keep an eye on that. We're also keeping an eye on the crowds gathered around the courthouse right now. They have grown as word has circulated that a verdict is close by. And as far as that verdict is concerned, we're told at about 4:20 Eastern time was the note indicating the jurors, I guess, have to push a buzzer. and communicated that they had a verdict. We were told it would be about a half-hour process as they prepare the documents or some of the logistics of revealing this.
What's interesting about that is the judge had intended to dismiss them today at 4:30, and they would come back tomorrow.
We heard 6 initially. It was going to be 6.
But they decided 4:30, so the judge indicated this afternoon, okay, he told the parties, I'm going to send them home at 4:30. At 4:20, they get a note. They send a note and say, we have a verdict, and that's why they hadn't even filled out the verdict forms. So then they told the judge, okay, we just want you to know we have a verdict, but now we need a half hour to fill out the forms for these 34 counts.
You have to imagine at 4:15, the prosecution and the defense was going, okay, we got another day of this now, getting ready to go home because of that indication from the judge. What's also interesting here is what former President Trump has been doing as the jury is deliberating. He is in a holding room now in court. Sources have confirmed to our team, to Laura, that he has a TV that's been put in there, so he is engaged in some TV. He's been doing TikToks filmed by his son, Donald Trump Jr., and he's been sending fundraising appeals as well while this process has been going on, telling people to try to donate to his campaign. We know that the former president has used these legal issues as a boon to his fundraising push.
The jury is here in the courtroom now and properly seated, so one would imagine that the verdict will be read at any time. So for anybody who's about to be introduced or we're going to talk to, you may get interrupted, but Dasha Burns is outside. And we have seen, Dasha, something of a carnival atmosphere from time to time outside that courthouse in Lower Manhattan. Oh, here we go. Let's listen. Laura, go.
Guys, we need to go. We need to go.
Go.
Okay. Okay, here we go. We have our verdict, Savannah. Here we go. Count 1, guilty. Count 2, guilty. Count 3, guilty. Count 4, guilty. Count 5, guilty. Count 6, guilty. Count 7, guilty. Count 8, guilty. Count 9, guilty. Count 10, guilty. Count 11, guilty. Count 12, guilty. Count 13, guilty. Count 14, guilty. Count 15, guilty. Count 16, guilty. Count 17, guilty. Count 18, guilty. Count 19, guilty. Count 20, guilty. Count 21, guilty. Count 22, guilty. Count 23, guilty. I'm pausing because it's coming in. Count 24, guilty. Count 25, guilty. Count 26, guilty. Count 27, guilty. Count 28, guilty. Count 29, guilty. Count 30, guilty. Count 31, guilty. Count 32, guilty. Count 33, guilty. Count 34, guilty. That is 34 felony counts here, all guilty verdicts. Savannah and Lester, back to you.
A total victory for the prosecution here. Laura, the jurors obviously bought the prosecution case in full. There was a consideration of whether or not they might split their verdict or compromise in some way. That is not the case. It's a total rejection of the defendant's case, Donald Trump's case. And we're starting to show you some of the scene outside the courthouse. We could actually hear it, Laura, as you were reading that verdict. And just as you're digesting it, and I know you're keeping your eye on the courtroom as well, what do you make of this verdict?
Savannah, it's a resounding victory for this prosecution in a case that they pitched as something far greater than about hush money. The way they tried to cast this case was about the subversion of democracy, and today the jury agreed with them, Savannah. The former president has tried to cast this as a political prosecution, a political hit job by a Democratic elected DA, by a judge that was biased against him. But these 12 jurors, these 12 New Yorkers have come to a different conclusion, an independent conclusion, that the former president of the United States is guilty of 34 felony counts. You can hear the crowd here. There's a lot of Trump supporters out here that you can hear are very worked up. As I was reading the verdict, I could hear the crowd emotion growing behind me. I'm only a couple yards away from the area that you can see on your screens right there, sort of the First Amendment area, if you will. It's just a stone's throw away from the press area. It's been growing as the day went on. It's growing after they heard that this verdict was coming in. A lot of emotions running very high in this city right now. Again, this is the presumptive GOP nominee in the middle of an election year for things that he did, that the prosecution said he did to try to corrupt the last election. A just remarkable scene playing out right here in Lower Manhattan.
I want to read, we're getting some color from the courtroom. Tom Witter saying Trump is looking at each juror as they are polled, craning his head at times to look at all the jurors. We're still waiting for kind of a read on what the reaction has been. The former president, of course, has been behind closed doors in a holding room throughout the trial, frankly, but certainly waiting, unable to leave the courthouse and waiting for the verdict. So we're going to get a little more information. Dasha Burns, are you still in the crowd there?
What's your name, sir? Jeffrey. Hey, Lester, can you hear me?
Well, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Lester, if you can hear me, there's a lot of passion in this park right now. The former president has alleged a couple of times that because of the police presence here, right, the protesters, demonstrators weren't able to come. They absolutely can, and this crowd is growing here. I've been talking to people who are happy about this verdict, people who are devastated about this verdict. You just saw this man with a passionate plea here. I also just met this gentleman. What's your name, sir?
Jeffrey.
Jeffrey. Jeffrey, what is your reaction as we're all just taking this in right now?
Well, we're watching the legal system work the way it's supposed to work in a democracy. 3 equal branches of government. No one is above the law. He was indicted by a jury of his peers. This was not political. This was not Joe Biden, despite the alt-right rhetoric. It was a grand jury indictment and now a jury conviction of his peers. And this is the legal system working, and this is how America is supposed to work. And I feel very happy for America. I feel very happy for democracy, because this is how it's supposed to work.
Jeffrey, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Lester, Savannah, back to you.
Hallie, I would expect we're going to hear a lot of that, a characterization of this as a fair trial, as a fair judgment of the former president.
Yeah, not from the former president himself, of course, as he has worked for months now to cast this as a political persecution against him. And I think it's worth taking a beat here, right? And recognizing that whether you like this verdict or not, this is an historic moment. This is the former president of the United States and the current presumptive Republican nominee in a razor-close race now coming up in November that has been convicted on these 34 counts in a court of law.
And there's going to be a lot of discussion about the politics. I want to get to Laura Jarrett on a pretty key thing that I'm sure a lot of our viewers are wondering.
Yes.
Will he have to serve any jail time? What is the potential for jail time, and what is the timing of any appeal?
It's a great question, Savannah, and it's something that I have purposely tried not to talk with you about very much during this trial, because he was entitled to a presumption of innocence, and so it seemed premature. That's a different situation now that he has been convicted of 34 felony counts. These are low-level felonies. He does not have any criminal history, which means he hasn't been convicted before, and so the judge will be the one who will determine his sentence in this case. He faces anywhere from just probation to up to 4 years in prison. Now, the fact that he was convicted on all 34 felony counts actually functionally doesn't make any difference, because they were all the same. So it would be as if he was convicted on one for all purposes. In other words, they're not stacked. It's not 4 times 34. It's just 4 max, given what he's facing here. Again, for those low-level felonies, the judge will be the one to sentence him. He will get sort of recommendations from both sides about what an adequate and appropriate sentence would be. He's going to hear from the probation department. All of this, guys, is going to take months and months. This sentence is not going to just happen overnight. The judge actually making it very clear into the jury that their job was not to consider the sentence at all. That had come up in closing arguments. The lead attorney for the president had tried to argue, don't put this man in prison, and the judge interrupted and said, no, disregard that. That's my job. That's not your job. So the judge will be the one who will bring everybody in several weeks to discuss sentencing, a plan for sentencing, and then we'll see where he goes with this. I think one thing to keep in mind here is that this is a person who not only is the former president, but the current presumptive GOP nominee. And again, it's hard to really understate and underscore, I think it's necessary, how unusual this is. This is not any other criminal defendant. As much as people have said that, he's not just any other criminal defendant. And the judge is going to have a really tough situation here in sort of balancing all the competing factors, making sure he's paying attention to the case law, making sure he's paying attention to, obviously, to any past precedent that applies to these types of felonies and this type of situation. But this, again, will take weeks and weeks and months. And of course, he's entitled to an appeal. This is not the end of the road for the former president. There is plenty on this record to appeal. There are plenty of legal arguments. It's always hard to challenge a jury verdict, but there are plenty of tricky, complicated legal arguments in this case that the former president can marshal in his favor in terms of doing that appeal. And typically, in this kind of a case, you're going to hear the former president say he gets to stay out of prison while that appeal goes on. So it's not as if he would be behind bars or in custody while that appeal is going on.
Laura, has the judge made many accommodations acknowledging that this A is a former president and B is a presumptive nominee for his party?
Yes, in one big way, Lester. And the biggest way is that he had 10 separate violations of a gag order. He was ordered not to attack witnesses, and the judge found him in contempt of court 10 different times. I say that because any other defendant would have been in a heap of trouble for that. And I'm not trying to discount the fine that he faced for that, but any other defendant would have faced jail time for that. And the judge went on the record many times saying, please don't do this. I don't want to put you in prison, but I may have to if you continue to violate the gag order. Now, we haven't heard much about the gag order, but that gag order is going to be in place while this case continues on, at least through sentencing, and then we'll see where it goes with that. But he's, as of this moment, still under that gag order, Lester.
Laura, a couple notes from the courtroom while we were talking. Not surprisingly, as is customary, the defense has already made a motion for acquittal, arguing that the jury must have relied on Michael Cohen's testimony solely, which was in violation of the jury instructions. That motion already denied by the judge. That's the scene outside as the crowd grows outside the courthouse. I want to turn to Hallie Jackson here. Hallie, you just said it very starkly. Donald Trump, convicted felon candidate for office of the presidency of the United States. What has been so interesting is the X factor is no one really knows how this will play, whether it hurts him in the upcoming presidential election or whether it helps him, because aspects of this have certainly helped him in the primary race.
That's right. It has always been a question mark as to how this would affect him in the general election. We have seen some polling, including some new numbers out today, suggesting that about 2/3 of Americans say even if he were to be convicted, as we now know he has been, it wouldn't change their vote. They would still vote the same way. That said, anywhere from 10 to about 25% of independents suggest that it may make them less likely to vote for the former president. Still, Savannah, a hypothetical is very different from the reality that we now face. Let me point something out here, because people may have this question. Can Donald Trump still run for president, even though he's been convicted? He sure can. Yeah. There is nothing in the Constitution that prohibits or precludes him from this, unless the Republican Party were to, for example, come up and say, we don't want you as our nominee anymore. Let me tell you why that's not going to happen, because we are already hearing from the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, the top Republican, of course, in the House of Representatives, calling this essentially a shameful day in American history, describing what he sees as the weaponization of our justice system. Remember, this is somebody who showed up at court while Donald Trump was in trial.
And we just, the judge has just announced a sentencing date. Let's go back to Laura for that. What are you hearing?
Yeah, guys, it's interesting. This came up right away, and the prosecution made a suggestion about sentencing, and the defense attorney made a suggestion asking for a sentencing in mid to late July, pointing out that the former president faces other charges in other jurisdictions. Remember, this is just one of 4 different criminal cases, perhaps the only one that will reach a conclusion before Election Day, and the former president's lawyer pointing to that as a reason to sort of put off sentencing for a little while, and the judge announcing sentencing will be on July 11th, guys. July 11th at 10 a.m., the former president will face his sentencing. So again, as I mentioned before, the people, the defense, are now going to put in motions and briefs about what they think the appropriate sentencing will do, and then or what an appropriate sentence would accomplish. And it's interesting. They're not really discussing any of the conditions of release quite yet. I'm gonna wait for more information about that before I delve into that, guys. But for right now, July 11th is sentencing.
And his bail continues, Laura, so he's out of court. He'll be free on bail while pending sentencing.
And I think we just got our first glimpse of Mr. Trump from behind the glass, or he darted back behind. But Eric Trump is here. This is again, the camera that we have been seeing every day, the arrival and departure and remarks from former President Trump, and we believe he is in this group here, and we would guess, but we don't know for sure whether he'll address the cameras. Here he comes.
Mr. Trump, what are you going to say to the American people? Mr. Trump, how does it feel to be convicted of felon?
This was a disgrace. This was a rigged trial by a conflicted judge who was corrupt. It's a rigged trial, a disgrace. They wouldn't give us a venue change. We were at 5% or 6% in this district, in this area. This was a rigged, disgraceful trial. But the real verdict is going to be November 5th by the people. And they know what happened here, and everybody knows what happened here. You have a Soros-backed DA and the whole thing. We didn't do a thing wrong. I'm a very innocent man, and it's okay. I'm fighting for our country. I'm fighting for our Constitution. Our whole country is being rigged right now. This was done by the Biden administration in order to wound or hurt an opponent, a political opponent. And I think it's just a disgrace. And we'll keep fighting. We'll fight till the end, and we'll win, because our country's gone to hell. We don't have the same country anymore. We have a divided mess. We're a nation in decline, serious decline. Millions and millions of people pouring into our country right now from prisons and from mental institutions, terrorists, and they're taking over our country. We have a country that's in big trouble. But this was a rigged decision right from day one, with a conflicted judge who should have never been allowed to try this case, never. And we will fight for our Constitution. This is long from over. Thank you very much.
Taking no questions, the former president now about to leave the courthouse. His remarks very similar to what we have heard during other appearances at the courthouse, and frankly, during appearances at some of the rallies he's been able to fit in around. I have to say, though, the demeanor grim and angry, and clearly the weight of this is upon him. And he said something so interesting, Hallie. He said the real verdict will come November 5th. And to a certain extent, he is right, because for those who were thinking that there might be some legal resolution that would affect whether or not Donald Trump will ever see the Oval Office again, this case is likely not it. As you just mentioned, you can be a convicted felon and run for president, and you can be a convicted felon and serve as president. So the real verdict in terms of the politics is November 5th. He also said, I just want to say, point of fact, that this was a Biden administration hit job on him. This is a state prosecution. The DA here, Alvin Bragg, is certainly no fan of Mr. Trump, so you can't say there's no politics in it. But this is not a federal Biden administration prosecution.
And in fact, President Biden has gone to notable lengths to distance himself from commenting or reacting to much of the day-to-day about the trial or about the specifics on the legal issues here. You know, you point out, and that caught my ear too, that the real verdict is in November, because that is going to be former President Trump's rallying cry for the months that we have until this election takes place, because he sees it as an effective way to rally people around him here. It is notable here that he is coming out. I think it's interesting that it was a fairly short statement. This is listen, having covered him in the White House for many years, he understands the power of a television camera upon him and how to react in front of that television camera. He didn't go on for 25 minutes, and he frankly could have in this instance. I just want to note one other thing, too, on this sentencing date, Savannah, as we talk about the politics piece. It is 4 days before the start of the Republican convention, when Donald Trump is expected to officially take the nomination for the Republican Party. And it is also almost certainly going to be right in the middle of an announcement of his vice presidential pick. He has suggested he would do that in early July, probably right before the convention. What a collision of the campaign and the legal problems that he faces.
Well, let me ask Danny a question on that, because let's just say the judge did give him jail time on July 11th. Would he be remanded right then and there to the state prison? And what does that mean in terms of the convention and the campaign?
Well, first of all, the issue of prison is an issue that the Secret Service has been very quiet about how they would handle actually incarcerating a former president and a presidential candidate. And I think that will factor into the judge's decision. I think in all likelihood, you're not looking at a sentence of imprisonment. We may have been over this, but it's Class E felony, nonviolent, age of the offender, no guns, no drugs, not likely to happen here. In most jurisdictions, for example, in federal, you get a turn-in turn-in date. You ask for a turn-in date. It actually helps you with your sentence. Here in New York, it's uncertain whether or not the judge would remand him right away, but the odds of him being imprisoned on this Class E felony, which is the lowest level felony for a nonviolent first-time offender of his age, very unlikely.
And Judge Merchan certainly knows that and has seemed to want to bend over backwards to say, I'm not treating this defendant any differently, although Laura Jarrett says his violations of the gag order would have landed probably any typical defendant in much more hot water.
Yes, and something else to consider, too, that his sentence will now actually affect, particularly with his federal cases, his 2 federal criminal cases, it will now affect his criminal history category. So sentencing in federal court, and I'm jumping the gun, assuming that there may be a conviction in his federal cases, is a function of the gravity of the offense and your criminal history category. Now he may have a criminal history.
But real quickly, for those who are just tuning in here, he has been found guilty now in this Manhattan, this New York State case. There are 3 other cases pending. One is a state case in Georgia. 2 are federal cases. One regarding efforts to subvert the election in 2020 and January 6th. The other having to do with holding on to classified documents. But generally speaking, it is not expected that any of those cases will proceed to trial before Election Day.
And more than that, there's a strong probability that if any of the 2 federal cases are still pending when he's inaugurated, they will disappear. Either he will appoint an attorney general who is favorable to him, that attorney general will dismiss the cases, and barring that, he may attempt a self-pardon, which may or may not work. We simply don't know.
And if Biden wins, they continue, but he's a private citizen. And we'll see where that leads.
Exactly
right. Just
a
quick legal point. He is not a convicted felon until he's sentenced? Is that...
Technically, yes. Technically, once he is sentenced, he will be a felon. He is technically a felon now, but typically the end of the case, the trial court end of the case, is upon the sentence. Then you file your notice of appeal, and then you are considered a felon during the pendency of that appeal. There are some jurisdictions where, strangely, Massachusetts is one. While your case is on appeal, a very famous Aaron Hernandez, the wide receiver for the Patriots, died while his case was on appeal. And under Massachusetts law, that resulted in him not having a criminal history. That is the exception. That is not the norm.
As we talk about the other legal issues that the former president faces, it may be worth getting a gut check on the timing and the timeline here for those 3 cases, Savannah, that you've laid out. The next one that we're watching the most closely is that federal election interference case, because we are waiting for that critical decision from the Supreme Court at some point, probably by the end of next month, by the end of June, before their term ends, when they will decide on the former president's claim of immunity in that case. There's the Florida federal case on the classified documents that were taken to Mar-a-Lago after the former president's time in the White House. They're going through a whole bunch of pretrial issues on that one. The next hearing is late July. It really doesn't look like that one is close to beginning at this point, as it is sort of working through the system here. And then there's that state case in Georgia, the Fulton County election interference case. The next hearing in August is on the former president's appeal regarding the prosecutor in that case, Fani Willis, and whether she should be allowed to continue to prosecute the claims against him. So the timeline is stretching, right? I mean, this is the case that I think people thought, if it came, would be resolved prior to the election, and that's exactly what we're seeing here.
Let's bring in someone who worked for Mr. Trump's White House, former White House Deputy Press Secretary Hogan Gidley. Hogan, thank you for being with us. Give me your initial thoughts.
Well, someone I worked with for a long time, actually, on the first impeachment was a man named Alan Dershowitz, who you know very well. And he said one of the things that he was most concerned about in all of these matters with Donald Trump was the venue. Donald Trump alluded to it in his comments there. You hit on some of them where he pointed out the real verdict is going to be on November 5th. Couldn't get a fair trial here. The venue was a problem. He also said this is far from over. I think that's very poignant from the former president, because he understands just what is at stake here. And I know, Savannah, for example, you used to be a reporter there at Court TV. I think you're even an attorney, as I recall. And for the life of me, I can't imagine any other case where you would allow a defendant to stand trial for a month, but no one would tell you what you were accused of until the last part of the closing arguments. The whole thing on its face, in my opinion, is a complete and total joke. Now, what the left has gotten in this verdict is exactly what they wanted. Yes, they wanted to bleed him dry financially. Yes, they wanted to keep him off the campaign trail. And they wanted to be able to call him a convicted felon. This is purely political, and you're going to see that when Joe Biden himself is going to address this from the White House elevator validating this and showing some of the rampant politics around these proceedings.
Well, Hogan, just a point of correction there. Of course, the former president knows very well what the charges are against him. They're laid out in a 34-count indictment. But I think what you're referring to, which is a fair point, is that some of those underlying crimes that are sort of the girding and the foundation of those charges, which are clearly delineated, those were not really delineated until the final hour in closing argument. So I understand what you're saying. I just want to make sure that we're clear about that.
And how do you mount a defense if you don't know those things? Those are key to the case.
Well, there were
obviously
aspects of it that came out through the trial. So yes, and by the way, the defense did respond to them in the trial.
Just want to note, as we talk about what is happening politically here, and as Hogan has brought up, for example, President Biden, in just the last minute, he has tweeted from his campaign account that there's only one way to keep Donald Trump out of the Oval Office: at the ballot box. Now, not specifically referencing the verdict, not specifically referencing the convictions here for the former president, but interesting, Savannah and Lester, both Donald Trump and Joe Biden are saying it all comes down to November. On that, these two agree on that point.
Well, there's no question. And I think there were partisans, people who are obviously not fans of the former president, who were hoping there would be a legal resolution to what they perceive as a political problem. That, in all likelihood, is not going to happen, although we will see whether or not the Judge Marchand sees fit to give him jail time and how that might affect anything. But again, I mean, it's as extraordinary as it is, our Constitution has very few requirements in terms of eligibility to be president. You got to be 35 years old, you have to have lived in this country for 10 years, and you have to be a natural-born citizen. And why? The founders didn't want to put a list of requirements. They wanted the voters to decide. They wanted the voters to say, this is unacceptable for us, for a president, and this is fine. And that is essentially what will happen in this election in November.
What we're seeing, too, from the Biden campaign is this pivot to a degree, or at least a shift towards what a senior campaign official had told me just within the last 72 hours that they had wanted to do. Once this trial ends, remind people that this is a very, in their view, a very stark and clear choice between Donald Trump and Joe Biden. And you're seeing that in this statement that is just in now from the Biden-Harris campaign through a spokesperson. It is not from the president or the vice president, saying that today's verdict does not change the fact that the American people face a simple reality. There is still only one way to keep Donald Trump out of the Oval Office: at the ballot box. It also says that Donald Trump has always, again, from the Biden campaign, mistakenly believed he would never face consequences for breaking the law for his own personal gain. So obviously, the legal issues fold into what the Biden campaign will press as a character case against the former president. And the former president will use his legal issues, not just this one, but the other ones as well, to try to make the case that he is the one who is a victim.
Well, that's what's interesting about what Hogan Gidley said. Fair point. He feels the left and the President Biden are going to use this politically. Perhaps they will, but certainly Donald Trump has used it politically to his advantage, I might add.
He raised $360,000, as far as we can tell from small donors, on day one of this trial alone, Savannah, based on the fundraising appeals. And he's got another one out tonight from the campaign. I'm just going to pull it up briefly here, where he calls himself, or the campaign calls him, a political prisoner. It's him with a raised fist here. I mean, it's begun already.
Let's go to Kelly O'Donnell, NBC senior White House correspondent. Kelly, at the White House right now. We know the president in recent weeks has been a little more willing to take jabs and mock Mr. Trump. We saw the tweet, or the X, if you will. Do we expect the president to make remarks about healing, about the court system, about all the things surrounding this?
In time, that is likely, Lester, but it is just a strange moment of timing that today is the 9th anniversary of the death of Beau Biden, the president's son. He is away in Rehoboth with family, marking that day. And the guidance we have had is there are no immediate plans for the president to speak on this issue. There is an expectation that the White House, in the official role, separate from the campaign, would emphasize the importance of respecting the rule of law. And inevitably, the president will be asked about the verdicts and what this will mean for the election and what it means for the country and the historical perspective in the days ahead. But right now, he is with family at their home in Delaware and focused on the loss they suffered 9 years ago. So the sort of strange twist of history. That was such a pivotal moment, the death of his son, in encouraging him to run for office in 2020. And then on the anniversary of Beau Biden's death, to have a verdict in the New York trials of Donald Trump is just one of those strange coincidences that brings so much of this into focus about the larger context. So we expect that the White House will ultimately support the rule of law, support the jury's verdict. At the moment, it is the campaign that is speaking in terms of how they are responding, and again, pointing to November and the choice that Americans need to make. They have a couple of paragraphs in a statement that Hallie alluded to, talking about how this is a choice for the American people.
Kelly, let us just jump in here for a second, because I want to get outside to the courthouse. Tom Winter is our NBC News producer who was inside the courtroom as that verdict was read, and he joins us now along with our correspondent, Laura Jarrett. Tom, there is nothing like the tension in a courtroom right before a verdict is read. Tell us what it was like in there, whether the jurors looked at the former president, and any other color you can provide from the courtroom.
Sure. Well, it was really a 180 in what occurred in there, because the judge brought us in. First off, the prosecution just showed up. We did not hear the bell. It's a 1960s rotary style bell that we typically hear when the jury has something to tell the court. That's what we've been hearing over the past day or so. The prosecution comes in. All of a sudden, Donald Trump and his team come in, and the judge says, look, it's my intention here to let the jury go at 4:30. And all 4:30 comes and goes, and we're about 5 or 6 minutes past that. He comes in. He says, well, we received a note from the jury at 4:20 saying they have reached a verdict, and they want about 30 minutes or so more to be able to go through the paperwork and go count by count and item by item. At that point, the mood in the court completely changed. You could even hear the air conditioning system in there over just a couple of keyboard strokes from reporters that were in the courtroom. Obviously, the tension built. Prior to that, the former president and his defense attorney were talking as if the day was over. They were laughing with each other, covering their mouths so that the cameras that are viewed in the overflow courtroom weren't seen. And so the focus was just kind of the day is done. And immediately the gravity of the moment struck everybody in the courtroom, prosecution and defense. And you saw a real change at the defense table, understanding that this was really it. To your point, Savannah, I noticed the jurors, and I did not see all of them coming in because of just the way that the courtroom was set up. But I did not see any of them make any eye contact with Donald Trump prior to the verdict being read. I did not see them make any eye contact with the prosecution either. At that point, the judge asked the jury foreperson, have you reached a verdict without telling me? He said yes. He stood. They handed him a handheld mic, which allowed all of us to hear what he was going to say. And then one of the courtroom staff members went count by count. All those 34 counts, which, as you well know by now, were all guilty. There was not a ton of reaction within the courtroom. We had been strongly admonished by the court security officers. They didn't want any sort of outbursts of any type. Once the jury was polled, which, as you know, is the moment where the judge or the court asks each individual juror if what the foreperson read was accurate. They said yes. And then at that point, they were let out. And there did not appear to be any sort of significant eye contact there either. And there were some jurors that, of course, over the course of a trial, as you know, are more animated than others. Some take more notes than others. But even those that were a little bit more animated, I didn't detect any sort of kind of a telling of what the verdict would be prior to it being read. So obviously a kind of a quick turn of events, putting all of this in perspective. For years, going back to September 2019, when the Manhattan District Attorney's Office asked for Donald Trump's tax records, asked for his financial documents, the two Supreme Court battles that followed all throughout the pandemic, up until the point when they got those documents, at that point there, Savannah, this case kind of moved forward slowly because there was a bit of a change here at the office. There was an election. There was a different district attorney, as you know, that came in and took office. And the plan of attack, if you will, for this investigation and case changed after that point. And eventually we got the charges that we got today, and approximately a year later, well, here we are now talking about a verdict. where does this go from here has been so often the question involving investigations surrounding Donald Trump for the past 6-7 years or so. Today, this is kind of a big moment because we have no indication whatsoever that there is now going to be any sort of ongoing criminal jeopardy for the former president and presumptive Republican nominee going forward. None from the Manhattan District Attorney's Office, no indication that they're doing any additional work, no indication that the federal prosecutors about 2 blocks from me and the FBI 2 blocks from me is doing anything involving any sort of investigation involving the former president as it pertains or has a nexus to New York. Obviously, there's the other cases that you well know about. So it's a big moment today, a bit of a period on a number of investigations going back to the Michael Cohen guilty plea in federal court that surrounded all the conduct in this case. And so now we'll just have to see where those other 2 cases go. But as far as things go from here in his hometown, where so much of these investigations originated from or involved, including the conviction and jailing of his chief financial officer, Alan Weisselberg, and the conviction of his company, it's over.
All right,
so
Tom, on that note, let me ask you.
Obviously, those guilty pleas.
Let me ask you, we're obviously seeing the helicopter shots around the courthouse, presuming the former president has not exited yet, but we know he was required to be in court every day and certainly to be in the courthouse during the deliberations. Is he now free to return to Florida, or is he, does he still have to remain in New York?
100%, Lester. They addressed that at the end of the guilty plea in the proceedings today, or the guilty verdict, I should say, in the proceedings today. The prosecution said that he remains R.O.R., which is he's released on his own recognizance. There's no bail, there's no restriction, so he's certainly free to travel to Florida at the instance that he wants to, or anywhere else across the country, obviously, as he continues his campaign. So at this point, Lester, there's no restrictions on Trump. The question here going forward, and something that we're going to need to report out and get some clarity on, it was not addressed in court, is whether or not the gag order remains in place. What happens to that? Can Trump start to speak about the jurors? Can he direct his comments and obviously his Truth Social posts more pointedly at the prosecution and the judge and the people surrounding this case? That's a big question, whether or not he kind of goes on the attack. And obviously it was statements that he made that got him in a finding of contempt here, not put in jail pending this trial or during the course of it. But that's something that is a bit of a question, and perhaps a significant one, knowing how much the former president likes to talk about his particular cases, in this case in particular, whether or not he can do that and to what extent he can do that, Lester, going forward.
Tom, what about the jurors now? They're free. They've been dismissed. They've been thanked for their service. I think it was indicated the judge might chit-chat with them behind closed doors to thank them. A lot of times attorneys try to speak to the jurors. They want to learn what worked, what didn't about their cases. But they are free to remain anonymous, or they can identify themselves and do interviews, right? They're not under any further restriction from the court.
Perfectly put, Savannah, and that's exactly what the judge told them. The judge told them, look, you're free at this point to speak if you want to, not if you don't want to. He did want to talk to them afterwards, more of a process thing. He says, look, I can't talk to you about the case. I can't talk to you about how you came to your verdict, but I do want to figure out, were there any sort of issues with the process, things that worked well, things that didn't work well from the point of voir dire, obviously up until the conclusion of testimony and then their ultimate verdict here today. So that's what the judge is going to focus on. The jurors, not to get too much into their security plan for obvious reasons, given the sensitivities of the case and the fact that they are anonymous. There are little details that came out in the course of their questioning that have been well reported at this point, kind of a cross-section of people that you might expect here in New York City. And so really it's up to them. They will be taken to another location. Their security is assured to that point. So it's not a situation as if they're going to come out of the courthouse, say, behind me any minute. That's not what's going to be occurring.
All right. Tom, we want to point out that we've learned that DA Bragg is going to be holding a news conference, making some remarks. We're told about 6:30 Eastern time. So where are we? About 45 minutes now. We will look for that. Also want to point out July 11th is the sentencing date the judge issued a while ago. That is just a few days before the start of the Republican National Convention. So, Hallie, we can only imagine what that's going to be like.
And I think back to the few days before the Republican Convention back in 2016. Donald Trump was just announcing his vice presidential pick, who was then, of course, Mike Pence. And I wonder, how are we going to see this collision between the politics of this? Will the Trump campaign try to do perhaps some counter-programming to that degree, right? right before the Republican convention. We don't know yet. There's still more reporting to be done. But I think the thing that I'll be most interested to see, at least between now and maybe the next month, 6 weeks till that sentencing, is what do people say now that he has been convicted? Does the polling shift? Because right now, yes, we are seeing that some degree of people, even 6% of Trump voters, say they'd be less likely to vote for him if he were convicted. That's not a big number, but remember, this election is not going to be about big numbers. It's going to be the tiniest margins.
That brings me to Hogan Gidley, who is a former aide to Donald Trump in the White House. And Hogan, I'm giving you truth serum on this one because I know that the former president will know how to spin this and know how to talk about it, and we've already seen that. But if you were in your old job and you're on the campaign, how concerned are you really about this conviction going into a tightly contested presidential race?
Well, I would be concerned, Savannah, and by the way, you don't have to give me truth serum. I always bring the truth to you. You don't have to worry about that. But let me give you some truth right now. 67% of Americans already believe these attacks on Donald Trump are politically motivated. 59% of Americans believe Joe Biden is part of it. Okay? That tells me so many in this country aren't really concerned so much about this, although the weaponization of government is a very big issue that Republicans, Donald Trump, will run on. They care about the issues that affect them every single day. And poll numbers shift and change based on information the public gathers. And so, for example, in 2020, they thought that Joe Biden would unite the country. They thought he'd be good for the economy, good for the border, good for the world. No wars would break out. The exact opposite has happened. So you've seen a shift in those poll numbers, which is why Joe Biden is losing to Donald Trump in all the battleground states on all the most important issues. The same thing applies here. We'll see maybe a shift in the days and weeks following this, but as it begins to play out and settle, getting closer and closer to November, Donald Trump's right. This is where we're going to decide the next election will be on Election Day, and it'll be about the issues the American people care about. And when they can't afford gas and groceries, and when they have drugs pouring into their communities, killing our American citizens from Mexican drug cartels, and you have human trafficking and children being sold into sex slavery, wars breaking out all over the world, crime spiking, and when they do get caught, no one goes to jail, they are rejecting the Joe Biden policies. Right. That's what this election is going to be about.
Okay, Hogan, I'm going to wrap you because you're getting into campaign speech territory there. So let's stay focused, stay on the topic here. Let's go to Kristen Gibbons-Fedden, who is also an attorney. You prosecuted the Bill Cosby case. We're now looking at a sentencing date about 6 weeks away. You've got Judge Marchand, who's aware of what Danny Savallo so ably laid out about in the typical case, this probably wouldn't be a case where you get jail time. On the other hand, you have a defendant who has violated the gag order at least 10 times and who did not receive any kind of penalty for that. Do you think any of this is like in the swirl of what Judge Marchand might be considering?
He absolutely would consider it. Absolutely. But as Danny pointed out, the most significant considerations and factors that really go into sentencing is whether or not he's committed a crime in the past. And he really hasn't. Yes, he violated the gag order, but certainly if the judge was not willing to change the bail conditions, he's probably not willing to sentence him severely as a result of the gag order. And then the other factors that Danny kind of brought up as well. Look at the severity of the crime. There's a low-level felony, and so it's probably not going to significantly impact the sentence in that regard.
Let's go to Stephen Hayes, an NBC News contributor, CEO of The Dispatch. Stephen, we were just having a colloquy with Hogan Gidley about the political impact. You, of course, are a Republican. I think you're no fan of Donald Trump's. However, how do you think this plays in terms of the election?
Yeah, well, I agree with some of what Hogan said there. I mean, I think the unfortunate thing for the country is this was the weakest of the 4 cases against Donald Trump. It was brought by a political prosecutor who needed to take a circuitous route, sort of double, triple bank shot in order to convict Donald Trump. And I think it was a weak case. Unfortunately, now what you have is a political situation where Donald Trump, if you've been paying attention to what he's been saying in his speeches and his appearances and his Truth Social posts, he has been laying the groundwork for this for a long time. Of course, it wasn't the Biden Justice Department that's responsible for this, but Donald Trump has been actively conflating the cases brought by the Biden Justice Department, the case in Georgia, with this case, and suggesting it's everybody out to get him. The Democrats are out to get him. And unfortunately, I think he has a better case on those grounds in this particular case, in this particular conviction, than he does in others.
Stephen, thanks very much. We want to cut back to outside the courthouse. You can see the aerials of Lower Manhattan. We believe the former president is on the move now, presumably going to Trump Tower uptown. Laura Jarrett, I think you're able to see this as well.
Yeah, you can see his motorcade making its way through the city, winding its way through Lower Manhattan. It's interesting, Lester, outside of court, it is eerily quiet. This had been sort of a chaotic scene in the moments as I was reading the verdict. You could hear a lot of cheers, a lot of boos. It all came very quickly as the 34 counts were coming in, as long as it took to read that. But right now, it is remarkably peaceful. There's obviously swarming with law enforcement that have been gearing up for this moment. Not predicting that he would be found guilty, but prepared for whatever may come, whatever the security risk is. These are law enforcement professionals that have trained for high-profile cases before, but obviously this is different. The stakes are higher. It is politically tinged. It has been sort of a tinderbox in this First Amendment area outside of court, where just weeks ago a man set himself on fire mere steps away from the courthouse. So law enforcement has been ready for this moment, prepared for this moment, whatever the verdict might be, and we continue to watch now the former president of the United States, now convicted of those 34 felonies, working his way through the city now. A different status, not politically perhaps, as you guys have been discussing for the past half an hour, but certainly legally. He is different, in a different category today, now having been convicted of these crimes.
All right, let me turn back to Kristen, if I can, to talk about the impact of this. We've already heard from some of the supporters of the former president. They believe this was a political process. So clearly there is suspicion, a suspicious glare glancing toward the court. But what about, or toward the prosecution, but what about the court itself? Has it suffered?
I hope not. I think absolutely, listen, the narrative that a lot of the Trump supporters are going to have is going to be maintained. They're going to say this was politically motivated, it was a witch hunt on the side of the prosecution, but we've already heard some negative comments regarding Judge Merchan and specifically his daughter and her affiliations with the Democratic Party, whether true or not, and how it impacted the case. And so absolutely they're going to look at the court system, and of course they're going to look at the jurors as well. Trump has made some statements about the jurors early on, before the trial started. So I absolutely think so. But at the end of the day, you know, I think one of the things that's really important here is Trump's attorneys had the opportunity to select the jury. That was part of the judicial system. And that is exactly what played out here. Trump had certain constitutional rights that were abided by and respected. And that's exactly what we saw in this trial. And at the end of the day, I think all of this could objectively agree that Judge Merchan acted appropriately, fairly, and he conscientiously made sure that he applied the law as it was intended to be applied, as precedent had dictated it should be applied.
It's interesting because in that very brief statement we heard from the former president, he took on the issue of venue, saying that this trial should have never been conducted in New York City, in Manhattan, which is a bastion of you know, liberal politics, that most of the jurors would not be Trump supporters was his assumption. And he's still banging on that drum. And speaking of, I think he just posted to Truth Social, Hallie.
He did. It is really reflective of what he said that we showed live outside of court, that this was a disgrace, he said. He continues to reiterate that he believes this is a rigged trial by a conflicted judge, etc. He says we will fight for our Constitution. This is long from over, in his words. Again, an allusion to November. On this, go ahead.
No,
I was on the venue point. I think it's an interesting one because this is an issue that first thing he said when he came out of court, and I'll tell you, there was a lot on the bingo card of what he could have reacted to, what he could have said when he came out of court, and that's what he chose. It is worth noting here that his defense team only challenged one juror out of the 12. That challenge was obviously denied by Judge Merchan here, but it was, as we saw, an intensive and exhaustive voir dire process, too, for jury selection as well. Of course, Manhattan, obviously New York, does lean Democratic. That is the case. That is true.
And if he had gotten a change of venue, it would have still been in the state of New York, because it's a state case. You don't move it to another state.
Danny, how long before typically would an appeal process take for a case like this?
It could take years. I mean, most appeals take it takes several months to even get a briefing schedule. They have to file their notice of appeal relatively quickly. They get an appeal as of right to the appellate division.
What do you say, they have to file it right away on the specifics of what they're challenging, or just that they're going to challenge?
Just a general notice of appeal, and that starts the appellate process. Then it's going to be in the Appellate Division First Department, because that is the intermediate appellate court here that serves this county and close by counties. It goes up to the Appellate Division, and that takes months, sometimes years. It really depends on the congestion in the court. Arguably, in a case like this, maybe it gets a little closer look, maybe it moves along a little faster, but no, we're months, many months, if not years away from a decision.
But during that time, you would be either serving a sentence or some kind of a sentence.
Yes. General rule is this. If you are serving a very short sentence and you have a major issue on appeal that has a likelihood that you can show is going to result in some overturning of your conviction, then you can suspend your, not suspend it, you can ask the court to hold it while you appeal. That is not the norm. That's the exception to the rule. But obviously, if it's a sentence of probation, that doesn't happen. If it's a very short sentence and you have those constitutional issues, you can get them to hold off on your sentence. But typically, if it's a lengthy sentence and it doesn't involve any novel issues, then you're going to serve that sentence. Otherwise, everybody would try to prolong their sentence while they were on appeal, and nobody would actually be in prison.
We're watching the Trump motorcade as it presumably heads uptown to Trump Tower moments after, if you're just tuning in, the former president was found guilty. A sweeping verdict from a jury here in Manhattan, 34 counts of falsification of business records, a felony because the jury found it was in pursuit of promoting an election by unlawful means. And those unlawful means, Danny, are likely the fertilest ground for this appeal because, as we have explained this morning, the jury had to find that there was this unlawful means, but they didn't have to agree on what exactly it was that the former president did wrong. So how do you mount an appeal on that when they were given an assortment of laws that they could have said that there were violations of, but we don't know which ones they relied on? It's not in the court record. It wasn't on the verdict form.
I expect to challenge that the statute is what's called unconstitutionally vague. Now, it's presumed that we all know the law. It's a legal fiction, but the key is the law must prescribe certain conduct. It must say, thou shalt not do something in a way that members of the public can understand, whether or not they've actually read them, because it's presumed that we've all read the law, which obviously we haven't. But it has to be able to tell us with some certainty what is prohibited and what is permitted. And the argument I believe we'll see on appeal is that this statute is unconstitutionally vague because it does not tell us specifically, what does not tell a defendant like Trump or any defendant what exactly was prohibited. And then also, it may create a burden of proof issue, the statute itself. Again, nothing to do with Justice Merchan, but the actual statute as written may create due process issues, burden of proof issues. All of those are fertile grounds for appeal. And then if you go back to the facts, I guess I would put as number 2, maybe elements of testimony of Stormy Daniels, which at the time Justice Merchan himself said raised some concerns. In fact, the real problem was the defense didn't appear to object when Justice Merchan, it seems, thought they should have.
We're looking at the motorcade right now, and you'll note they've hit some traffic. Unlike a presidential motorcade, which could be 20 or 30 vehicles, this is very short for a former president and dealing with traffic now. Appear to be in the FDR. Makes me wonder if they're going straight to LaGuardia.
Could well be. He may want to get out of town, and he's certainly able to do that as he remains out on bond on his own recognizance. On that appeal issue, Lindsey Graham, who's of course the senator, a Trump ally, and an attorney himself, says he believes this will be reversed on appeal. But just to be clear about that, even if it were, if you win your appeal, you just get another trial. That's if the prosecutors choose to refile charges.
Yes, if your conviction is vacated and the case is remanded back for trial, then yes, a new trial is the next step. But sometimes appellate courts will reverse a conviction and then set the person free. It really depends on what is appealed and what the standard of review is for each ground for appeal.
All right, we want to look what's happening behind the scenes at the courthouse itself. Dasha Burns has been there. Dasha, you were with us as people were crowding in on word that there had been a decision. What's it like now?
Well, Lester, members of the public have been filtering in and out of this park over the last hour or so. People really on all sides of this issue, members of the media as well. We've seen, I think, in fact, over here, some of the folks that are on different sides of this, a supporter of the former president and someone who did believe that she should be found guilty in this case. They've gotten into some clashes, but nothing outrageous. There are police officers here. Some people certainly getting passionate, though, because this is obviously a historic moment. I've been talking to some of the supporters of the former president who really have echoed what we've heard from Hallie and from some of the folks in the studio, that they feel like this is only going to solidify and harden and amplify the support for the former president because they've been listening to what he's been putting out there, what his team has been putting out there. It is a pretty calm scene. I'll tell you, we did hear those cheers and those boos when we first heard the verdict, but otherwise people have been here. They've been discussing this really important moment, a few arguments, some debates, but mostly everyone is just taking in what we have just seen, what we've just experienced, and asking a lot of questions about what exactly is next here. There are more folks having sort of a debate here. This is the First Amendment rights that people are demonstrating right now. They are allowed to be here. They're allowed to make their voices heard. And again, people on all sides of this issue. We've met folks from Long Island, from New Jersey, from the Bronx, from all across the tri-state area that came here to witness all of this, Lester.
And one of the names that has loomed so large in this trial, and Michael Cohen.
Yeah.
We haven't talked about him much here this afternoon. Are we hearing from him?
We are, just in the last few minutes here. He, of course, was the prosecution's star witness, somebody who, of course, has lied and has acknowledged lying. The defense, boy, did they target him repeatedly throughout this trial, including in closing arguments, essentially saying to the jury, how can you believe anything that Michael Cohen says? This guy just doesn't tell the truth. Cohen now says today is an important day for accountability and the rule of law. He says, well, it's been a difficult journey for me and my family. The truth always matters. He goes on to thank his attorneys for their advice and support. One of the things that prosecutors tried to do in their questioning of Michael Cohen was try to draw out, it seemed, try to elicit some empathy from the jurors to what Cohen has gone through. He talked a bit about how this process, testifying against the guy who used to be his boss, somebody who he says he was incredibly close to, was his so-called fixer for many years, how this has been incredibly difficult on his family, on him, on his personal life.
They justified some of his anger.
Yeah, they tried to sort of make that case to the jury. The defense obviously tried to poke holes in it, but it is notable that we're hearing from Cohen tonight.
To say he was a fraught witness is an understatement
100%.
Because he had lied, admittedly, repeatedly to Congress, to federal court, to prosecutors, to his family, to Donald Trump. He was caught on the stand acknowledging that he had stolen from his former boss. So the prosecutors were trying to rehabilitate him and say, well, yes, he was a liar, but it was always in service of Donald Trump. And now he's here to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Very interesting. By their verdict, Danny, the jury says, we believe you, Michael Cohen.
Yes, and let's take a step back. Yes, Michael Cohen had credibility issues, but prosecutors often use cooperating witnesses, and Michael Cohen was a cooperating type witness, who have much worse credibility issues. Some of these cooperating witnesses are killers. They're people who deal in guns, in drugs. They have lengthy criminal histories, much longer than Michael Cohen. So the reason that prosecutors use people like Michael Cohen, cooperating witness types, is because they work. They are devastatingly effective. I can tell you from having gone up against them myself. And you can point out that they are liars over and over again. But on the whole, a jury is willing to accept someone's faults, someone who comes in and testifies. And the prosecution will usually own it, just as they did in this case. Not only did they own it, they had no problem throughout their case in chief with Michael Cohen being hit with credibility shrapnel throughout. He was painted by their own witnesses as a sometimes tragic, sometimes bumbling figure, but they always owned that he had credibility issues, and they had to do that.
Yeah, and the prosecutors would say, we didn't choose Michael Cohen. We didn't go to the witness store and pick him up for a low, low price. It's Donald Trump who chose Michael Cohen as his lawyer and fixer, and that is his relevance to the case. We have Jen Psaki with us now, of course, former press secretary at the White House for President Biden. So we've talked a lot about about what the potential political ramifications are of a conviction. And we are in uncharted territory. So I think, honestly, some humility here, because nobody knows. We've never had a convicted felon as a former president or as a candidate for federal office. But how do you believe the Biden administration, the Biden campaign, will be handling this, and how do you think they should?
Well, you can already see from the last hour or so how they're starting to handle it. And one is the White House had a very short, minimal statement that basically referred to believing in the rule of law. The campaign had a much longer statement. One of the key lines in that campaign statement was about how the only way to ensure Donald Trump is not in the Oval Office is the ballot box, which what that tells you is that they are not relying on this conviction, Trump going to jail or whatever the sentencing will be, which we won't know for some time either, as the way to get rid of Donald Trump, to prevent him from being in the Oval Office. I think the challenge, if you're in the White House right now, is a couple things. You want to try to control the White House team and staff and people who work there to prevent people from celebrating. This is not a time to celebrate. As you said, this is a very serious moment. This is a jury of the former president's peers who just convicted him of crimes on 34 counts. I mean, this is a serious moment. No cheering, no celebrating. Treat it with the seriousness that it warrants. On the campaign, they also have to manage that. What's tricky is they're going to fundraise off of this.
They already are.
They already are. So they're going to fundraise off of it, but I think it's going to be a balance for them. They're not betting on this as being a factor because, as you said, we don't know. We don't know. We see what polls have said, but polls have even said it's a very small number of Republicans this could move. But my bet is they're not betting on this. They're betting on the ability to turn the conversation to other things which they want to do.
For the goose and is good for the gander. The Biden campaign's fundraising off it. So is Donald Trump. He's got a post out where he has his image and it says political prisoner.
That's right. It's at least I believe the Democratic campaign arm fundraising off of this at this point.
I think the campaign probably will too. I think we should expect that. And to your point, Trump will as well. Everybody will raise money. That says something about the political system we're in right now, no question.
Well, another point of agreement, which Hallie pointed out, is that both candidates here, Biden and Trump, agree that this gets settled on November 5th. Not in any court of law, but at the ballot box by the voters who are watching right now.
Yes, I was just going to say that was the point in the Biden team's statement that actually stuck out to me, right? It is not suggesting it's over. It's saying this is at the ballot box, people. Stay focused. We have a debate coming up. This is not going to change. Don't become complacent in this moment.
And that's exactly what Donald Trump said. The verdict will come on November 5th.
In some ways, it's kind of I don't want to overstate it and say it's a starting gun, but it is certainly a pivot point. We don't know how it's going to pivot, but it is in some ways a reset for these campaigns as they now have this chapter behind them, this hush money trial behind them, and they move forward. To the point that you two are making, we know what the big issues are going to be for this election. At least we know what they are right now. The economy and immigration. The polling has been very consistent on that. Legal issues, so much as they may move a small slice of perhaps independent voters, does not rate, at least not right now, as one of the biggest issues for voters when they're thinking about going to the ballot box come November. The other piece of this, and Savannah, I think it's so important that you talk about a little bit of humility on the part of political pundits, reporters, analysts. We do not know how the polling will shake out or how people will feel now that Donald Trump has been convicted on all these counts. But here is something we do know, that the Republican Party is rallying around him, even in just the last 90 minutes. We have seen an avalanche of statements coming out from Republican lawmakers, from allies of the former president. Interestingly, from people on that Veep stakes list who are immediately calling this, in the words of some of them, a quote-unquote travesty of justice in their view, et cetera.
People who are auditioning to be Trump's VP candidate. He hasn't chosen one yet.
No, and he may not until maybe close to his sentencing date on July 11th here. There's this interesting sort of litmus test moment, too, that has just come up. The former president's campaign leader, campaign manager, Chris LaCivita, is telling one Maryland Senate candidate, Larry Hogan, a never-Trumper who is running on the Republican ticket to try to win a potentially critical Senate seat here, coming out, Larry Hogan saying, we've got to respect the rule of law here. Chris LaCivita says, you just ended your campaign. I mean, the Trump campaign sees this as a way to rally Republicans around them. Now, it is not necessarily Republicans who they need to win come November. That is going to be, I think, the pinch point here for both sides come the fall.
Yeah, let me turn to Hogan Gidley, this idea. How will independents read this?
Well, I mean, it remains to be seen. But as I said, right now, a majority, 68% of independents believe that these attacks are politically motivated. And look, you have to motivate your base to win elections. That is obvious. Donald Trump does that. Joe Biden may be doing that to some degree. But those independents are obviously coveted by campaigns. And how you speak to them and how you talk to them matters. The issues they face every single day, as I was trying to get to in the previous segment, is what I think they will actually ultimately end up voting on, because those are the issues that really impact their daily lives, their children, their own futures, their houses, their car payments, their rent payments. So this is a huge day in politics. Make no mistake about that. And we're going to be talking about it for quite some time, up to and including when the sentencing happens. But the American people are largely going to tune this out, and probably have up until this point. They'll pay attention today, maybe tomorrow, but then they're back on to talk about the challenges that they face every single day. And this is the campaign. This is the fight. What can we do on the right to point to all the failures of the Joe Biden campaign and Joe Biden's administration? And what can Joe Biden do to say, look, we don't like Donald Trump, J6, abortion, threat to democracy, et cetera. Those will be the battle lines in this campaign.
What do you think the biggest risk is for Democrats as they figure out how to react to this publicly?
To think that this will end Donald Trump. I mean, the most overused word in the Trump administration time period from the media was the word bombshell, and it seemed to happen every single day. Yes, it's a bombshell today, but really does it impact anything going forward? So if they don't understand the fact that Donald Trump has taken hit after hit before he was president, while he was president, and since he's been president, then they're in for a rude awakening come November.
Well, let me just ask you about that, Hogan, because, I mean, Donald Trump is certainly very happy to talk about the ways he feels he's been victimized. Do you hope, as his former advisor, would you say, okay, say your piece about this verdict, but then move on? Because people, to your point, want to hear about these pocketbook issues. They want to hear about immigration. They want to hear about economy. They want to hear about reproductive rights. Would that be your advice to your former boss?
Of course, but I don't really have to give it, because you saw him even allude to those challenges the American people face every single day after the verdict. He came out and made points about that. Those are the issues the American people care about. And of course, Donald Trump is going to say this was rigged. Of course, he's going to say it's a weaponized government against him, because we see it, and a majority of the American people believe it, as I pointed to in the polling. But at the end of the day, it's can you pay for your gas and can you pay for your groceries? And right now they can't. Donald Trump, in a unique position, can say, while I was president of the United States, it's not, if you elect me, I promise I'll do this. It's, I was president. Gas was affordable. Interest rates were lower. Inflation lower. Southern border was closed. He can point to victories. And if he can remind people of that and make this election about them, I think he's going to be in really good shape.
Hogan, let's do point counterpoint, because you're here. You've made your case. Jen Psaki is here, who used to make her case at the White House podium in the press room. So what is your answer to that?
I mean, I would say, from a person who's been watching this closely, Trump has given no indication that he wants to talk about all of those issues. We'll see what happens in the coming weeks, but his campaign has essentially been about how he is the victim, right? And he is representing all of the people who are the victims out there. He likes the accolades from that. He likes rallying the base of that. We will see if he talks about the issues that Hogan is talking about. I think for the Biden team, this is an opportunity we have to see if they take advantage of. When the trial is over, what they've had a hard time doing is breaking through. That's incumbent on them to do. But there won't be as much wall-to-wall coverage, because this is a historic moment people should be covering, right? And there will be maybe more space for them to talk about a range of issues that they want to have debates about, whether that is access to abortion and the rights around that, whether that is climate change, whether that is the economy and who's better to fight for the people, working class people. I think they would like to have that moment to break through on that. And I will be interested to see if Trump actually takes advantage of talking about those issues, or if he continues to talk about being the victim of a legal witch hunt.
Worth noting here that even as I think we are, and Hogan flagged this, the Democrats suggesting, some of them, that perhaps this is a death knell for the former president's campaign, that this is a knockout blow. On the other side of the spectrum, you have the former president's son, Eric Trump, saying that May 30th, today, may be remembered as the day that Donald Trump won the 2024 presidential election. And on the other side of the spectrum, we also don't know that yet either, right? So to draw too many conclusions from this at this point does seem like potentially risky.
What's interesting, Hallie, and I know you've memorized all polls and all poll trends, so here we go. But as I recall, after the midterms, Donald Trump was severely politically wounded because of the worse than expected results for Republicans, and Ron DeSantis was on the rise.
That's right.
And we were going into a Republican primary, and it seemed for a moment that Donald Trump's star was falling a bit. And you can look at polls and to the date see that the moment that this indictment came out by the DA here in Manhattan, Alvin Bragg, that Donald Trump's poll numbers started to rise. He vanquished this huge Republican primary field, and many Trump allies will say it's Alvin Bragg's indictment, this one we're talking about today, for which he was found guilty, that was the galvanizing political force.
It's clear when you look at the polling numbers. It's clear when you look at the fundraising numbers, because he got a big boost when these indictments happened. He fundraised off of his mugshot in Georgia, which his campaign is again putting out tonight to try to rally the troops, rally the Republican base around him. Now, some would argue that perhaps Florida Governor Ron DeSantis fumbled the ball a bit on his own campaign, could have been a stronger candidate there, but Donald Trump obviously remained super strong. That was, Savannah, Lester, every show we talked about how strong Donald Trump remained in the polls as time went on. The real X factor, though, remains, and we talked about it then, it helped him in the primary. We just don't know yet how it's going to do.
This is a different set of voters.
Let me bring in Stephen Hayes, NBC News contributor, editor, of the CEO of The Dispatch. We just saw the picture of former President Trump walking slowly toward the cameras. Are you worried about, is he worried, is the campaign worried about his image? We're seeing him in a situation here that he's the loser in this court battle.
You know, I don't think they are worried about that. I mean, of course, on a surface level, nobody running a campaign would like their candidate to be a convicted felon. On the other hand, we've seen the Trump campaign sort of lean into this outlaw image and embrace it. If you look again at his rhetoric, Wildwood, New Jersey, the things he's been saying lately, he's sort of owned this and is using it as a way to galvanize the less engaged voters that the Trump campaign thinks are key to victory in New York. I mean, in November.
Okay, we're just looking at the picture of the former president's motorcade. They've apparently gone right to the Trump Tower in Midtown Manhattan. We believe that he's now free of the obligation to remain in New York, but at least they're making the stop at Trump Tower.
And he's got many family members with him, especially in these final days of court. We've seen Don Jr. and Eric. We saw Tiffany Trump at closing arguments. Jared and Ivanka, who are, of course, key figures, Ivanka Trump and her husband, Jared Kushner, key political figures and advisors in the first Trump administration, nowhere to be seen. Melania Trump, nowhere to be seen. So it's been interesting. And we've seen also an entourage of not only Trump lawyers, but sitting United States senators and congressmen coming in to fly the flag and support Donald Trump at a criminal trial, which is quite extraordinary. I'm old enough to remember a day when lawmakers wouldn't want to be seen within 500 feet of a politician on criminal trial.
And it was Senator Rick Scott who broke the dam on that. And it wasn't day one of the trial, by the way. It wasn't like the first day.
It was Stormy Daniels' testimony.
Here we're seeing former President Trump now walking toward his residence, and you can hear crowds. Let's listen for a moment. Displaying that fist, that symbol of strength, as he has many times when encountering the cameras during this legal process.
It appears that he approached the cameras on purpose.
Not the way he goes in.
No, he could have gone in, but he went on purpose.
Very well have seen the picture you're going to see in a lot of newspapers tomorrow morning.
You can bet, as he's as media savvy as he is, that's exactly what he intended to do. He may have even reflected on his moment at the podium after the courthouse, where he looked very serious, very grim, and maybe wanted to have a different picture on the front page of the tabloids and the newspapers tomorrow.
Hey, Tom,
for those who still read them.
Tom Winter, what have you learned about what happens now, certainly between now and July?
Sure, Lester. So there's going to be a pre-sentencing report that'll be done. That's standard for anybody who's convicted of a crime. And basically, they'll focus on his background, who Donald Trump is, any sort of factors that the judge should consider for any potential sentence here. That's done. That's automatic for anybody. And then from there, the judge has a decision to make. And he has a decision to make as to whether or not he believes that the conduct that he witnessed, the testimony that he saw, the evidence that came before his court, and the jury's obvious straight guilty verdict here today, whether or not that ultimately ends up in any sort of potential jail time. It's probably pretty unlikely, Lester, given the fact that Donald Trump has no criminal history. The other investigations, they don't count when it comes into this because he hasn't gone to trial in those other cases. So that doesn't come into play. I think as far as the judge's focus, he needs to look at it. I'll note being in court for when his CFO was found guilty, Alan Weisselberg, when as part of the trial into the Trump organization. Alan Weisselberg obviously previously pleaded guilty, but the judge did notice certain things about the conduct of Weisselberg. So what does that tell us, Lester? It just tells us the judge is definitely paying attention, based on my experience in the courtroom, of the specific conducts and elements of the crimes that he would have heard. Whether or not that ultimately impacts his decision at sentencing, well, that's something that we're going to have to wait till July, obviously, to find out. There should be a bevy of filings that will occur. They're told to file anything on the record by June 13th. Of course, the appellate process you've well gone over with Danny. But as far as the next steps in the sentencing leading up to that July 11th at 10 a.m. date at the courthouse behind us here, there's just going to be a number of paper filings. We don't expect anything else with the asterisk on that gag order that we talked about earlier.
All right, Tom, if you can swing your camera over to our correspondent, Laura Jarrett. We'll go to her next, but I just want to bring everyone who might be tuning in up to date. 6:15 on the East Coast, 3:15 on the West Coast, and it was about an hour or so away from now that we had just heard the verdict. 34 counts, 34 verdicts of guilty against the former president, Donald Trump, a resounding victory for the prosecution in this case, Laura. So walk us through the charges briefly, what he was just convicted of, when his sentencing is, and what is the likelihood, the potential penalty, and the likelihood that he would serve any jail time.
Yeah, Savannah, just to catch everyone up here, 34 felony counts. These are counts that are typically misdemeanors. They're a falsification of business records. He was charged with doctoring those business records to cover up another crime. That other crime, prosecutors say, was conspiring to influence the 2016 election. That conspiracy happening all the way back to 2015. They say it was born in the Trump Tower in 2015, a meeting between tabloid boss David Pecker, Michael Cohen, his former fixer, and the former president himself, sitting there talking about burying stories that could have hurt his election chances. That was their hook, to try to make what is a documents case, a paper case, 34 pieces of paper, into a felony, which is what the jury was persuaded by. Savannah, they were invoices, they were checks, they were ledger entries. And what they said, that the prosecutors said that was false, that the jury found true to be true today, Savannah, were that it wrote in the actual ledger and on the check stubs, it said retainer. That retainer, prosecutors said, was bogus. It was false. It was all a cover to paper over what was really the former president reimbursing Michael Cohen for paying off Stormy Daniels' hush money. The hush money itself, not paid by the former president, not even the crime. If Mr. Trump had paid her himself, that wouldn't be a crime. But instead, he used Michael Cohen as this go-between, and that was the prosecutor's hook for what turned this case into something criminal. Now that we have heard the jury's verdict, he will obviously, as Tom said, be sentenced in the coming weeks on July 11th at 10 a.m. here in this courthouse. Judge Juan Merchan on the 15th floor will bring everybody back in for sentencing, which will be another first, having the former American president, then even just a couple days away from the RNC convention, sentenced here in that courthouse. He obviously will be able to appeal whatever whatever sentence he's given here. It ranges anywhere from probation up to 4 years in prison, because as we've been discussing all afternoon here, he doesn't have any other criminal history. He hasn't been convicted before. The judge is going to have to take that into account, but it's solely within the judge's discretion, whatever that sentence is, between probation up to 4 years in prison. Savannah.
All right, let's, as we continue to absorb this verdict, turn to veteran prosecutor and trial attorney Paul Henderson, who I believe is with us now. And Paul, you're a former prosecutor, but many, many legal analysts of all stripes and all political persuasions regarded this case to be the weakest of the 4 criminal cases pending against Donald Trump. It was the first to be filed and the first to be tried, and now we have this guilty verdict. But it was even referred to as at a time as a zombie case because other prosecutors had looked at these same set of facts and declined to prosecute. Alvin Bragg, the DA here in Manhattan, came in and said, I will prosecute it. Are you surprised not only at the verdict, but how quickly the jury was able to reach a verdict given the complexity of it?
In a word, no. I will say this was a novel approach in terms of how they put this case together, in terms of finding a misdemeanor, but then elevating that misdemeanor into an interpretation that spoke directly to fraudulent association of documents with the campaign that he was running. And even all of the challenges I think you were talking about before, where we had a lot of conversation about what the actual motivation was, and is it improper motivation? And there's challenges to the motivation. Was it political? Was it something that should have been pursued? But I will say what stands out to me is that we went through a fair and transparent process with our criminal justice system. It's not lost on me as I look at this verdict that has come out now. You know, I'm reminded of when I was sitting here with you here at the network looking at the Trayvon Martin case with a very different outcome. It's not lost on me the race disparate implications of verdicts like this. And what really stands out is separate from the motivations and the antagonistic challenges that came up about the case are the actual and real consequences from the verdict. You don't get to skip around any of that. You know, I know Donald Trump is challenging all of this right now, and he's saying that the real verdict comes out in November with the election, but there are real consequences just from that verdict. He cannot join the military. Not that he would or could. He cannot get a federal job. I think one of the things that stands out to me is that he can't vote in some states now because of this conviction. He can't own a gun. In states like Virginia, Tennessee, Iowa, and Kentucky, he's banned for life with a felony conviction. In states like Florida, Alabama, Arizona, he won't be able to unless all of his fines, fees, and penalties are paid. And we haven't talked about the fine, fees, and penalties, but they're going to be substantial in a case like this. I know there is jail time associated with up to 4 years for every felony conviction, and that's not likely. But the fines, fees, and penalties associated with what's going to come from this verdict are real and will have actual repercussions for Donald Trump personally. I think that's a real way to approach looking at what the consequences are going to be. That pre-sentencing report that's going to come out is going to be very telling in terms of what independent, objective agencies with parole are looking at in terms of the influence for the judges as he makes his sentencing. I'm looking forward to those arguments specifically from prosecutors about what they're asking for in the sentencing because of this conviction. And I will say, just to reiterate it, those consequences are real and absolute. Now, we all got here how we got here through a jury trial that Donald Trump and his representatives were able to participate in. And this is the actual consequence that Donald Trump has been found guilty. In spite of the appeal that I know is coming, there are some real consequences that I think we're going to see leading up to, as I had predicted in the past, that's going to overshadow his own campaign. And we're seeing that happen right now with the sentencing taking place right before the Republican convention. This is going to be at the forefront of the conversations. And that's before we have the consequence and the implications for the other cases that are still pending against the former president.
Yeah. Okay, Paul, you raised some good points. And it's important, Danny, as I turn to you, the other lawyer we have with us, to set this in the context of justice. You know, I remember covering a verdict once where the judge told the jurors after the verdict, justice is done when the system works. Paul is saying the system worked. The system was fair. Clearly, Donald Trump takes a different view of that. But I think about being able to find 12 jurors who said they could be fair and impartial. Nobody can say they didn't work hard or take their duties seriously. None of them called out sick. We never had to use any of the alternates. And you just have to reflect on a moment of what we ask our fellow citizens to do when we ask them to sit in judgment of another human being, let alone a high-profile case like this.
It is one of the most important duties as a citizen, and you'll hear lawyers actually say that in their openings and their closing, because it is. It is one of the few purely democratic processes that we participate in, where 12 strangers come together and get unanimous on a particular subject, or sometimes they don't. But they also promise to set aside their biases and judge the facts fairly. Otherwise, they don't make it onto the jury. And getting onto that jury is a commitment. It's a commitment that citizens make. It is probably the highest duty that a citizen in the United States has.
We have a few more minutes before we turn to nightly news. Lester's preparing across the studio here from me, but a word on the political consequences. And again, I guess the order of the day is humility about what we don't know. This has never happened before.
How do you poll on something this unprecedented? Pollsters are trying to do that, obviously, and we do have some signals from, obviously, the fact that these legal issues have been in the headlines for over a year now, at least for this particular case, that there are some slice of the electorate that says that they would be less likely to vote for the former president if he were convicted on this case. We know that about 60% of Americans polled do believe that the charges here, the ones he's just been convicted on, are serious. So there are some tea leaves you could read. But the bottom line is this, and I don't mean to sound like a broken record, it is, think about your own life. It is different when somebody asks you about a hypothetical versus when somebody asks you about something that has actually happened. So I do think it's going to take some time to see the impact. Now, I will say we are already seeing, at least in the short term, an impact on the Republican side of the ledger. You've got a source telling one of our colleagues, Matt Dixon, from the Trump campaign, that their website's actually having problems because they say, the Trump campaign, so many people are trying to get on to donate to the former president right now as he is making these appeals.
Well, we will continue to watch the political ramifications as they play out. Both candidates for office, President Biden and former President Trump, agreeing this afternoon that the verdict is Election Day, November 5th. On that point, they agree. I want to turn to Laura. We have about a minute for you, Laura. If you could just put this case in the context of all of the cases, because there are 4 criminal cases pending against the former president. One has now been concluded, and we await sentencing on that. But the other 3 are not likely to reach the trial stage before Election Day.
Savannah, you're so right. This is likely the only one that will be completed before the November election. The others have been bogged down in appeals and delays. Perhaps the most gravest one of all, the one about the former president trying to overturn the last election, still up on appeal before the U.S. Supreme Court. We've been waiting on that one for the better part of a month now. Still no word on when it will come down. But of course, we also have one in Georgia about also trying to subvert the election. We also have the one in Florida about stealing classified documents, hoarding classified documents after he was no longer in the White House. He's pled not guilty on all of those. He said they're politically motivated. He said this has been a political prosecution, but today a jury disagreed, Savannah.
All right, Laura, thank you for your coverage. To all of our panel here. Top of the news, former President Donald Trump, current candidate for the Republican nomination for President of the United States. Donald Trump has been convicted of 34 felony counts. He will be sentenced on July 1st. That concludes this NBC News special report. We have much more on our streaming network, NBC News Now. You can also join Tom Yamas tonight for a special verdict wrap-up at 9 o'clock Eastern. Lester Holt has much more straight ahead. Nightly news begins in just a few moments. I'm Savannah Guthrie. This has been an NBC News special report.
And good day, I'm Tom Costello at NBC News headquarters. We are coming on the air with that historic, monumental breaking news. Donald Trump, the 45th president of the United States and potentially the next president, guilty across the board, convicted of 34 felonies in his New York criminal trial. On charges that he lied on business records to cover up hush money payments to a former adult film star who claims the two had an affair. Mr. Trump has always denied that. Prosecutors say it was to hide an underlying crime. That crime was related to interference in the 2016 election. The former president, in just the last hour, maintaining his innocence, saying it is up to the voters to decide on November 5th. His sentencing, though, now on July 11th, and that is just 4 days before the Republican National Convention. We are seeing protesters right now in Manhattan, about a block from the courthouse, and we're also seeing a lot of banners saying that Trump is guilty. More of those types of banners, not a lot of pro-Trump protesters in Manhattan, perhaps not a surprise. We're also expecting to see Manhattan DA Attorney Alvin Bragg about 30 minutes from now when he's out with his reaction to the verdict. We want to bring you that live. In the meantime, we have an awful lot happening now. A huge team outside court and here in the studio. Legal analysts, political pros, all of them here to break it down. Rahima Ellis, Yasmin Vasugian, and Lisa Rubin. Let's begin there, outside the court. And Lisa, you were inside the courtroom today. Talk us through what you saw, what happened. Were the jurors making eye contact with President Trump? Did he have eye contact? Walk us through what we didn't see.
What you didn't see was that the judge asked Tom, both sides to come in at 4:15 and told them that he was going to dismiss the jurors at 4:30. And then he said he had to step off the bench and he would be back momentarily. When he came back, well after 4:30, I should add, at about 4:36, 4:38, he said that he had been given a note by the jurors at 4:20 that they had a verdict, but that they needed a little bit more time to complete the forms necessary to reduce their verdict to an official verdict, so to speak. And so when they came back in at 5 o'clock, the foreperson was asked, do you have a verdict? He stood up with a hand mic in his hand, and he was asked by the courtroom deputy, what say you is your verdict on count 1? And they asked him count 1 through 34, and in a clear and strong voice, not looking toward either of the parties, but only directed toward Judge Merchan, he said guilty to each and every one of the 34 counts. And then what usually happened here. The defense was asked if they wanted to take a poll. That means asking each individual juror if they share in the jury's verdict to make sure that it is in fact unanimous. And 1 through 12, each one of them affirmed that that was their verdict. At that point, we were done reading the verdict. I will tell you, you could hear a pin drop in the courtroom. The only noise was all the clackety clacks of 100+ reporters trying to take down what was happening around them. When we realized that the first count was guilty, I could hear people on both sides of me sort of like breathe in and gasp at the same time. People really did not appreciate that we were going to see 34 counts, particularly since there were moments where, in looking at these jurors, they were skeptical of certain witnesses. They didn't have the kinds of faces that indicated they were necessarily pro-prosecution. They really played it straight. And they were careful. They asked a number of questions during their deliberations, including asking for readbacks of certain jury instructions and 4 different areas of testimony. And so to see a unanimous verdict on all 34 counts, shocking to those in the courtroom, most of all, Donald Trump, who walked out with his jaw set and determined but grim, almost as if he knew this day was going to come and yet was still unprepared for the gravity of having been the first former or current U.S. president convicted of any crime, let alone 34 of them.
But Lisa, did he appear resigned to this, just convicted across all counts, or did he go on truly thinking that he was going to beat some or all of these charges? Just by body language, I'm wondering.
By body language, he seemed in very good spirits when he was summoned at 4:15. He and Todd Blanche, his lead lawyer, sitting shoulder to shoulder, conferring, whispering to each other as if they were sharing some extended private inside joke. They were as jovial as two people facing jury deliberations could be, and yet that all dissipated when they found out that they had a verdict. When they learned that they had a verdict, they didn't scoot away from each other necessarily, but you could feel even their bodies moving toward each other. President Trump staring dead ahead, Todd Blanche looking ahead too, and the conviviality of the earlier moment, Tom, was gone in that.
Let's go to my colleague, Rahima Ellis, who is outside the courthouse as well. And Rahima, what are you seeing from folks there? I understand not a lot of pro-Trump demonstrators, but also we know that the president did also have a few comments, right?
We do know that the president has some comments, Tom. We're going to widen out a little bit, Kevin, my cameraman, and look at this area. Earlier in the day, Tom, this was crowded with pro-Trump supporters, I should say. But that's not the case now. What we see here, we're going to pan over a little bit. Police officers have come out in large number. They've been out here in large numbers anyway. but we're almost seeing as many police officers as we are seeing spectators. At this moment, there are more people who are in favor of the verdict that came down this afternoon. One person said to me, "I'm glad it's finally over." Another person said it's the right verdict. Meanwhile, a Trump supporter said to me he was stunned, shocked, and surprised, and he will still vote for Trump, no matter what this verdict that came down today. But there was a hush, I have to tell you, when the word came down that the jurors had reached a verdict and it would be read in about 30 minutes. All of the shouting of pro-Trump that had been going on, a quiet fell over this park just across the street from the courthouse as people waited with anticipation of what that verdict was be. And then when they heard one count after another, all the way to 34, that it was guilty, it got even quieter than before. And those who were Trump supporters quietly made their way out after they made a ruckus. And then you saw more of Trump supporters. And I have to tell you, Tom, what we also saw was people who came here just to get a look to see what it was like, what it would feel like to be here. There's a little bit of a carnival atmosphere as well. One man came here a little while ago wearing an orange jumpsuit and a Trump mask on and with his thumb raised. Another person is saying Trump should go to jail. We know there's probably not going to be any jail time for the former president. But the point I'm trying to make to you, if we can pan over here a little bit, again, I want you to see the number of police officers who were here in the crowd. Many, many officers out here, Tom, and not nearly as many protesters for whom they would be protecting this area against. It is quiet here. There is a shock here. People are trying to absorb and to take in what's happened.
Sounds like on both sides. On both sides of the political
spectrum,
spectrum, there's shock, right, Rahima?
Wanted this verdict, others who were dreading this verdict, and all of them, I think, who were stunned by this verdict.
Yep. My apologies. Didn't mean to walk on you. Thank you. Let's talk to Yasmin very quickly. I understand that we're hearing from Michael Cohen, the former president's fixer, former lawyer. What is he saying?
Yeah, Michael Cohen actually sent out a tweet, Tom. Let me read it for you because I actually posted it as well on my Twitter. I'm sending out a statement saying, "Today is an important day for accountability and the rule of law. While it has been a difficult journey for me and my family, the truth always matters. I want to thank my attorneys, Danya Perry and Joshua Kolb, for their invaluable guidance and support throughout this time." Also, by the way, Michael Cohen, I believe, is appearing on MSNBC at 8 p.m. This evening. I think it's kind of important to put this all in perspective, Tom, as we think about this. And I think shock is really a good word to be used both by Rahima and by Lisa here, who, by the way, is standing on a box. She's not taller than me in real life. Just to let everybody know out there that's watching. But when you think about when you think about Michael Cohen's testimony and how he was kind of seen as the star witness here, right? He bookended this trial with David Pecker at the very beginning. And there were only 4 questions asked by this jury who deliberated for, I believe it was 9.5 hours or so. And those questions pertained both to Michael Cohen's testimony and to David Pecker's testimony. And it seemed as if it came down to their credibility, really, with their own testimony. And it's interesting and important to think about that as we think about this in the grand scheme of things. And really the last year and a half that Donald Trump has experienced, right? Not only has he been found guilty on 34 counts in the courtroom behind me, he owes over $500 million between E. Jean Carroll and the Trump civil fraud trial as well. So really an uphill battle for the presumptive Republican nominee for president as we make our way to November, Tom.
Ladies, thank you. Great analysis. And we're also, by the way, waiting for the Manhattan DA. We expect now at 6:45 Eastern Time. We'll bring you that live. Let's bring in our team of lawyers here to break this all down. Former Trump lawyer Michael Vanderveen is here. NBC News legal analyst Kristen Gibbons-Fedden is here. Georgetown law professor Michelle Goodwin and former Maryland DA attorney Debbie Hines is here. Michael, you know the president personally, and I'm just curious. What was the conversation in the SUV today with his lawyers going back to Trump Tower? Understanding that he's defiant, understanding he said that he's going to appeal, Is it in their interest to also drag out the appeals process? What are they talking about?
Well, first they're talking about the jury and the way they felt that the jury was unfair. They were talking about the evidence that they came in and didn't think should have come in. They were talking about Michael Cohen and what a rat he is. They were probably talking about the appeals, but probably more importantly, they were talking about the political future, how this impacts from now until November and how they're going to handle it and what they think will come as a result of that.
Their public face on that is that he's a political a victim here, but those are the public comments. Privately, do they think, oh boy, maybe this isn't so good for us?
No, I can't disclose any attorney-client privilege, but, the gentleman believes he's invincible. He thinks that he's going to be able to overcome any obstacle that there is, and that's his mindset. His mindset is, I'm going to win. That I'm sure that mindset is in any way jogged by this verdict. Lady Justice, she's blind, whether it's a president of the United States or whether it's an electrician, down the road.
Kristen, take us through now what happens next, because the sentencing is set for July 11th. That's only 4 days before the GOP convention. So that would feed into the narrative that the Trump team has that this is a political motivated hit job.
It'll absolutely fit into the narrative. But keep in mind, this is the date that actually both the prosecutor and the defense attorneys asked for. The defense attorneys asked for mid-June. And so this
it could
was
work to
date.
the Trump team's advantage as well to portray him as a victim.
It absolutely could, particularly if he gets jail time, right? Which I don't think is a likely scenario. Look, he's been convicted of 34 counts. Each carries up to 4 years in jail. But let's really take it down. He's a first-time offender. This is a Class E felony, and though it's a felony, Tom, it is very low level. It is not seen as serious, right?
Let's underscore, these are state charges, not federal.
And that's right.
He remains on bond, and therefore he can go back to Florida if he wants to, right?
He absolutely could, unless there's some type of amendment in his bail conditions, which it doesn't look like there will be. So he absolutely could go back to Florida. He can go anywhere, and he can still campaign. But I think, bottom line is it's absolutely going to fit into any narrative that he has. Right?
I'm told that we right now have just received the signed verdict sheets that are into us here at NBC News, and there they are. Those are the official signed verdict sheets. And talk us through the process here. Obviously, the judge has to sign those sheets, right?
Yes. The judge actually already polled the jury, making sure that every juror came up with this verdict unanimously. And then the judge signs it, and that makes it official. That makes it very clear that this conviction was based on the jury trial proceedings where Trump was the defendant. And it was the actual jurors who came up to that verdict.
Right. Can we quickly go to Debbie? And Debbie here, let's talk through this guilty verdict here. How is this going to play out with the former president to appeal? He hasn't announced formally, but we do know that this is the plan.
Exactly. And he has the right, like any defendant in America, has the right to appeal. But you just don't appeal saying, I don't like this verdict. You have to have a legal basis in order to be successful. You have to have a legal basis on which to appeal. There may be some issues that can be appealed on, but you just don't come up and say, I'm unhappy with this appeal. Yeah. This is a bogus process, because it was not. It was justice that was done in this case. So whatever the time period after he is actually sentenced on July 11th, he'll have whatever period of time in New York that he can actually file, he and his attorneys can file for an appeal in the state of New York.
Debbie and Michelle, real quickly, we want to hear what the president said, former president said, as he left court.
The real verdict is going to be November 5th by the people.
Okay, essentially saying that the real verdict comes on Election Day, something that former President Biden's team has said as well as today. And to be clear, Donald Trump can still run for president, right, Debbie? This doesn't change any of that.
No, he can still run. Yes, he can still run for president. He's over the age of 35. He's a U.S. citizen, and those are the only requirements that I know of under the Constitution. So, yes, he can still run for president. But there is a political process and there is a judicial process. And today we saw that the criminal justice process works in America against the former president of the United States, just like it works in America each and every day against black and brown people that are charged.
Right. Again, we're still waiting here on Alvin Bragg just momentarily. Can I just ask Michael, what would your advice be to the former president about don't make the situation worse? Hold on a second. We do have the DA Bragg who's about to speak. Let's listen in.
Good evening. First and foremost, I want to thank the jury for its service. Jurors perform a fundamental civic duty. Their service is literally the cornerstone of our judicial system. We should all be thankful for the careful attention that this jury paid to the evidence and the law and their time and commitment over these past several weeks. 12 everyday New Yorkers, and of course, our alternates, heard testimony from 22 witnesses, including former and current employees of the defendant, media executives, book publishers, custodians of records, and others. They reviewed call logs, text messages, and emails. They heard recordings. They saw checks and invoices, bank statements, and calendar appointments. This type of white-collar prosecution is core to what we do at the Manhattan District Attorney's Office. In the 1930s, District Attorney Thomas Dewey ushered in the era of the modern, independent professional prosecutor. For now nearly 90 years, dedicated professionals in this office have built upon that fine tradition. A major part of our practice during that nearly 90 years has been public integrity work, including cases involving jurists, local and state electeds, public servants, and others. I want to thank this phenomenal prosecution team, embodying the finest traditions of this office: professionalism, integrity, dedication, and service. They are model public servants, and I am proud and humbled to serve side by side with them. The 12 everyday jurors vowed to make a decision based on the evidence and the law, and the evidence and the law alone. Their deliberations led them to a unanimous conclusion, beyond a reasonable doubt, that the defendant, Donald J. Trump, is guilty of 34 counts of falsifying business records in the first degree to conceal a scheme to corrupt the 2016 election. And while this defendant may be unlike any other in American history, we arrived at this trial and ultimately today at this verdict in the same manner as every other case that comes through the courtroom doors, by following the facts and the law and doing so without fear or favor. I want to conclude by expressing deep gratitude to the NYPD and the officers of the Office of Court Administration for securing the courthouse, all of our safety, making sure the courthouse and all of the other matters that are important in their own right continued seamlessly. They will continue to be and have always been incredible partners. Thank you.
And do you plan to request a prison sentence for this conviction? And do you think that Donald Trump's multiple violations of the gag order that was in place should factor into that request at all?
The judge scheduled a sentencing for July 11th. We will speak in court in that time. He also set a motion schedule. We will speak in our court filings as we've done throughout this proceeding.
Donald Trump has repeatedly targeted you personally and members of your prosecution team. Do you have a response to the former president after this trial is concluded?
I do not.
Out in February, you decided not to bring a case against Donald Trump. You criticized them. You criticized when you vetted him in March 2023. You criticized when people really started to understand that case. How do you think of all that now, seeing the results of that? Can you kind of put that in context with your personal history?
I did my job. Our job is to follow the facts and the law without fear or favor. And that's exactly what we did here. And what I feel is just gratitude to work alongside phenomenal public servants who do that each and every day in matters that you all write about and make the press, and in lots of matters that you don't. I did my job. We did our job. Many voices out there. The only voice that matters is the voice of the jury, and the jury has spoken.
Could I ask Mr. Steinglass, many people said the prosecution was masterful and flawless. Just want to know how you feel at this moment. Sorry.
I'll let you go ahead.
How do you feel?
Mr. Steinglass, I think some of you probably saw him speak for a little bit the other day. So he's done his job, as has this team. And he just told me, tell him how I feel. I think you said that. I will just say just enormous gratitude. You know, our system, I talked about the jurors at the beginning of my remarks. We have a phenomenal system. 12 everyday New Yorkers. They listen to the judge's directions. They follow the evidence. You saw them in court every day. They were careful and attentive. And so I feel deep gratitude to work alongside them, to be a part of this system. And I just want to echo that this is what we're doing every single day. I mean, during this trial, just this week, right, a ghost gun indictment, Grimaldi's wage theft plea resolution, sex crimes, convictions, all sorts of work that's being done by phenomenal public servants. So we're before you today on this obviously consequential matter, but this is what we do every day. We follow the facts and the law without fear or favor.
If a jail sentence is in the cards, it is likely that Trump and his attorneys would seek a stay on enforcement of that sentence pending appeal. If that were the scenario, would your office object to staying the sentence?
I'm going to let our words in court speak for themselves when we get to the sentencing matter. I'm not going to address hypotheticals. They raise arguments, we'll respond. And I think your question really underscores an important point. This is an active, ongoing matter, right? We have other phases of this going ahead. We will continue to do our speaking about this matter, about issues like that in court.
All right, last one.
From day one, kind of the viability of this case has been questioned in all sorts of media outlets, all over the place, including from the defendant himself. Can you respond to any of that, how you feel now that you've gotten the conviction?
So my response, again, is I did my job. And I think particularly I talked about the history of the office. My personal history, I started as a prosecutor in 2003 in the Public Integrity Unit in the New York State Attorney General's office. I served also in the Public Integrity Unit in the Southern District of New York. These are kind of cases I've done personally, and it's a hallmark of the tradition of this office that I'm proud to lead. And I don't want to go into the whole body of litigation, but we now have a federal court decision ruling on the legal theories. We had a state court decision on the omnibus motions. But most importantly, today we have the most important voice of all, and that's the voice of the jurors. They have spoken. Donald J. Trump has been convicted of 34 counts of falsifying business records. Thank you.
District Attorney, your office has been investigating this case since
Are you concerned about retribution if Trump is elected president?
You went to the
So that is the Manhattan DA, Alvin Bragg, wrapping up his press conference after a very successful, of course, trial in which Mr. Trump was found guilty on all counts. Hallie Jackson, not only the anchor of the show, but the chief Washington correspondent for NBC. And I'll give you a lot of titles.
Thanks for sitting. Tom, we're glad to have you here. Thank you so much while I was racing back across the
Absolutely. Suzanne Craig is here also from the New York Times. And Suzanne, you've spent an awful lot of time in the courtroom. And I'm just wondering, walking out, being somebody who has watched this day in and day out, are you surprised? 34 counts, conviction all the way across?
My only surprise is I was in a betting pool and I thought that the verdict would come in tomorrow, but I thought it was, there was a lot of complicated pieces to the case and just pieces really. But when it came down to it, the common sense didn't lead you to any other conclusion. And that was sort of my view all along. There was some debate about, there was two or three checks that weren't signed by him, so maybe they'll get not guilty on that. But if all the other ones were signed by him, and they all were for the same amount, it just looked like it would come down that way. But I have to say, there was a lot of mundane going through that case and covering it every day.
That the jurors had to sit through.
Right, but you were always aware of the moment and how monumentous it was. And today I really think now I'm just sitting really in that. It is just incredible that a former president has been found guilty on 34 counts of
political
felony.
implication here.
Well, but it's not just a former president, it's the current presumptive Republican nominee, and his sentencing, I'm sure you've talked about it, is just 4 days before the Republican National Convention. I mean, talk about that collision course between the political and the legal here. And by the way, he may be announcing his vice presidential pick, his running mate, in that same week.
Well,
I mean, it's...
And I just want to say one thing, because we saw Donald Trump come out of the court, as he has done many times, and he gave his victim speech, and he pulled a lot of stuff that we heard in 2016 about blaming him, everything that he did.
In this moment, of course, outside Trump Tower.
Right. And the one thing that we didn't hear, it was a question that came after him, and he walked away and didn't answer it. And it was, why should Americans vote for a convicted felon? And that question will be following him around every day on the campaign trail going forward. And that is what separates this from all the other litigation that we have seen in the last 2 years. Yeah. This is a criminal felony, and it's him. It's not his companies. It is him.
But to Hallie now, okay, so we know that he gets a bump with the Republicans.
Exactly,
what happens to the
Tom.
independents?
But here's the thing. I got to be honest, and we love real talk here on the show. We don't know. And I think there needs to be some humility here from everybody, right? Political analysts, the pundits, the talking heads.
Polling does not have a good reputation.
They asked if he were to be, hypothetically, if he were to be convicted, what would you do? About 2/3 of people, you're seeing some of the numbers here, suggested 3/4, depending on the poll. It really doesn't make a difference. They would keep their vote the same. But anywhere from 11 to 23% of independents have suggested they would be less likely to vote for the former president if he were to be convicted. That's not a big number, but this election is not about big numbers. This election is about the margins. It is extraordinarily
close. Do those votes go to Kennedy? Do they go to Biden? We don't know.
We don't know. And the other piece of this, it's different. Think about your own life. If you're asked about a hypothetical versus if you're asked about something that has actually happened. So I think we need a better sense of how the American public feels about this. Here's what we do know. A couple things. Number one, that the economy and immigration remain the biggest voting issues for Americans right now. Not legal issues, not anything else. It's those two things that consistently rate at the top of the polls for what people care about. Number two, we know that the Republicans are rallying around former President Trump. The Speaker of the House almost instantly was out with a statement calling this a shameful day in American history. And we have seen a list as long as my arm, an avalanche of responses from Republican lawmakers who are backing up the former president in this. So those are things we know for sure. We know that the Biden campaign is going to make this, as the senior campaign official told me before the verdict there on the Biden side, they want to remind people after what they described as natural amnesia over 4 years,
commercials?
the drama.
Well, I was just thinking that earlier. I mean, how do you think the Biden campaign will weaponize
I think we've
this?
got a bit of a. I don't know that they necessarily will, only but to a huge degree. We're already seeing Democrats fundraising off of this. The Democratic campaign arm fundraising off of the verdict tonight. We got a taste of it with Robert De Niro and his appearance outside court earlier in the week, Tom.
Yeah, but it's a double-edged sword, isn't it? We're going to wrap up. This is your show. Say goodbye.
Oh, Tom Costello, thank you so much for being here for us. Suzanne Craig, thank you to all of us here at NBC News Now. More coverage picks up right now.
And welcome to a special edition of Top Story. I'm Tom Yamas. A monumental day in U.S. history. For the first time, a former president of the United States convicted on felony crimes. Donald Trump found guilty on all counts of falsifying business records. In his hush money trial, one by one, the guilty verdicts came in. A Manhattan jury convicting him on 34 counts of business document fraud in connection with that payment to adult film star Stormy Daniels at the end of his first campaign. The motive? The jury siding with prosecutors to corrupt the 2016 presidential election. A mix of cheers and boos erupting outside the courthouse as his fate was handed down by a 12-person jury made up of 7 men and 5 women, all of whom lived in Manhattan. The jury deliberating for 2 days and a total of 9.5 hours. That's all it took for them to come to this decision. Just moments ago, here he is, Trump, with his fist held high, arriving at Trump Tower and met with a cheering crowd of supporters. But right after the verdict was read, Trump addressed reporters outside the courtroom.
This was a rigged, disgraceful trial, but the real verdict is going to be November 5th by the people.
And moments ago, New York City's top prosecutor, top district attorney, Alvin Bragg, who brought this case against him, speaking out.
Their deliberations led them to a unanimous conclusion, beyond a reasonable doubt, that the defendant, Donald J. Trump, is guilty of 34 counts of falsifying business records in the first degree to conceal a scheme to corrupt the 2016 election.
And this is still far from over. The judge announcing a July 11th sentencing date. That's just 4 days before the Republican National Convention, where the GOP is set to select him as their nominee for president, and former President Trump is going to announce his running mate. His opponent in the November election, the Biden campaign, releasing this statement shortly after the verdict. Here it is. In New York today, we saw that no one is above the law. Today's verdict does not change the fact that the American people face a simple reality. There is still only one way to keep Donald Trump out of the Oval Office, at the ballot box. Convicted felon or not, Trump will be the Republican nominee for president. The jury making their decision, listening to 80 hours worth of testimony from 22 witnesses. Most notably from Trump's former fixer, Michael Cohen, and adult film star Stormy Daniels. Daniels spending hours on that stand detailing her sexual encounter with Trump and when she received hush money payments. And Cohen, the prosecution's key witness, the man at the center of the payback scheme, the defense working tirelessly to convince the jury he was not a credible witness. And after his former boss was found guilty, Cohen just releasing this statement. Today's an important day for accountability and the rule of law. While it has been a difficult journey for me and my family, the truth always matters. The big question tonight, how will this verdict play out with voters? A Marist poll taken before the decision showing 15% of independent voters said a conviction would actually make them more likely to vote for Trump. Why is that? We're going to try to figure out that tonight. We've just learned that Trump will have a press conference tomorrow. We have a packed show tonight, but we start with NBC senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett, who has been covering it all.
Tonight, former President Donald Trump found guilty, convicted by a Manhattan jury of all charges. Now the first American president ever convicted of a crime. Jurors finding Mr. Trump guilty on all 34 counts of falsifying his business records to cover up a conspiracy to influence the 2016 election by hiding how he reimbursed his former fixer for paying off a porn star before the election. The Manhattan jury of 7 men and 5 women included 2 lawyers, 2 in finance, and the foreman in sales, and reached their decision after 2 days of deliberations, after hearing from more than 20 witnesses over 6 weeks. The prosecution's case largely came down to whether jurors would believe the word of Michael Cohen, Mr. Trump's former attorney and self-described fixer. Cohen was the only witness who directly tied Mr. Trump to the alleged crime of falsifying business records. He testified Mr. Trump directed him to pay off Stormy Daniels so she couldn't derail his campaign. She'd alleged a sexual encounter years before, but Mr. Trump vehemently denied it. Prosecutors argued at trial the former president was desperate to keep her silent, panicked after the release of the Access Hollywood tape, and then covered it all up, approving a scheme to disguise the $130,000 payoff with a phony paper trail through invoices, vouchers, and checks.
Cohen's credibility in this case was key. The defense team branding the now disbarred lawyer who'd been convicted of lying under oath as the MVP of liars with an axe to grind against Mr. Trump, while prosecutors argued Mr. Trump chose Mr. Cohen for the same qualities that his attorneys now urge you to reject his testimony. Mr. Trump, who did not testify, reacting to the verdict tonight, attacking the case as politically motivated by a Democratic DA in deep blue Manhattan.
It's a rigged trial, a disgrace. They wouldn't give us a venue change. We were at 5% or 6% in this district, in this area. This was a rigged, disgraceful trial. The real verdict is going to be November 5th by the people.
Outside of court, boos and cheers.
All right, Laura Jarrett joins us now live. Laura, first, terrific reporting all day and all throughout this trial. I'm going to hit you with a lot of questions, and I know this is still very fresh, so you may not have the answers to all of them. First up, what is the next step, right? We know sentencing is in July. Can that date slip?
Donald Trump over Joe Biden, but this is a moment.
Okay, so Tom, now this case, now that we have the verdict, this is going to proceed to sentencing. And it's not going to move necessarily as fast as people might expect, but it is going to move faster than I expected. We are going to see sentencing in this case on July 11th at the same courthouse in front of the same judge. Before that happens, both sides are going to be able to make presentations about what they think is an appropriate sentence. In this case, given the charges, the falsification of business records that are felonies, low-level felonies, the probation is one possibility, all the way up to 4 years max in prison. That's the range. And within that range, the judge has a lot of discretion, Tom. This is an individual, a defendant, who's now been convicted that doesn't have any criminal history. And what I mean by that is that he hasn't been convicted before. Set aside the fact that he's facing multiple other indictments for a minute, but he hasn't been convicted before. And so the judge can do anywhere in between probation and 4 years, Tom. And there have been a lot of questions I know today about whether he's going to be put in handcuffs, whether he's going to go to Rikers, whether he's going to have to be in jail while he tries to appeal. All of that are excellent questions. None of this has happened before. All of this is unprecedented. We are talking about somebody who has not only had Secret Service protection now, but also the presumptive GOP nominee. By the time we get to July, we're going to be just days away from the RNC. So I think we all have to sort of take a beat and recognize that the normal process that would play out for every other criminal defendant, it has a reality of the backdrop of the political here. But for right now, sentencing, we know, going to happen on July 11th, Tom.
So you open the door to my next question, which is July 11th. It's days before the RNC. Can the Trump team appeal that sentencing date? Can they push it down the road, or is that set in stone?
They can try, and we heard Todd Blanche, the lead defense attorney for the former president, today in court talking about the dates in relation to his other criminal cases. Remember, he faces a federal case in Washington. That one's still in flux. He faces one in Georgia. That one's still in flux. And he faces one in Florida. That one indefinitely on hold, Tom. And so the judge, I don't know whether he's going to sort of work around their schedule in the way that Blanche might want him to. But for right now, I think we should proceed under the assumption that this is going to be sentenced on July 11th, regardless of the political consequences and the reality of it being so close to when he is going to be officially nominated as the nominee for the party.
And Laura, this is so important. You know, we've covered here on Top Story so many crimes that happen in New York City, in Manhattan, violent crimes. We covered the undocumented migrants that attacked a police officer and were released. So people at home may be a little confused. Could the former president really be sentenced to prison? I know you sort of set the parameters there, but is that possibly likely?
I just think we have to recognize that we're in uncharted waters. And I don't mean that as a dodge, Tom. I genuinely mean that we haven't seen this before. And I don't know whether the judge is going to want to put him behind bars, given the security risk, as you just laid out, given the fact that he is currently running for office and likely to be the party's nominee. All of those factors, I think, are the reality of the circumstances that we're facing right now. I think it would be obviously a stunning moment moment to have that happen, but I also don't want to suggest that it's completely off the table, because for all we know, this judge may think that that is the most fair thing to do. Time and again, we heard Juan Merchan say in court, for the purposes of this trial, you are just like any other defendant. And yet we also heard from Juan Merchan, I don't want to have to put you behind bars. Many times when he could have, when he violated the gag order again and again and again, 10 times, anyone else would have been in jail for that. But we heard the judge say, please don't make me do this. I recognize the unusual circumstances we find himself in. And so I bring that up just to say the judge clearly has the reality of what we're facing on his mind as well, as much as he wants to treat him like everybody else.
July 11th is going to be another monumental, historic day for this country. Laura Jarrett leading our team there down at the courthouse. Now, if you've been following this trial at all, you've realized that cameras have not been allowed in court. This historic verdict happened, and it happened outside the view of our cameras. But inside that courtroom and in nearby overflow rooms, members of the media were there to witness and document the proceedings. Some of our guests were inside the courtroom, among them NBC's own Tom Winter, who joins us now live from outside that courthouse in Lower Manhattan. Tom, first, just take us inside the courtroom for that moment. What will always stick with you as you remember this day?
Well, a pretty incredible moment, because we were all fairly relaxed as reporters, because at 4:15, all of a sudden the prosecution shows up. Then all of a sudden Trump and his attorneys come into the courtroom, flanked by his son, Eric Trump. And the judge came up to the bench and just said, hey, I called you in to let you know I'm going to let the jury go at 4:30. They'll continue their deliberations, in essence, is what he was trying to tell us. And I talked to members of law enforcement who did not believe that there was anything afoot. The judge stepped away. He said he was going to be back around 4:30. A couple minutes went by, a couple minutes more went by, and he came back in and he said, in a very stern tone, he said, we received another note from the jury at 4:20, and they say they have a verdict. From there, the jury wanted an additional 30 minutes, Tom, to basically go through the verdict form to make sure that they were checking off and doing all the necessary paperwork that they need to do as a jury. The entire tenor of the courtroom changed. From the moment the judge said that, there was really a stiffening up, obviously an increase in security. The security incredibly tight for this trial, as you can only imagine. And then from there, the entire kind of emotion and complexion of Trump and his team changed. They had been joking around, his attorney Todd Blanche and him, covering their mouths so they wouldn't be seen on the overflow cameras to the other courtrooms, appearing to joke back and forth the entire time. But once they heard that, the real tenor of the entire defense table changed. They knew that the verdict was coming, whatever it might be. The prosecution also very quiet and sullen. It's a big moment in the courtroom, the jury filing in. I did not see any of the jurors, not saying it never happened, but I did not see any of the jurors make any eye contact with Trump coming in or leaving the courtroom, nor with the prosecution, by the way. At that point, the foreperson, who's the first juror picked, he picks up a microphone, and he's asked by the judge if they in fact have the verdict, and then they went count by count. It all goes very quickly, and it ends up with that straight guilty verdict, as you know.
Tom, with that incredibly tense moment there in the courtroom. Tom Winter for us tonight. Tom, we appreciate that. For more on this verdict, I want to bring in our expert legal team tonight, and we have an all-star cast. First up, Bernarda Villalona, criminal defense attorney and former prosecutor who was inside that courtroom today. Adam Kaufman, a former assistant district attorney with the Manhattan District Attorney's Office, and Misty Maris, a New York trial attorney. Guys, thank you so much for being here. Adam, I'm going to start with you. We had spoken earlier last week, and you weren't too sure about the prosecution's case, right? You felt that they hadn't made their case just yet. What turned?
I think, clearly the jury was not so troubled by Cohen, and they felt that there was enough corroboration to go with what he was saying, to believe in him. I think that was crucial. I think the prosecution, in summation, did a fantastic job. Josh Steinglass did a great job of pointing out the many ways that Cohen was corroborated. And you saw him during the summation saying things like, you don't even have to look to Cohen for this. This has nothing to do with him. And I think that pointing out those corroborating elements of the prosecution's case was crucial to securing the verdict.
Bernarda, explain something to me and to our viewers here, right? The FEC looked at this back in 2016. They didn't want to touch this. The former Manhattan DA looked at this. He didn't want to touch this. The Department of Justice looked at this case. They didn't want to touch this. And then here comes Alvin Bragg years later. Mm-hmm. He puts together this legal theory, and it works. What happened? What did they do right? What did he see?
He had the courage. He had the courage. You have to think, as prosecutors, you need to have the courage to be able to do the right thing. If you see that a crime has been committed and you believe that you can prove that beyond a reasonable doubt, then you do have a duty to bring forth a case. And Alvin Bragg was not scared. He was not scared. He wasn't scared by the tactics of Donald Trump, of his people, or being brought down by Donald Trump or his people. And he had the courage to move forward on this case.
But this was untested legal theory. And he was almost going out of bounds into federal election law. And yet he still, look, he won. I'm not taking anything away from him. I'm just trying to understand what you think he saw and what he did right.
But not really. So in the sense of, I wasn't in the courtroom today. I was outside the courtroom today, but I was there during the entire testimony of Michael Cohen. I was there for jury deliberations yesterday, as well as when they were instructed by the judge, as well as the jury notes and all of closing arguments. And I saw what Alvin Bragg saw, and that's in the terms of Michael Cohen. So Michael Cohen was credible. He was believable. Is he a person that is troubled? Absolutely. But what I say from day one, and after having watched Michael Cohen, if you had a prosecutor that listened to you and got the corroborating evidence and didn't vouch for you, but instead accepted you for who you are, you can be able to sell this case to a jury, because in the end, it's not just falsifying business records. We know that this crime, which would be the aggravating factor, it affected the campaign, and it showed that no one is above the law. And today, a jury of 12, a jury of his peers, called Donald Trump what he is, and that is guilty of 34 counts of falsifying business records for his actions of trying to interfere with the 2016 campaign. So thank Alvin Bragg for having the balls to be able to move forward with this case.
And I'm glad we're on streaming. Misty, so listen, as a journalist, right, the storyteller in me loves that argument. He had the courage. Alvin Bragg had the courage. But the skeptical cynic in me says he also tried this case in Manhattan. Do you think former President Trump got a fair trial? I mean, he had 12 people that were from Manhattan. We know this is a very blue area of the country. Do you think he got a fair trial?
So Trump's team asked for a venue change. Of course, from a defense perspective, you're going to ask for it. But the political persuasion of a certain county is not going to be enough to get a venue change. And I would say that, especially in a high-profile case where you're talking about the President of the United States, it's a challenge in any high-profile case to find a jurisdiction where there isn't some kind of bias, knowledge, information about the case before going into the courtroom. So I think it was fair for the judge to say this case is going to take place in the jurisdiction where the crime was allegedly committed, because the argument that simply because this is a largely Democratic county would not hold water with any other defendant.
Adam, you believe that those jurors hadn't followed the case, they didn't know what this was about, they were completely oblivious as far as when they were selected for the jury? I mean, do you think they went in there with sort of a tabula rasa, clean slate, and it was, okay, let's hear this case and let's figure it out?
I think, look, I think that they went through a pretty thorough voir dire jury selection process. And I think a lot of people were weeded out. I wasn't in the courtroom to see what they had to say, but I do think that the jurors likely came into court without preconceptions. I mean, everyone knew who the primary players were. You know, to be honest, my thought was that there would be someone who would be a pro-Trump sort of holdout.
There was a juror who looks at Truth Social, yeah.
Right. So, you know, to me, that was the biggest risk for the prosecution, for a hung jury. But, you know, jurors come in, and I think by and large, jurors try to do the right thing. They try to follow the law. They try to be honest and forthright. And it's, you know, it's the system we have.
Bernarda, so, you know, usually when juries come back quickly with a verdict, I mean, if you watch the movies and if you read about legal cases, sometimes it's not guilty. And I know when everyone said, there's a verdict, people started chattering around the newsroom, it's got to be not guilty. You know, so everyone had an opinion, right? You were dead set that they were going to find him guilty from the get-go, and I will give that to you because you were dead set on that. When they came back, and I think it's early because the jury instructions were so complicated and there were so many charges. Did you know it was going to be guilty?
Yes. When they said that they had a verdict, and literally I'm in front of the courthouse, and I'm thinking, oh, they're talking about another case. I already reported on that. No, they was like, no, this case that you're in front of the courthouse.
So it did surprise you?
It surprised. What I thought was going to happen is that they will return a verdict tomorrow morning. They'll sleep on it and return a verdict tomorrow morning, being that they just got the read back this morning and they got the jury instructions again, and they hadn't given us a peep of anything the whole afternoon. So I thought they would come back tomorrow. But when they said there was a verdict, I said it has to be guilty because of what I saw saw in the courtroom and doing the trial itself and the actions by prosecutor and defense. And let's be honest, had the defense not called Robert Costello, I am sure that the jury probably would have been out a little longer, because the thing is, Robert Costello was the biggest blunder by the defense. He was a complete disaster on the stand, and it just looked how desperate and manipulating Donald Trump was.
Missy, I do want to ask you about that. Did Donald Trump lose this case for his team? And I asked that because there were times when we were looking at this case and Todd Blanche would go into a tangent with a witness in his closing arguments, trying to relitigate whether something happened between Stormy Daniels and Donald Trump at that golf trip. Did he lose the case because he was not only playing to the jury, but he was playing to Donald Trump, and then the Bob Costello thing, which came out of nowhere, and most people said it wasn't a good idea?
Yeah, Tom, I really, from the beginning, said, why on earth are they coming out the gate from the defense perspective and saying Stormy Daniels is a liar? It does not matter. From a legal perspective, any lawyer would tell you whether or not they had some sort of tryst or affair was not relevant to the case. The only thing the jury needed to know is that she was going to sell a story and that they entered into this agreement and so on and so forth. So you could have left out all that salacious detail, the magazine, like all of the stuff that the judge called maybe a little much. None of that would have ever had a door to come into the courtroom. So yes, that was a huge distraction. I completely agree with you about Costello. I think that the jury is going to look at that and say, this is the guy you put on. You only are putting on two witnesses, one of which is essentially just talking about a records keeper, and the other, this is your witness. I would have stopped when Michael Cohen said the words, I stole $60,000 from the Trump organization. I would have said, okay. I rest, because it's not only central to him being a liar and a cheat and a thief, it's also how much attention is Donald Trump paying to this transaction if he's able to do that right under his nose.
Adam, let me ask you a non-legal question, because you worked in that office too. Is this a good thing for the Manhattan prosecutor's office? And I ask that because so many people are going to look at this and say this was purely political. Does this help New York City in any way? Is this justice? What do you think?
You know, I think that the answer to that question, if you're a Trump supporter, I have a number of friends I was texting with who are solidly of the belief that this was a political prosecution that was brought by a Democratic prosecutor because it was Donald Trump. And if you believe that, then you believe that. No one's going to shake you from that. I try to stay away from the political side and focus on the trial and the technical aspects and the lawyering aspects of it. And agreeing with that point about Costello and whether he should have been called. Is it good for the office? I think that the answer to that question is, for half of the country, it makes the Manhattan DA's office a brave hero, a bastion of justice. And for half of the country, it makes them a pariah that brought a politically motivated prosecution.
Okay, now let me put you on the spot here, Bernarda. If the former president's watching Top Story tonight and he's loving the show and he's loving you and he's like, I want to hire you, put together my appeal, what would you appeal? How would you put together that appeal?
So in terms of that appeal, I think one of the grounds, and probably people are not going to like this, but ineffective assistance of counsel having to deal with Todd Blanche.
You blame the lawyer.
No. Well, you're dealing with an appeal. So we're putting whatever grounds that we think may be able to be heard. So ineffective assistance of counsel, that would be one of the grounds in terms of a few of the blunders having to deal with Stormy Daniels. That even, remember, Judge Merchan doing the testimony of Stormy Daniels was talking about the objections. I was expecting you to object, and you didn't. So not to say that it's a strong ground, but that's one. Second, having to deal with the testimony, of course, of Stormy Daniels. Maybe it was a bit too much, but then again, he opened up the door doing opening statements. If he kept his mouth shut about Stormy Daniels, not saying it just never happened, then it would have changed the complete trajectory of the trial in the sense of how much Stormy Daniels would have been able to testify. But also, Tom, just remember, every time that the defense objected and their objection was overruled, that is one of the grounds that they are going to seek to appeal. Will they be successful? We don't know, but an appeal can't be filed until after he's sentenced.
All right, guys, we thank you so much. I know we're going to talk to some of you later in our special at 9 o'clock. We thank you again, some of the best legal minds we have here on television. President Biden's re-election campaign swiftly responding, as you can imagine, to the guilty verdict today, saying, quote, no one is above the law. For more on Biden's response, I'm joined tonight by Peter Alexander, who's live for us tonight. So, Peter, talk to me about how they're sort of balancing this, right? Because this is a little complicated because the president has made it clear they had nothing to do with this case, but the campaign wants to remind voters this just happened and this was huge.
Yeah, so Tom, let's walk you through this, right? We're not expecting to hear from President Biden about Mr. Trump's conviction tonight. That's what we're being told. He's in Delaware right now with his family. This is the anniversary of his son Beau's death. The campaign, though, did put out that statement. They say the conviction shows no one is above the law. They add that there is still only one way to keep Donald Trump out of the Oval Office. They say at the ballot box. They add convicted felon or not, Trump is going to be the Republican nominee for president. The White House putting out a very short statement. They say we respect the rule of law. The campaign and the White House, they've largely steered clear of commenting on this trial, but amid frustrations about the sort of wall-to-wall coverage making it harder to break through with its message this week, the Biden campaign, deployed Robert De Niro, two of the police officers who were attacked at the Capitol on January 6th, to speak at the courthouse. We saw De Niro trading insults with Trump supporters there. But to your question specifically, late tonight, a Democratic strategist familiar with the campaign's thinking is telling us that in their view, a conviction is better than an acquittal, but they say it is not going to be a central message for the campaign. We should note that the campaign did immediately start fundraising off it. Ultimately, they say that President Biden's going to need to convince Americans that Mr. Trump's chaos and lawlessness, in their words, is not just bad for Mr. Trump, but also bad for Americans' lives. The bottom line, though, Tom, and I think this is really the view privately, is that they acknowledge they don't think that either way this is dramatically going to change this race. They think this isn't resolved until November, in effect.
All right, Peter Alexander. Peter, I have one more question before you go. You know the president so well. You know the former president so well. We have this debate coming up at the end of June or July. I'm losing the calendar now.
Yeah.
But we have this debate coming up. Do you think this becomes a large part of President Biden's strategy? Does he remind voters that we're talking to a convicted felon here? You're gonna elect the convicted felon. Do you think that becomes part of sort of the language we hear in this campaign?
I think the White House campaign officials privately say they don't think it'll be a big part of the campaign. They'll raise money off of it. They'll try to motivate their base off of it, but they recognize this thing's going to be decided at the margins, Tom. And to do that, according to a senior campaign aide that I spoke to just within the last couple of hours, they think this still comes down to the key issues that they have to sort of zero in on with voters, issues that we have discussed, that they have said multiple times before, the topic of democracy, the topic of abortion rights, and really what they view as not just the economy, but in their language, trying to demonstrate to Americans which one of these candidates cares most about the middle class. At the end of the day, that's what's going to motivate voters in their eyes. There could have an impact on the margins. Some independents have said this could sway the way that they vote, but really they need to get Americans to care about what's in it for me, not just how it affects Donald Trump.
Peter Alexander with new reporting tonight for us. Peter, we always appreciate that. For more on the political fallout from this historic verdict, let's get to our political pros tonight. First, my colleague and friend, NBC News senior Washington correspondent, Hallie Jackson, Hogan Gidley, former White House principal deputy press secretary during the Trump administration, and Maria Teresa Kumar, president and CEO of Voto Latino. We thank you all for being here. Hogan, I'm going to start with you. We know the president now is going to have a news conference tomorrow. I think it's going to be at 11 a.m. Eastern. You told me last night on this broadcast that the best case scenario would be acquittal. Guilty on all counts. How do you bounce back from this?
Oh, I don't think it matters all that much, to be quite honest. I think this is not a surprise for the Trump campaign. I think it's not a surprise for most Americans. We talked about also last night, a majority of whom believe these attacks are politically motivated. 59% believe Biden is part of the attack. So I think as we take a look at this right now, people are taken aback by it. Now the left is going to get exactly what they want out of this, which is to bleed him dry financially, to keep him off the campaign trail. And the conviction was just a cherry on top. We all know it's going to be overturned. Not a big deal. The fact is, as Peter Alexander was just reporting, this will come down to the issues that affect the American people. There's a reason Joe Biden doesn't want to talk about inflation or crime or wars breaking out all over the world or the southern border, because he's failed on all of those things, and the American people trust Donald Trump to fix those, not Joe Biden.
Hallie, when we covered the 2016 campaign together, there were flashpoints. There were these moments where you would say, there's no way, all reporters would say, there's no way the campaign can bounce back from this. And he bounced back.
Starting with his attacks on John McCain, ending with the Access Hollywood.
Starting with his opening statement when he announced and he attacked Mexican Americans. So he's always been able to bounce back. And then there was this mentality that started, this phrase I would hear from political strategists and from reporters, nothing matters, right? Nothing matters anymore.
Teflon Don.
Nobody cares. You got to think at some point things start to matter. Does this shake up the race at all?
I don't know, right? And nobody knows. knows. And anybody that tells you that they know is wrong. And I believe that because I think this is, as we've been talking about, a moment for some humility here on the part of respectfully pundits and reporters and everybody. Because here's what we do know, right? There have been signals in the hypothetical instance, if Donald Trump were to be convicted, that at least some independents, anywhere from 10 to 20%, would be less likely to vote for him. That matters. That's not a big number, Tom. You know that. But in this race where the margins are so close, that could make a difference. But here's the thing. The hypothetical is not the reality. Now that Donald Trump has, in fact, been convicted on all counts, will more people say, now that they've seen this verdict come in from a jury of 12 of their peers, 12 everyday New Yorkers, will more people say that they don't want to vote for somebody who has been convicted of felonies? Will fewer people say that? 67%, about 2/3 to 3/4, depending on the polling, say that they don't really care either way, that it's not going to change their vote no matter what had happened today, as we've seen the results now. There's a couple of factors here at play, though. Number one, the Republican Party has rallied around Donald Trump big time. I mean, you've seen it from Speaker Johnson to these Veep stakes potentials, possible running mates, almost
everyone's out there aggressive.
Like right away. I mean, right away you saw some of these statements from a lot of these folks. The second thing, Donald Trump will fundraise off of this. The third thing, it helped him in the primary. It is still an X factor if it is going to help him in a general election, because to get back to what Hogan's talking about, what I imagine Maria might want to weigh on here, Maria Teresa Kumar, the economy and immigration, again and again, huge issues for voters.
So, Maria Teresa, I'm going to go over to you now because I think there could possibly be a political trap for the Biden campaign, right? From the get-go, the president, the campaign says, we had nothing to do with this case. Obviously, Republicans see it differently. They said this was a complete political trial. But the Biden team has said, we had nothing to do with this. The DA in Manhattan went out on this on his own. But at the same time, they can't not talk about this. They can't skip over this moment because there could be some momentum here. How do they balance that, and how do they use this to their advantage, do you think?
So, Tom, first of all, I think we have to remember that this is first a grand jury found that he was guilty, and that's why it went to a jury of his peers. So it wasn't once, but twice a double whammy. I think that's very important. Second of all, it demonstrated to the American people that democracy does work, because we also know that the kind of vision that Trump has for America is more akin to a Putin kind of Russia, a Chinese kind of China, a Xi kind of China. And so it does allow for the American people to say, look, the system is working. In a time when people are afraid and concerned that their institutions don't work, a jury of their peers said that even a president that was twice impeached can actually be prosecuted on felony charges. And I think that right now the GOP has a real struggle, because now they have someone that has 34 felony counts, who cannot carry a gun and who can technically not vote either in this coming election. And so I think the American people are going to be watching very closely of what happens on July 11th, when we're going to get a better idea of what the actual verdict is going to be on what kind of sentences he may have. And that's important because it's right before the RNC convention, where they have to finally nominate him. And let's not forget, it was the summer of the January 6th committee hearings where all Americans were tuning in that really influenced independent voters, moderate voters, going into the midterm elections. That is when folks were tuning in. So I would actually say that this is an opportunity for the American folks to hear specifically what he was convicted for, what he's going to get, what kind of sentence he's going to receive, right before the Republicans decide whether or not they keep him or ditch him.
Hogan, you're the Trump whisperer here. I'm going to ask our fine director, Brett Holey, to fire up the president, the former president, right after the verdict was read in court. I do want to ask you something. I've seen the former president very angry, and I didn't see him at sort of a level 10 like you've seen the former president at times. Here's what he said. Here's what he looked like after the verdict was read.
This was a rigged, disgraceful trial. The real verdict is going to be November 5th by the people. And they know what happened here, and everybody knows what happened here.
Todd Blanche has kept that stare for weeks. I don't know what his motivation. He has kept that stare. What do you think about the president's headspace right now?
Listen, I think what we saw there is exactly what he is thinking. It is rare, if ever, that what Donald Trump says publicly is not what he'll tell you privately. He also said this is far from over. I think that's important, too. You talked about donations being a big deal. His website's already crashed tonight. People are, trying to flood there and give money. I've received texts from people dropping $1 million donations tonight because they were so fired up and angry. Texts from people who hate Donald Trump who say now they're for him. They don't like him.
Why? They think he got a bum rap?
They're absolutely. When you take a look, and this is the thing.
But it was unanimous, and it was 34 counts. It was all of them. But it was, though, right, Hogan? I mean, it did happen. It was 12 jurors. I mean,
it was 12 jurors, and I would argue they're not necessarily his peers so much as they were his political opponents. But nonetheless,
yeah, you don't know that. But I hear you. I hear you. You're in Manhattan. I'll give you that.
Nonetheless, it's Manhattan. Let's be honest. Also, what we know about the judge here, what we know about his family, the donations, et cetera, to Biden, to anti-Trump causes, this is the type of information that right now hasn't really permeated out to people. So they may have a snap poll and they'll say, I feel X about a particular issue. But as they learn more information, that's how they begin to formulate their opinion. We got a long time till November, and Donald Trump is not going to take this lying down. This is going to be a big bare knuckle brawl. And by the way, real quickly, before that convention, you thought that nominating process was going to be hot. It's going to be on fire now.
To nominate the president or finding the running mate? Okay.
I cannot wait to see that convention.
Hallie, you were talking about this earlier, but I want to put it up for our viewers because I want to dig into the numbers. And I want you to walk our viewers through this. This is a new poll I thought was so telling, right? This is the new poll from Marist, NPR, and PBS NewsHour. The survey asked voters how a guilty verdict would affect their vote. Massive majorities in both parties and independents saying it will have no impact. You said that. But look at the independents, though. 15% saying they're more likely to vote for Trump if he is convicted.
That's right.
Hallie, we've never been in this position before. Obviously, you made this point earlier. It was a great point that, there's always hypotheticals. You can say something in a hypothetical, but when it's in front of you, it's different. Do you think that's real? 15% of independents saying if he's convicted, we're actually going to vote for him.
It's a good poll. I mean, that poll meets our standards, so I wouldn't cast out on that. I would say that you want to look at it in context. We don't tend to treat polls as breaking news here at NBC News, and when you look at other polls that are similar, asking similar questions, the numbers that you typically see are more in line with that less likely to vote for Trump. Like I said, 11 to 23%, depending on what you're looking at. Obviously, there are some people, and this breaks along party lines, who say they would be more likely to vote for him if he were convicted, depending on how this shakes out. But the bottom line is that I think there's a beat, right? Yeah. Taking a beat.
Yes,
it's a historical moment. It is historic. It is unprecedented. Hogan, it's a big deal and it matters. And I know that you know that, right? I would say the same thing to anybody because this is, I think, a moment that we just haven't faced before. So there are some question marks. Now, on the political framing of it, to get to the point that you were talking about with Hogan and Maria Teresa there is this question. I spoke with a senior Biden campaign official not long before the verdict dropped a couple days ago, and they were talking about how once this trial ends, they would like to make this pivot here to the idea of a clear contrast between these two people, not by focusing on the legal issues here, but by reminding people that there is, in their view, a lot of drama that comes with Donald Trump. And interestingly, somebody who I know you know, Tom, David Axelrod, right, prominent Democratic strategist, is suggesting that perhaps the clearest way to draw that contrast is not to focus on the convictions, is not to focus on the guilty verdict, but to focus on those everyday kitchen table issues. Because in the words of this other campaign official, told me, listen, they believe that this trial, there are those on the campaign that believe this trial shows in many ways the thesis that they have been trying to paint about Donald Trump, which is that he is out for himself and not out for voters. And the president has an opportunity to draw contrast on that front.
Maria Teresa, I want to give you the last word here. And it's something we learned in 2016 and the Hillary Clinton campaign learned. And I know you learned this as well, which is even though Trump is getting negative attention, he's getting attention, right? Every cable news network, every news network was carrying that verdict live. We're carrying his comments, carrying Alvin Bragg's comments. It's the cover of every newspaper. Is there the danger that the Democrats just get drowned out and it's all about Trump until November?
I think it's a reminder not of what happened in 2016, but all the news that he received in the summer right before the 2022 midterm election. And that is what people are going to want to be talking about. They want to know the facts. They want transparency in their government. And the more that the media is able to cover the transparency, again, the facts, to recognize that this is unprecedented, that he did try to influence the 2016 election where he ended up winning despite losing the popular vote. That is what the American people appreciate. That's why they tune into you, Tom, is because they want to know the facts so that they can make their decisions for themselves. And it's going to be imperative that just like the summer of 2022, the summer of 24 is going to help determine where people move when it comes to November.
Maria Teresa, Hogan Gidley, Hallie Jackson. I'll see a lot of you later on at 9 o'clock, but we thank you for joining Top Story tonight. And our coverage right here on this broadcast of this historic verdict continues throughout our show. When we come back, a live report from outside the courthouse. We're going to go back down to Lower Manhattan. Dasha Burns, she's live for us. She was there as the verdict was read. What she saw, what she heard outside, she's standing by for us. You're watching a special edition of Top Story. Okay, we are back now with our special edition of Top Story. Former President Trump found guilty on all 34 counts in his New York hush money trial. Today's landmark conviction making him the first former U.S. president found guilty of felony crimes. And it comes just 6 months before this year's presidential election. For more, Dasha Burns joins us now live outside the courthouse there in Lower Manhattan. We can see the signs behind you. Dasha, you were there as the verdict was being read. Talk to us about what you heard, what you saw when this happened.
Yeah, Tom, well, now this park is a little bit emptier than it was in those moments, those historic moments when that verdict was made public. And it was a mix of people of all stripes here. I mean, you see here someone with a lock him up sign, clearly not a fan of the former president, but there were a lot of MAGA hats here earlier as well. I've been told by some of those pro-Trump protesters that they're making their way to Trump Tower right now. But the moment that verdict was made public, Tom, this entire area erupted in a mix of boos and cheers. A cross-section of New Yorkers, folks from New Jersey, all around the tri-state area who came here to experience what is a very historic time here. Look, it was fascinating to walk around and listen to the conversations that were being had here. There was a lot of passion, but for the most part, very peaceful. But people were debating this. People were engaging with people who had a different opinion from them. We witnessed some clashes, but we also witnessed just some average citizens talking about what they believe. And this is the area this entire time that has really been dedicated to those coming here to exercise their First Amendment rights. I'll show you there is a group of police officers here. There's been a heavy police presence here all throughout the day that, of course, ramped up very quickly as soon as that verdict was read.
All right, Dasha Burns for us live on the scene there in Lower Manhattan. Dasha, we appreciate you and all your reporting. And as we have been reporting here in Top Story, 12 ordinary New Yorkers became jurors in the criminal trial of a former American president and convicted him on all counts. But none of those jurors are speaking just yet. For insight into what it's like to serve as a juror on a high-profile trial that involves a high-profile politician, we're joined tonight by a juror from the Rod Blagojevich criminal trial. Just to remind you, back in 2008, Illinois Governor Blagojevich was charged with corruption related to an attempt to sell the U.S. Senate seat held by President Obama. You may remember this. The biggest piece of evidence being FBI surveillance recordings where Blagojevich could be heard discussing the amount a bribe would be. The governor sat on trial twice, the first one ending in a hung jury and then a retrial he was convicted on. 17 counts, including fraud, attempted extortion to conspiracy, solicit bribes. They were all there. The verdict came after 10 days. Jessica Huberich, who was a juror in that trial, joins Top Story now. Jessica, the jury here came back much faster. Talk to me about the moment you go into that room and you have sort of the weight, I don't want to say of the world in your case, but the weight of Chicago and Illinois on your shoulders, and you start deliberating.
Yeah, so after 2 months of going to the trial every single day and just listening to all the evidence, listening to, as you mentioned, the audio, 8 hours of phone calls, we went into the room to deliberate. And we spent 10 days in there, and I really think we combed over everything just very meticulously and really thought out each and every count as we decided it. But there was a lot of weight on our shoulders as far as deciding on the fate of the governor. So that was definitely a lot of sleepless nights.
Yeah, how hard was it not to discuss the case? How hard was it not to read online articles? How hard was it to shut everything out? Because in this case, right, the entire country was watching this case, reporting on this case. So I just wonder how hard it was to ignore all that.
It was a little difficult, but in my case, I shut down all of my social media. I tried not to read any articles or read anything online. Didn't really discuss a whole lot with my daughter or husband when I came home. So I did my best to not read about it and not come across some of the information, but occasionally you would see something, see a headline. So sometimes it was difficult to.
You had a
Democratic
governor in a very blue state. Did politics ever weigh into your mind? I mean, did it ever creep in there?
A little bit, I would say, but in my case, I feel that I came in there very, very unbiased. I hadn't really followed the first trial very closely at all. So my opinion of Blagojevich was somewhat neutral at the time. And ultimately, I just used logic and evidence to decide my vote.
Were you surprised this jury came back so quick? Because the jury instructions were pretty complicated. They had to have them read back, but then they came to a verdict pretty fast after that. Were you surprised about that?
I was actually really surprised about that. We had 20 counts we had to look over, and we spent 10 days over each and every single count, making sure every single juror was comfortable with the verdict and that we came to consensus. There was about 3 counts, I think 2 not guilty and 1 hung, that we spent a couple of days on, just making sure that everybody was really comfortable with their decision. And so I was really surprised this one came back so quickly.
I know you've met none of the jurors that just convicted our former president, but do you think he got a fair trial, even though he is the face of the Republican Party? He is unapologetically Republican, conservative, and he is being held in trial here in Manhattan. The trial was held in Manhattan.
Yeah, I mean, that's really hard for me to determine who was serving on the jury, but I do think they are very meticulous as far as the selection process. At least they were with us. I believe we started in the Blagojevich trial with hundreds of different jurors that they selected from. I filled out a 30-page questionnaire. So it's hard to say, you know, what their thoughts are or how they went into the jury room, but I do have to think that he did get a fair trial.
Okay, Jessica, we thank you so much for your time and for your insight. This special edition of Top Story continues right after this short break. Former President Trump, again, found guilty of 34 criminal counts. A former U.S. district judge joins us up next. Does she think the former president will actually be sentenced? And does he have a chance for an appeal? Stay with us. All right, welcome back to a special edition of Top Story. A jury of 12 New Yorkers delivering that historic verdict to former President Donald Trump, convicting him on 34 counts of falsifying business records. That jury deliberating for 9.5 hours. Here to break all of this down in this uncharted legal territory is retired U.S. District Judge Shira Scheindlin, one of my favorite guests throughout this time covering this trial. Thank you. Because you've had great insight. So, Judge, my first question to you, do you think he's going to get prison time?
That wasn't the easiest question. I don't think I would give him prison time.
Why?
I don't think it's particularly good for the country. But
you're a judge.
I'm not finished. I'm not finished.
Okay.
And he's a 77-year-old male who's never been convicted before, has no criminal record, and he should be treated as any other defendant, not worse and not better. So I wonder how many other defendants who are 77 and never had a criminal record would actually go to jail on a Class E felony, the lowest felony.
Is it prudent? Is it protocol to consider the country in this case? Is that something that Judge Merchan can do?
He can do exactly what he wants. He can consider anything and everything he decides to. But do I think so? Well, he has to take into account what you call the seriousness of the offense. That counts. And if he in his mind says he defrauded the American people and he was elected because he covered this up, that's pretty serious.
There might be some issues with the gag order that may come up again. Do you think the judge addresses those, or does he forget that and say we need to move on as a country? As you're saying, he may consider other things, or will Donald Trump have to answer for that?
I think so. I think one of the reasons he may go to prison for what we call a split sentence, a few months in prison, a few months in home house arrest, something like that, maybe because of the contempt findings. That has to be punished now. So I think that could be one reason to give him a short period of time in jail.
I mean, you're talking about a day, a week, something like that?
No, a few months. But remember, he's going to get bail pending appeal.
Yeah.
So this is a long way off. He'll get sentenced, and then the lawyer will ask for bail pending appeal. And there are a lot of appellate issues here, I believe, and that could take 2 years.
So you're saying we will likely not see President Trump behind bars?
Before the election, that's what I'm saying.
Before the election?
I doubt it.
You doubt it. So you think he'll be able to campaign, he'll be able to run as a candidate for office, and this will not impede him in any way?
That's what I think, but
Yeah.
you know, everybody's going to have their own view on that. Now, when you
Yeah.
say impede him in any way, a lot of voters aren't going to vote for a convicted felon, so that impedes him.
Well, you never know. So you mentioned about the appeal. You
Yeah.
think he has good chances for an appeal? You saw a couple things in the case?
I think there are issues that are issues of first impression that an appellate
Like
court
what? Tell
would
me.
be- Well, how do you charge that third crime, the one that by unlawful means? You know, the underlying crime to the falsification of business records is a state election law crime, but this was a federal election. Is it appropriate to have the state election law be the crime in a federal election?
That would be quite the appeal.
That's a big problem.
That would be quite the appeal. That would essentially, you're essentially saying, if I can break it down for you, like I'm a 5-year-old, because I am, you're essentially saying that they should have never brought this case.
I'm not exactly saying that yet. I'm saying that's an appellate
That's something,
issue.
but if you were on the defense team, you would go that way.
Oh, sure. Oh, I would absolutely say it's a federal election. You can't charge a violation of state law.
Obviously, you're a brilliant legal mind. You're a judge. You're obviously you're much more versed than the jurors did. Why do you think the jurors didn't see that?
Oh, they wouldn't know anything about that.
It's too complex.
No, I think nobody charged it, nobody argued it. Nobody could. It would be a legal issue, not an issue of fact. So we say facts are for the fact finder, the law is for the court. That's how you divide it up. They don't decide legal issues.
Judge, it has been a pleasure talking to you. I'm sure we're going to stay talking in the months to come, and we're going to be right back. With former President Trump guilty on all charges in this hush money trial, he still faces criminal charges in 3 other cases. And there's still so much to talk about with what happens with this case. NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos joins us now, along with our friend Sarah Azaria, criminal defense attorney in Los Angeles. Danny C., I'm going to start with you. We know that Trump's other cases are probably going to take place after the election. Is that fair to say? How much longer will we be dealing with this case? He's going to be sentenced on July 11th. Will there be more?
July 11th, after he's sentenced, he has 30 days in which to appeal, and then the appellate process starts. As Her Honor just explained much better than I could, there are a number of different appellate issues in this case, but the appeals process takes a long time. You mentioned the other cases. Yeah. If any of those, the federal cases, are still pending when Donald Trump is inaugurated, they will go away. You will appoint an attorney general who will make them go bye-bye.
How long does the appeal process take? I mean, would that start right away, or could it happen before November, or not really?
It moves glacially. Your direct appeal takes a while. They have to set a briefing schedule. Each side has to brief the issues. You have to assemble the record. That's a whole process. The appellate process is not a quick one. It moves very slowly. Obviously, depending on congestion in the relative courts, you could maybe say federal courts move a little quicker, but on the whole, this is not a speedy resolution by any stretch, the appellate process.
Sarah, you've been on Top Story over the past few weeks talking about this case. You were actually in support of what you were seeing from the prosecution. You thought they had a case. You were right. What did the defense do wrong here?
Yes, Sarah A, remember? You know, it's hard for me to critique a defense, the defense, because we don't know what went on behind those closed doors unless and until the jurors speak. And that's certainly they can decline to speak. But I think that, you know, putting on Mr. Costello as your the last witness out of the two witnesses you put on, and then not putting on an election law expert, those are obviously, to me, two blunders that the defense made. But did it impact the jury and sway the jury towards guilt? I can't say for sure, because, again, I feel like the prosecution did an amazing job, put on a very compelling case, a stellar closing argument that really tied all the loose ends and connected the dots. And I think, you know, at the end of the day, the jury has spoken, and, you know, it's justice. And by the way, I disagree that this is not a jury of his peers. My black clients don't get 12 black jurors. You know, this is Manhattan. The crime occurred in Manhattan. This is the jury of his peers. Whether or not, you know, it doesn't mean that he gets 12 MAGA people with red hats sitting on that jury. So we got to respect the verdict. The jury has spoken. And to me, this was, on a personal level, so heartwarming that, you know, our system works. You know, I wrote a book on this because I was dumbfounded in 2016 when all this went down. How is one man above the law? And so I am very specially joyful in this verdict.
Danny, you're one of our great legal eagles here at NBC. I asked this question at the top of the broadcast. I want to ask you this, too. The FEC looked at this. They didn't want to go after it. The former district attorney here in Manhattan looked at this. Cy Vance didn't want to go after it. The Department of Justice looked at it. They didn't want to go after it. Alvin Bragg did, and he was successful. What did he see that no one else saw?
He didn't just see this in an ad hoc fashion. They took a long time investigating this with a number of very talented lawyers, and they even hired out an outside law firm to tell them whether or not this was a crime. I think even Alvin Bragg, if he was being candid, would admit that this was not a long shot, but a challenge. It was based on a novel legal theory, and there was a lot of risk, a lot of political risk in bringing this prosecution. So I imagine he has to feel pretty vindicated tonight.
All right, Danny Savallo, Sarah Zara, we always love hearing from you guys. I know we're going to hear from you guys later as well. All right, when we come back, we go back down to Lower Manhattan, a check of what's happening down there, an update from our reporter, Vaughn Hilliard. Stay with us. All right, welcome back to our breaking news coverage tonight of the first ever criminal conviction of a former president. Donald Trump found guilty in all 34 counts in his hush money case here in New York. I'm joined now live by NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard, who's been covering this trial and also the campaign for us. Vaughn, you've been out on the campaign trail through several election cycles now. Talk to me about some of the narratives and some of the storylines you're going to be tracking out of this conviction.
Right. For Donald Trump here, you know, these are 34 felony counts that he was just convicted on. And this was the decision of 12 jurors, New Yorkers, who were brought in through this process. But for Donald Trump, we have seen this before, right? To a certain extent, he tries to win over the public court of opinion out on the campaign trail, right? We saw this in his civil fraud trial. We saw this in the E. Jean Carroll defamation suit. And so this time we've already seen it over the course of this afternoon, this evening here, his sons, as well as his own campaign, putting out statements that November 5th, Election Day, is the real verdict day. And so for him, he is going to go out and continue to plead his innocence and go and not only try to fight fundraise off of this, but make the case that this was political unfair persecution. He couldn't get a fair trial in New York. And so for him, we know that there's already going to be a press conference tomorrow morning at Trump Tower. And so for Donald Trump, it is now about taking this to the campaign trail for the final 5 months before the November general election.
You know, Vaughn, I know it's easy to say that this is not going to affect the campaign. This is not going to affect the election. People are going to forget about this next week. I know some are already saying that. But if nothing matters, then the campaign doesn't matter either, right? Then they can both just stay home, and then we'll see who wins on Election Day. What do you think happens? How does this impact the election?
Right. Let's just, if we could go to 2020 election, Tom, it was just 42,000 votes that separated Donald Trump and Joe Biden across the 3 battleground states that would have changed the outcome of the election. 42,000 votes. And so, while polling may show that an overwhelming number of people say the verdict today was not going to change their opinion one way or the other, there is the potential that there are a few thousand voters, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of voters that will question whether they want somebody who's going to eventually be a convicted felon. He's going to go through the appeals process, but whether they want him to be returned to the White House, that's going to be a serious question. You know, the day of the sentencing back here in Lower Manhattan is going to be on July 11th this summer. That is just 4 days before the Republican National Convention, when he is formally named the nominee of the Republican Party.
Vaughn Hilliard on the campaign trail, which had a very strange stop in a Manhattan courtroom that we will all never forget. Vaughn, thank you. We thank you for watching Top Story. Please join us at 9 p.m. Eastern for a special NBC News Now report. I'm Tom Llamas. Stay right there. More news on the way.
The real verdict is going to be November 5th by the people, and they know what happened here. I'm a very innocent man.
Today might be one of those days when you ask yourself in years to come, where were you when a former president of the United States was found guilty on 34 felony counts? I'm Gotti Schwartz, and this is Stay Tuned Now. And what started off as a quiet day 2 of jury deliberations took a 180 real quick, with a group of 12 New Yorkers finding former President Donald Trump guilty on 34 counts of falsifying business records. In other words, the presumptive Republican presidential nominee is now the first former U.S. president to be found guilty of a crime. And we don't know yet if that verdict is going to result in probation or Trump sitting in prison, but we will find out on July 11th. That's just 4 days before he's scheduled to step on the stage for the Republican National Convention. And just shortly after the verdict was announced, the Trump campaign wasted no time sending out a fundraising email in which Trump said in all caps, "I am a political prisoner." Let's bring in NBC's Hallie Jackson. Hallie, first and most obvious question here for so many Americans tonight. How likely is it that Trump is physically going to be put in shackles and booked into a prison here?
Not likely. Just totally candidly here. We know when the sentencing is going to be, Gotti, and it's good to be with you tonight on this really historic evening here with these guilty convictions now for former President Trump. Here's the deal. He's going to be sentenced on July 11th. From what legal experts have told us, it is unlikely that the former president will end up behind bars. Obviously, that is a possibility. There is a chance that it happens. But remember, he is a first-time offender. This is a nonviolent set of crimes that he's been convicted of, these falsification of business records here. And so the guidance from the folks who are immersed and steeped in the law of it all is that it is unlikely that Judge Merchan would sentence him. There is, listen, if it happens, there is this dynamic of the Secret Service. Remember, this is somebody who is entitled to and who gets Secret Service protection by dint of being formally in the White House here, Gotti. And so that is a dynamic that's at play here. One legal expert has suggested there are other options. If there were to be some kind of confinement, there are other options that the judge could do, like, for example, home confinement, et cetera. Again, that does seem outside the realm of likelihood here, but just want to give you a sense of what's on the table.
Always love that, Hallie Jackson realism. Hallie, Donald Trump notably saying that the real verdict is going to be on November 5th by the people. Can you give us an overview of what kind of bearing you see this having on the election?
Yeah, it's a great question, Gotti, and I think it is one that at this point, at least, as we sit here on May 30th, is unanswerable, at least for now. Now, there are some signals that we've gotten from polling previously that suggest that, 2/3 to 3/4 of Americans, when polled over the course of the last month, say that whatever happens here, whatever the guilty or not guilty situation was, it isn't going to change their vote. They're going to vote the same way regardless. That said, when you look at the numbers, about a 10% to 23% of independent voters have suggested that a conviction would make them less likely to vote for former President Trump. We know that about 60% of independents believe that the charges brought in this hush money case are serious. Why does that matter? 10%, that's not a big number. 20%, not a huge number here. But this is a very close election, and it is independent voters who are going to be critical in determining who ends up in the White House come November. All that said, it is different to poll a hypothetical than it is to poll a reality. Right now that this reality is in front of voters, what will they say moving forward at this point? The reaction from both candidates will matter. And there's something interesting that has happened here too, Gotti. A rare moment of agreement between Donald Trump and Joe Biden here, because both of them say that the political verdict is going to come from the American people in November.
And Hallie, this is one of those days where you log on to the internet and it seems like everyone's an expert, and yet there are some people who have been watching this, following all the ins and outs of this case, and are still tonight like, wait, I know it's 34 felony counts, and I know that it has to do with that one payment to Stormy Daniels, but what's he guilty of in layman's terms here? You're so much better than this, than I am at breaking this down. But is it basically lying on business records to cover up this payoff and affect the 2016 election?
You are great at this, Gotti, and I would just slightly tweak what you've said here, which is this. The actual charges, the actual counts that he was convicted on are 34 counts of falsification of business records. 34 counts because it involved series of checks, entries into the general ledger, and invoices from Michael Cohen, right? So it's these documents. It's literally, pieces of paper. It's records. That is the actual counts that he's been convicted on here. Now, they are felony counts. Typically, they'd be misdemeanors. They are felony counts because the jury has now decided that there was essentially an object crime, that he was doing this falsification in subject of a second criminal offense by unlawful means, essentially, and that is election interference. That is the case that the prosecution laid out, that it was essentially to try to interfere in the 2016 election. So that is what he is found guilty of. I will say this, it is not illegal to have an NDA, right? Like a non-disclosure agreement. That is not against the law. The piece of this that is this jury has decided is against the law that he's been convicted on is essentially making those payments as almost like a campaign contribution to help him on the campaign without actually reporting it. So that's what this really all comes down to here.
All right, and Hallie, feel free to reel me in here, but his defense seemed to be very much like, I didn't know what was going on. I'm a busy man. I had no idea. And it seems like this conviction is like, yeah, you did. You knew what was going on, and it was fraudulent, and you lied, and you were responsible for what happened.
Well,
is that oversimplifying?
The issue of intent was central to this, right? Did he have the intent to try to conceal a crime here? And so the jury has found, by finding him guilty on all 34 counts, and there was a question, maybe it would be a mixed verdict, that they would acquit him on some counts, find him guilty on the others. That's not the case. It's 34 for 34 here as it relates to a guilty verdict from the jury. And so essentially, the issue of intent is one that the jury found exists here for former President Trump. Now, his defense took a couple of different tacks, right? It was, hey, these weren't falsified, this wasn't illegal in the first place. But the other thing they tried to do was to seriously try to discredit the prosecution's star witness here, Michael Cohen, whose testimony was front and center in this case. He is somebody who has acknowledged lying to a lot of various entities, to a lot of various people here. And the defense went after him again and again, hammered him to basically cast doubt on his credibility, to say to the jury, wait a second, you're going to believe Michael Cohen? You're going to believe this guy here? Clearly, the jury, by virtue of the verdict that they came back with, did find Michael Cohen to be, to a degree, credible here. I will note that the prosecution made a point, and you heard it in the closing arguments from prosecutors here, they made a point to say, almost everything that Michael Cohen said to you is backed up by documents, by receipts, by other evidence as well.
A lot of receipts in this one. And the sentencing, we're looking at 4 days before the Republican convention. That is such a clash of court and campaign calendars. Does this further galvanize the GOP behind Trump, or is there a possibility that we could see any breakup or any schisms form?
We have seen none so far, right? I mean, we have seen, in fact, the opposite, Gotti, which is the Republican Party moving very quickly to back up former President Trump as it relates to his claims that this was in his words, or in his view, I should say, I'm paraphrasing, a sham trial, that this was rigged, et cetera, starting with the most powerful Republican in Congress, which is the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Mike Johnson, who came out almost immediately calling this a shameful day in American history. And there is a laundry list of Republican lawmakers who have come out and echoed that sentiment, including many who were on the sort of short list to potentially be the former president's running mate here. I will say this, as you talk about the calendar. So just to tell you, real talk, Gotti, Judge says July 11th. We see this in our notes coming in from our team in the courtroom that sentencing is July 11th. Immediately, I pulled up my Google Calendar and I said, that is 4 days before the Republican convention is supposed to start, because mid-July is a critical moment. That is when the current presumptive Republican nominee, who has now been convicted of these felonies, will be we don't have to say the word presumptive anymore. He is expected to be the nominee. And the other collision course here, too, is this Veep stakes race, because the former president has suggested he will not pick a running mate until closer to the convention, until maybe in early July. You look back to 2016, he selected Mike Pence as his running mate, or at least formally announced it, just 3 days before the start of that year's convention. So might you have this moment where the former president is naming a running mate, getting sentenced for felonies, and then going and showing up to be nominated for the Republican presidential nomination? That is entirely in the realm of possibility.
Yeah, I think you just replaced the word election in my brain with collision course. Hallie Jackson, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks, Guy.
And let's bring in our panel of legal analysts, NBC News legal analyst Angela Sinandella, criminal defense attorney Misty Maris, and here in the studio with me is white-collar criminal defense attorney Sarah Azari. Sarah, let's start with you here. That was an extremely quick verdict by so many accounts. I mean, especially when you look at the jury instructions there. What's your take on the speed in which we saw this verdict come back?
Right. There's all kinds of myths, Scotty, around, jury deliberations on how long they go. But one that, in my experience, has always been true is if it's a quick verdict, it's a guilty verdict. So I predicted that we're going to go until at least Friday. I was surprised. I have to say, pleasantly surprised, like many. But, this was a complex indictment of 34 counts with very complex instructions that were not before the jury. But we'd be remiss to think that there was no benefit in having two lawyers on this jury. And even though these jurors, I'm not, at all suggesting that they influenced the other jurors or somehow interfered with their deliberations, it is helpful to have two attorneys on a jury in this kind of case. So that could have been why this moved along, swiftly. But certainly, it to me is, look, at some point we have to accept that this is justice. The DA's office put on a very compelling case, and the closing arguments were stellar in the way that they connected all the dots. And so the jury's spoken. I mean, I think we need to accept that just because it was a swift verdict does not make it any less of a verdict, or illegal verdict in any way.
Now, Angela, Trump brought up venue in his remarks. Actually, if we can cue that up, let's take a quick listen to what he said.
It's a rigged trial, a disgrace. They wouldn't give us a venue change. We were at 5% or 6% in this district, in this area. This was a rigged, disgraceful trial.
Okay, so when he's talking about the election, when he's talking about the political demographic makeup there, do you think that played a role here, or did Todd Blanche blow it?
Look, Gotti, it's impossible to tell, but I will say that the bar to actually get a venue change is so high, and the political persuasion of the demographic of where you are located is really irrelevant in terms of a change of venue motion like this. So we will never know what really went into this decision until we hear jurors speak, and in this case, it seems unlikely many will come forward just given the whole context of this case. But I think it's impossible to say, Gotti.
Now, Misty, what is sentencing going to look like in this case? This is something that I kept thinking over and over again every time I saw Trump come out and violate the gag order, because obviously the jury returns a verdict, but the judge is in charge of sentencing. And this is the judge that Trump attacked over and over and over again on the steps of the courthouse, violating all those gag orders. So do you think that could influence whether he goes to prison or not?
The judge definitely has a lot of discretion when it comes to sentencing, but to that point, it really shouldn't influence his whatever he's going to do as far as a sentence. What happens at a sentencing is that in the interim, Trump is going to meet with the probation department in New York. They're going to generate a report. There's going to be certain issues, risk factors. For instance, the nature of the crime, whether or not it's a first-time offender. They'll make a recommendation. The defense will say, we think he should have a lighter sentence because of this. And then the prosecution will also make a recommendation. That is what's going to go into the judge's determination. The fact that there were personal attacks, while that's, not maybe the best thing to do with the person that holds your fate in their hands, it really shouldn't move the needle as far as which way the judge goes.
And Sarah, Alvin Bragg, he also spoke after all this went down today about the jurors in particular. I want to take a listen to what he had to say.
The 12 everyday jurors vowed to make a decision based on the evidence and the law, and the evidence and the law alone. Their deliberations led them to a unanimous conclusion beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant, Donald J. Trump, is guilty of 34 counts of falsifying business records in the first degree to conceal a scheme to corrupt the 2016 election. I did my job. We did our job. Many voices out there. The only voice that matters is the voice of the jury, and the jury has spoken.
The jury has spoken, and yet this is a case that we should remember the feds didn't prosecute. His predecessor didn't prosecute. So what do you think he saw in this case that made him want to prosecute?
I think he took a big chance, power to him. He took a big chance at this case, and this could have, initially I thought it's so complex, it's not going to get anywhere. But again, I think that the job that the DA's office did, and also the benefit that came with having two attorneys on this jury was tremendous. And one thing to Misty's point, I, too, agree that this would be a probation case if it was you and I being sentenced. But this is not about him just bad-mouthing the judge. This is about him violating and being held in contempt 10 times. So if it was us, we'd be in jail already on time number 2, and yet 10 times. And he says, so I believe that there's still part of me believes that Judge Merchant may have reserved that, remand to see whether he's going to be guilty or not at the end of this case.
And Angela, I do want to ask about the jurors on this case. I mean, we saw Trump over and over again attacking the judge in the case, and there are specific instructions to leave the jurors alone, if you will. But if we start to see Trump attack the jurors on Truth Social or in some of his statements, what could happen then?
So I think, as Sarah just said, I think that would be very relevant in possibly giving him an actual jail sentence. If you look at the numbers of this level of Class E felony, the vast majority, and over 70% in New York State, do not get any jail time. So I think from a default, from a bar, this judge is really trying not to treat him any differently from any other defendant. So I think he is really going to try to not to put him in jail. But if he were to continue to violate this gag order, and what's still interesting is that this gag order is still in effect even after the trial is over, then I think that it is clear that that could possibly then raise this to an issue where we would end up in jail, because there are so many factors that could go into the judge's discretion here. And as Sarah said, one of the big ones is whether or not this seriousness of this offense really was in violating an election and changing an election. But my guess is that this judge is going to try to be as least controversial as possible, really try to treat the defendant like others and not throw him in jail.
And Misty, there is so much backseat, defense lawyering going on today. But do you think that the defense made a mistake in kind of putting all their eggs in the Michael Cohen liar basket?
The reason that they did that was for the purpose of what we saw in the jury instructions. Whenever you have a witness, the jury assesses the credibility. And the defense really spent a lot of time trying to undermine Michael Cohen's credibility in the hopes that the jurors would actually dismiss his testimony in total. Clearly, the jurors did not do that. They have the option of accepting all of the testimony, some of the testimony, or actually scrapping it all. And I think that's why the defense actually focused on that. but I think they made some serious mistakes. For instance, talking about Stormy Daniels and whether or not an affair had the witness that they put on the stand. There were some very, very specific legal issues that really lost focus because of all of these sideshows. And I think the defense focus on that really, really distracted and ultimately did not serve them when it came time for the closing arguments and ultimately for jury deliberation.
Yeah, so many balls being juggled there. Misty, thank you so much. Sarah, thank you for joining us. And Angela, thank you. I hope you guys stick around because we are going to be doing some more analysis in just a bit. But for now, let's bring in NBC's Ali Rafa, who's in Delaware, where President Biden arrived earlier today. Ali, what's the White House saying about the verdict?
Yeah, Gotti, a very simple and short answer to that when we heard from the White House counsel's office earlier in a statement just saying that they, quote, respect the rule of law and they have no additional comment. And you compare that with the reaction that we've seen from the Biden campaign that is seizing on this moment and using it really as an opportunity to raise awareness of what they say are the stakes of this election, to remind voters of what they say would be a completely chaotic White House if Trump were to win a second term in office. They said in a statement just minutes after this verdict was read that, quote, no one is above the law. They said that the only way to keep former President Trump out of the Oval Office is at the ballot box. And they also recognized that former President Trump would be the GOP nominee, of course, with this sentencing of his coming just 4 days before the GOP convention. The campaign also firing off a series of fundraising emails and texts asking for supporters and saying really if there was any moment for supporters to donate to the Biden campaign, it's now, well aware of the fact that the Trump campaign is already fundraising off of this verdict. And as far as the president himself, Gotti, we have not heard reaction from President Biden himself. A senior White House aide is saying that at this point we don't expect that to happen tonight. Remember, the president earlier today was in Wilmington, Delaware, where he marked the 9th anniversary of his late son Beau's death. And shortly after that, the White House called a lid, meaning we wouldn't see or hear from the president for the rest of the day after he got here to his Rehoboth Beach home. And so the earliest opportunity for the president to speak about this in person, for reporters to ask the president about this, would be tomorrow when we expect the president to leave Rehoboth Beach and head back to the White House for an event honoring the Kansas City Chiefs. And so that is likely going to be where reporters will likely pepper the president with questions about this, Gotti.
This is such a weird time in the campaign, but obviously so much of that is the Biden campaign. Then there's the Biden White House. So how has the White House treated the trial up to this point? And could we see their approach to all this changing going forward?
Well, the White House up until this point has been largely quiet about these ongoing legal woes of the former president, because remember, the former president has used these court appearances of his to attack President Biden, saying that this is a Biden trial, that these trials are keeping former President Trump off of the campaign trail and away from his 2024 rival. And so to keep this image, this belief of President Biden that the Justice Department should be independent, this vow of his that he's had since the 2020 election, they are largely being quiet about this. That is expected to change, though, on the campaign side, because we do expect the president at some point to address this verdict. It's still unclear whether that's going to be in a formal speech, in a statement, whether he simply answers a reporter's question about it. But we are told from sources familiar with these plans that when he does, the president will ask Americans to honor this verdict from these jurors, to honor the independence of the Justice Department, and to recognize this verdict for what it is. But all in all, the Biden campaign, the White House as a whole, is trying to use this and all of the other ongoing legal cases of the former presidents to really paint this picture, this contrast between President Biden and former President Trump, this character contrast, trying to paint the former president as chaotic and talk about what he has vowed to do and has said he would do if granted another term in the White House. Gotti.
Ali Rafa in Delaware for us tonight. Thank you so much, Ali. And turning now to NBC's Dasha Burns, who has been at the courthouse all week. And in fact, Dasha, I was watching earlier as that was read, as the verdict came back, I saw you and your crew just basically sprint straight into the crowd to start getting reaction. So I want to ask, what was the vibe and what is the vibe there in New York right now?
Yeah, Gotti, it was a serious moment here. You could really feel the entire area just kind of wrapped up in the history-making moment that this really was. So we ran into the crowd. There's a park just across the street from the courthouse where throughout this entire process, the public has been coming to demonstrate, to exercise their First Amendment rights. And today, the crowd was really a huge cross-section of the tri-state area, a very diverse crowd, people in favor of the former president, people who were not his biggest fans. So when that moment came, when we all learned not only that there was a verdict, but what the verdict actually was, a huge eruption of sounds, of boos and of cheers. And when we went into that crowd, we really got a mix of response. I want you to take a listen to some of what we heard.
We're watching the legal system work the way it's supposed to work in a democracy.
If the evidence pointed to him and they was found that he was guilty, sure, he's guilty.
I'm not surprised at all. I really did think there was going to be a guilty verdict, but I see this as he's going to win an appeal, and they're not going to stop him from being able to win the presidency again.
Gotti, there were MAGA hats and flags. There were also guys dressed up in an orange prison jumpsuit with a Trump mask on. I mean, it was all kinds of folks that came out here to make their voices heard. And we were right there in the middle with them.
Yeah, really appreciate you getting their perspective. And to the former president's point here, arguably the most consequential verdict is going to come down November 5th. I do want to take a look at something, though, if we have it. Here's a poll where the majority of voters said that the verdict would have no bearing on their vote. More likely to vote for Trump if he's guilty, 15%, and then not guilty, 8%. This is among independent voters. How does this verdict change the 2024 campaign?
It's a really important question, Gotti, and this is interesting as I've been talking to voters of all stripes, right? You've got some that feel like this has solidified their support for the former president even more. You saw just today his website crash, those small dollar donors coming to support him. We've seen this every time that he has had either an indictment drop or some development in his legal troubles where people do rally around him. In large part, that's one of the reasons he won the primary with such an overwhelming victory. On the other hand, you've got these other voters that are not happy with either of their choices, that are concerned about the election in November. And we've talked to people who say, look, I'm not paying a ton of attention to the trial. I don't think that it should be happening. But if he were found guilty, I might have to think twice about casting a ballot for the former president. So the question really is, are there more of those people that are going to get engaged in the process, rally to support Trump and turn out when maybe they wouldn't have otherwise, right? Or are there going to be more of those people, those independent voters, and in states where, you know, these margins might be really tight, that say, you know what, I just can't put my vote next to someone who has been voted by a jury here in New York who has been found guilty of these crimes, Gotti.
When it comes to those independent voters, I mean, how does the Biden campaign, capitalize on what's happened when the Biden White House is going to be kind of firewalling themselves or keeping themselves at a distance from the state courts and what may have happened in New York? It seems like it's a very mixed signal to send to people that may be still trying to decide.
Yeah, Gotti, it's been a real strategy of the Biden team to stay away from all of this legal stuff for the vast majority of this trial and for the other indictments that he's facing as well. But we saw a change in that this week. You saw some surrogates for the Biden campaign. Robert De Niro, for example, actually come out here outside of the courtroom and try to set up a contrast. And we know, based on our reporting from our colleagues at the White House, that the Biden team is prepared to kind of turn up the heat now that this trial is over, that Biden will will likely be referring to Trump as not the former president, but as a felon, as a convict, to start to really get voters to see him in that way, rather than what he's been trying to get voters to see him as, which is a victim and as a political prisoner. And in fact, he's been sending out fundraising emails with that exact slogan today. So watch for the Biden team to ramp up their campaigning and to start to twist the knife a little bit and get a little sharper in their criticisms of Trump, especially when it comes to all of this legal stuff, Gotti.
Meanwhile, I've never seen so many posts from the former president's sons, or TikToks for that matter. I know Eric Trump a little bit earlier posted tonight, May 30th, 2024 might be remembered as the day Donald J. Trump won the 2024 presidential election. Dasha, do you think there may be some truth to this? Does this help or hurt his chances with independent voters?
Look, it could be right? I mean, I have talked to a lot of voters who find that there is just, they say to me, there's just too much. There's too much of this. There are too many cases. It does feel like political persecution, and that message is resonating. And that's, of course, common with the hardcore Trump supporters, but I've heard it from some more independent voters as well. But like I said, there is that shaky ground, especially for the people that, for example, cast their ballots for Nikki Haley. In Pennsylvania, she won, 15 to 20% in certain key counties. Those voters are the ones I'm going to be watching for, because what are they going to think about this? What direction is this going to push them? At the same time, again, you're seeing his website crash. You're seeing a lot of people come to his aid, and this does take up a lot of the news cycle. He is out there. Even the Biden campaign has said that they have felt handcuffed by this trial. Well, his legal troubles are not over. He is not done talking about this and campaigning on this and fundraising on this. So it could potentially also be a benefit, as crazy as that is to say, Gotti. I mean, to be found guilty, to have felon, convict, whatever next to your name when you're running for president in any other universe would be a bad thing. But I don't think that is how former President Trump and his campaign team are going to spin it. And they might just be successful with enough voters to turn this into a positive for him. Gotti.
A lot to think about there. Dasha, thank you. And joining us now is Hogan Gidley, former National Press Secretary for the 2020 Trump campaign and former Deputy Press Secretary for the Trump administration. Hogan, thank you so much. Got to ask, what do you think is going through the former president's mind tonight?
Well, I think he was pretty open and transparent with the American people when he spoke right after the verdict. I mean, rarely, if ever, does Donald Trump say something publicly that he doesn't say privately to me or to others around him. And the fact is, he pointed to this in several ways. He said things like, the real verdict is on November 5th. It's coming. He said this is far from over, obviously hinting at the fight we have ahead of us for the November election, but also for the fact that the appeal will most likely overturn this ridiculous outcome that most people, most legal experts say just doesn't pass any muster, which is odd for a lot of reasons, because most judges don't want their rulings overturned, but it seems like we're headed for that in short order. One thing, though, I thought was interesting was he did point to the venue, Manhattan. We know a lot of people in Manhattan just don't like Donald Trump, and I've done some work with Alan Dershowitz, for example, a famed attorney, on the first impeachment trial with Donald Trump when I was in the White House, and he pointed to venue being a problem in all of these cases because they're in areas that typically have a lot of residents who don't like Donald Trump and aren't Republicans. And so I think that's just a culmination today of kind of the predictions we all thought would happen, which was a conviction for the former president.
Oh, I do want to ask, well, what kind of effect do you think today's verdict is going to have on independent voters, especially if this is a three-way race and we see this conviction being used to attack Trump by both Biden as well as RFK Jr.?
Yeah, sure. Look, I don't think we know in totality, but let me give you some kind of benchmarks. This just happened, so it's kind of brand new. But leading up to this point, 67% of Americans believe that these attacks on Donald Trump through lawfare are politically motivated. 59% of Americans believe that Joe Biden is part of it. In addition, 69% of independents believe these attacks are politically motivated. That tells me a lot of folks out there are looking at the weaponization of the federal government, not just against Donald Trump, but against them in their everyday lives as well. They're rejecting it, whether it be the judicial system, the FBI, whatever. So right off the bat, the American people are predisposed to believing that the government's going after Donald Trump. Now, I can speak anecdotally. I've received a lot of text messages from people who are not Trump supporters who say, wait a minute, this is a step too far. I don't like Trump, but you shouldn't try to kick your opponent off the ballot. You shouldn't try to jail your opponent like the Biden administration is trying to do. So I'm rejecting it. I'm going to vote for Trump. You talked about earlier in this segment how donors are crashing Donald Trump's website because they want to give massive amounts of money coming in. $1 million donor I know of just called and said, I'm giving over $1 million to the campaign. This is the way the reaction will be initially. This quote-unquote bombshell, a word the media likes to use, is something that'll settle over the next several days. We'll find out more about the jurors. We'll find out more about the process. Originally, this was kind of a Nancy Pelosi. You're in California. It's a Nancy Pelosi prosecution. We'll have to convict him to find out what's in it because they didn't find out what the real crime was until the closing arguments, of course. So a lot of people are going to look back at this, and you see these poll numbers begin to shift once you find out more information. Remember, in 2020, they thought Biden would be the one to fix the border or fix the economy or bring down the temperature and unite Americans. Now it's the exact opposite because they have more information, so voters trust Trump on all those issues. The same thing I think applies to this case. Right now, a flash poll may show one thing, but as we move closer and closer to November, closer and closer to the sentencing in July or whenever it is, we're going to start to really see where voters stand on this topic. And I guarantee you, both Biden is going to try to use this against Trump because what they wanted was to bleed him dry financially. They wanted to go after him to prevent him from going on the campaign trail. And of course, the cherry on top, to be able to call him a convicted felon. The right will use this and say, wait a minute, they're going after average Americans. They're going after the president. They're utilizing levers of power and influence in the federal government to do so. This is a threat to democracy. So it is going to be the battle lines here that really kind of separate where these voters fall in the next several weeks and months.
I think you're totally right about the battle lines. However, the stats you were throwing out at the beginning, I am not familiar with them. I'm not saying you're right. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying I don't have those numbers, can't verify the poll numbers that you were citing there. But you brought up kind of this idea of the weaponization or the possible weaponization of the justice system, which is something that we hear from Donald Trump time and time again, calling this a political witch hunt, talking about how the justice system has been weaponized. And there's also this term that's floating around a lot these days, especially on the right, which is this lawfare term. I want to ask you, if Donald Trump is elected and he feels so strongly about what he's saying about the justice system, what do you think he'll do to try to change what he calls injustice?
Well, from the federal government's level, I don't know what he can do. I can tell you only what he's actually said, which is he doesn't have time for retribution. He has to go out there and fix all of the failed policies of the Biden administration that have been kicking the teeth in for the American people for the last 4 years. That's what he says he's going to focus on. At the same time, what I would not be surprised of, though, is if Republican DAs, Republican AGs started going after Democrat office holders up to and including Joe Biden and maybe even his son at this point. Look, we've got a long way to go till November. Another trial is about to start, too, and that's 10% for the big guy, Hunter Biden himself. And there's going to be a lot that comes out about Joe Biden in that instance, too. So this is far from over. This is just kind of the beginning of the whole thing. And I was joking with some people in the green room earlier. We're all exhausted. It's May. We hadn't even got through the summer yet, for heaven's sake. So we better just buckle up because this is going to be a long way to go between now and November.
Hogan, thank you for that very stark reminder.
Yes.
Hogan, thank you.
Thanks. Appreciate it, guys.
And you are watching continuing coverage of today's historic verdict. Former President Donald Trump found guilty on 34 counts of falsifying business records. NBC News law enforcement and intelligence correspondent Tom Winter was at the court while the verdict was read. And here's what he told NBC's Savannah Guthrie about what it was like inside the courtroom in that critical moment.
Tom, there is nothing like the tension in a courtroom right before a verdict is read. Tell us what it was like in there, whether the jurors looked at the former president, and any other color you can provide from the courtroom.
Sure. Well, it was really a 180 in what occurred in there because the judge brought us in. First off, the prosecution just showed up. We did not hear the bell. It's a 1960s rotary style bell that we typically hear when the jury has something to tell the court. That's what we've been hearing over the past day or so. The prosecution comes in. All of a sudden, Donald Trump and his team come in, and the judge says, look, it's my intention here to let the jury go at 4:30. And all 4:30 comes and goes, and we're about 5 or 6 minutes past that. He comes in and he says, well, we received a note from the jury at 4:20 saying they have reached a verdict, and they want about 30 minutes or so more to be able to go through the paperwork and go count by count and item by item. At that point, the mood in the court completely changed. You could even hear the air conditioning system in there over just a couple of keyboard strokes from reporters that were in the courtroom. Obviously, the tension built. Prior to that, the former president and his defense attorney were talking as if the day was over. They were laughing with each other, covering their mouths so that the cameras that are viewed in the overflow courtroom weren't seen. And so the focus was just kind of the day is done. And immediately the gravity of the moment struck everybody in the courtroom, prosecution and defense. And you saw a real change at the defense table, understanding that this was really it. To your point, Savannah, I noticed the jurors, and I did not see all of them coming in because of just the way that the courtroom was set up, but I did not see any of them make any eye contact with Donald Trump prior to the verdict being read. I did not see them make any eye contact with the prosecution either. At that point, the judge asked the jury foreperson, have you reached a verdict without telling me? He said yes. He stood. They handed him a handheld mic, which allowed all of us to hear what he was going to say. And then one of the courtroom staff members went count by count. All those 34 counts, which as you well know by now, were all guilty. There was not a ton of reaction within the courtroom. We had been strongly admonished by the court security officers. They didn't want any sort of outbursts of any type. Once the jury was polled, which as you know is the moment where the judge or the court asks each individual juror if what the foreperson read was accurate. They said yes. And then at that point they were let out, and there did not appear to be any sort of significant eye contact there either. And there were some jurors that, of course, over the course of a trial, as you know, are more animated than others. Some take more notes than others. But even those that were a little bit more animated, I didn't detect any sort of kind of a telling of what the verdict would be prior to it being read. So obviously a kind of a quick turn of events, putting all of this in perspective. For years, going back to September 2019, when the Manhattan District Attorney's Office asked for Donald Trump's tax records, asked for his financial documents, the two Supreme Court battles that followed all throughout the pandemic up until the point when they got those documents, at that point there, Savannah, this case kind of moved forward slowly because there was a bit of a change here at the office. There was an election. There was a different district attorney, as you know, that came in and took office. And the plan of attack, if you will, for this investigation and case changed after that point. And eventually we got the charges that we got today, and approximately a year later, well, here we are now talking about a verdict. Where does this go from here has been so often the question involving investigations surrounding Donald Trump for the past 6-7 years or so. Today, this is kind of a big moment because we have no indication whatsoever that there is now going to be any sort of ongoing criminal jeopardy for the former president and presumptive Republican nominee going forward. None from the Manhattan District Attorney's Office, no indication that they're doing any additional work, no indication that the federal prosecutors about 2 blocks from me and the FBI 2 blocks from me is doing anything involving any sort of investigation involving the former president as it pertains or has a nexus to New York. Obviously, there's the other cases that you well know about. So it's a big moment today, a bit of a period on a number of investigations going back to the Michael Cohen guilty plea in federal court that surrounded all the conduct in this case. And so now we'll just have to see where those other 2 cases go. But as far as things go from here in his hometown, where so much of these investigations originated from or involved, including the conviction and jailing of his chief financial officer, Alan Weisselberg, and the conviction of his company, it's over.
Tom Winter, thank you so much. Now, shortly after the verdict, former President Donald Trump spoke to reporters about the trial and the jury's decision right there on the courthouse steps. So we want to take a listen to what he had to say.
This was a disgrace. This was a rigged trial by a conflicted judge who was corrupt. It's a rigged trial, a disgrace. They wouldn't give us a venue change. We were at 5% or 6% in this district, in this area. This was a rigged, disgraceful trial. The real verdict is going to be November 5th by the people. And they know what happened here, and everybody knows what happened here. You have a Soros-backed DA and the whole thing. We didn't do a thing wrong. I'm a very innocent man, and it's okay. I'm fighting for our country. I'm fighting for our Constitution. Our whole country is being rigged right now. This was done by the Biden administration in order to wound or hurt an opponent, a political opponent. And I think it's just a disgrace. And we'll keep fighting. We'll fight till the end and we'll win, because our country's gone to hell. We don't have the same country anymore. We have a divided mess. We're a nation in decline, serious decline. Millions and millions of people pouring into our country right now, from prisons and from mental institutions, terrorists, and they're taking over our country. We have a country that's in big trouble, but this was a rigged decision right from day one, with a conflicted judge who should have never been allowed to try this case, never. And we will fight for our Constitution. This is long from over. Thank you very much.
Former president there responding to being convicted of 34 felony counts. We're also hearing from Michael Cohen for the first time since the verdict. He just spoke on MSNBC moments ago, and here was his reaction to the jury's decision. Let's take a look.
I guess the word is relieved. This has been 6 years in the making. Remember, the very first time that I met with the district attorney's office, we talked about it when I was on your show after putting out Disloyal. The very first time I ever met with the district attorney's office was while I was an inmate in Otisville. They came up to see me on 3 separate occasions. So this is a 6-year process within which for accountability to finally be had.
The problematic witness, if you will, at the center of so much of this. So let's bring in our legal panel again. NBC News legal analyst Angela Sinandela, criminal defense attorney Misty Maris, and white-collar criminal defense attorney Sarah Azari. Thank you so much for being with us again. Let's see. Starting with you, Angela, let's talk about Michael Cohen here. And when it comes to this ability to see this trial, hindsight being 2020, do you think he was as big of a deal as we all made him out to be? Or do you think that the jury may have looked past all of the problems with his credibility?
Gotti, I do not think the jury looked past the problems of his credibility. You know what I think? I think that the prosecution almost put him up as a red herring, as a distraction. Because what happened to the defense? They just focused on Michael Cohen entirely, claiming that if you didn't believe Michael Cohen, the entire case was going to go away. But then if you look at both the jury instructions and then also the prosecution's closing argument, the prosecutors then decided that, or they labeled Cohen as the tour guide of the evidence. They didn't call him their star witness, just the tour guide. And they spent hours, 5 hours, going over the mountain of other evidence that they believed was going to win this case. And that's after the defense gave their closing argument, at which point the defense couldn't even respond. So I almost wonder if the prosecution did this intentionally, knowing that it would turn the defense into this tailspin and just lead them off the trail, which was the alternate evidence, Gotti.
You are very, very gracious with this, Angela, because if you would have said this a week ago, that Cohen was a red herring, I would have been like, I don't know, and yet we see the results here. Sarah, you're sitting here. I got to get your reaction. What do you think? Red herring? Is this a masterful, kind of masterminding of what we saw, or is this just a kind of a mishmash of coincidence and just lawyering in the courtroom?
I love how Angela thinks outside the box. Always appreciate that about her. But I don't think he was a red herring. I actually think that in life, Michael Cohen was the fixer, and in this trial, he was the connector. They needed Michael Cohen to make the connection between the hush money payments and Donald Trump and his knowledge of the purpose of the hush money payment. But at the same time, Michael Cohen, the problem that we thought came with Michael Cohen, that he's a prolific liar, ended up not being the problem. The problem was that Michael Cohen was corroborated. Michael Cohen was corroborated by tape. Michael Cohen was corroborated by documents. Michael Cohen was corroborated by other witnesses. So at the end of the day, okay, fine. He is a prolific liar and he's lied and we've got him on all kinds of, records lying. But is he lying to you, the jury, today? And he's not. And by the way, Gotti, if it was enough for a lying witness to lead to a not guilty, then I'd be winning all my cases. I've got a lot of Michael Cohens in my cases, and trust me, that's not enough.
Now, Misty, talking about Michael Cohen, I mean, this is a man who basically admitted to stealing from Trump. And kind of helped the case that maybe Trump may not have been watching his books close enough. And yet we saw the result that we just saw today with the conviction. How do you think Michael Cohen played into all this?
Yeah, Gotti, you make a really good point. I always thought that was a very big moment for the defense to extrapolate that and hammer that home to the jury. There was $60,000 that was stolen, money that directly relates to this transaction, and it was stolen right under the nose of Donald Trump. So how close was he to the documents and the actual machinations of how this money was paid to lead to this conclusion? But I think what Sarah said is so on point, and I'm not surprised because I know she deals with these types of witnesses in the white-collar crime world. You have a lot of imperfect witnesses, especially in a case where you're talking about accomplices. You're talking about hatching a scheme. Michael Cohen is a part of that scheme. So, of course, there's always going to be credibility issues. But the point is the jury doesn't have to believe every single thing he said lock, stock, and barrel. They don't even have to like him as a person. They just have to believe that the central elements of his testimony that relate to the crimes and relate to the charges were believable and put some evidentiary weight on them. So I think that's how it all played out after all was said and done in the courtroom.
Yeah, Misty, I thought it was fascinating that they didn't hammer that home a little bit more, too. And, I hate to, again, be a backseat lawyer here, but Angela, when it comes to problems and when it comes to what the defense did not capitalize on, where does your list start?
So I think it starts with actually their focus almost exclusively on Michael Cohen. I was on your show a couple nights ago, and I said that I felt this case would live and die with Michael Cohen, but not just on his credibility, on if the defense, if the jury believed the defense, that if you believed Michael Cohen or if you didn't believe him, that was going to be the entirety of the case. That was your reason to either acquit or convict, or the opposite, which is that if you believed that there was other corroborating factors that were necessary to get an acquittal or to get a conviction, then you would have to go for the prosecution. So I think the defense then just really focused only on Michael Cohen. A second thing I think they could have probably done a little bit better is this whole concept of just categorical denial. They came out of the gate denying everything. And I think sometimes when you do that on one side, you tend to push the bounds of your own credibility and you make the jury start to question a lot more of what you say. So in some ways, by saying things like Trump did not sleep with Stormy Daniel, this is extortion, by going that far, it almost put their own credibility in jeopardy, like Michael Cohen put his own when he started allegedly lying on the stand.
And Sarah, I see you nodding your head here. What else is on this list?
I mean, I think, look, it's hard to say what the defense should have done that they didn't do or did wrong, because ultimately none of us know what swayed this jury unless we're behind those closed doors or one of them talks. And so I think they're so focused on Michael Cohen, and then they put on this other prolific liar on the stand, Mr. Costello, who is a complete joke and an embarrassment. They did not put on an expert that they intended to put on, which was the election law expert, which could have potentially helped the jury more with that. But again, I'm critiquing the defense not knowing what really mattered to this jury. So it's hard to tell. But, obviously there's an appeal coming, and I think Trump's team's going to look very carefully at the trial record, at all of the rulings, at all of the objections, and potentially even ineffective assistance of counsel, all the grounds that could possibly be appealed. And then, we'll see what happens there. I think one of the things, Gotti, that's weird about this case is that typically the underlying, or what makes this a felony, is a state election. And here we're dealing with a federal election. Right. So that is sort of a novel issue that is going to be sort of really looked into on appeal, I think.
And Misty, when we're talking about appeal, is there an obvious low-hanging fruit appeal that you see right now? Or do you think that it's going to take some time before we see that?
Well, basically it's errors of law. So it's evidence that came in that shouldn't have come in, or evidence that should have come in that didn't. So that's what the inquiry is, and you're going to look at every single one of the times that the defense objected and make those arguments on appeal. I do think there's one issue that's really going to be central, and it's the non-prosecution agreement of AMI and Michael Cohen's, that Michael Cohen pled guilty, and one of the things he pled guilty to was that FICA violation, which was one of the unlawful acts. That's an illegal campaign contribution. That came in for credibility only, but the defense had objected to it. So a plea deal usually will not come into the courtroom because it could prejudice the defendant to say, well, if he pled guilty to it and he's part of this conspiracy, how could the defendant not be guilty? So that will be something that will be scrutinized on appeal.
And we'll be watching for all of that. Angela Sinandela, Misty Maris, and Sarah Azari, thank you so much for being with us this hour. And turning now to Alvin Bragg, the Manhattan DA who brought this case against Donald Trump. He spoke shortly after today's guilty verdict with his prosecutors behind him and was quick to name-check prosecutor Joshua Steinglass, whose closing arguments lasted more than 5 hours. Take a listen.
Mr. Steinglass, I think some of you probably saw him speak for a little bit the other day. So he's done his job, as has this team. And he just told me, tell him how I feel. I think you said that. I will just say enormous gratitude. You know, our system, I talked about the jurors at the beginning of my remarks. We have a phenomenal system. 12 everyday New Yorkers. They listen to the judge's directions. They follow the evidence. You saw them in court every day. They were careful and attentive. And so I feel deep gratitude to work alongside them, to be a part of this system. And I just want to echo that this is what we're doing every single day.
All right, and there are so many questions that people continue to ask tonight, and one of them is, can a convicted felon run for president? The short answer is yes. A convicted or imprisoned felon can not only campaign for president, but can be elected. And remember, the qualifications to become president are pretty straightforward. You just have to be a natural-born citizen, at least 35 years old, and have lived here for 14 years. And turns out history does have one example of a convicted felon and presidential candidate. The Socialists Party in 1920, the nominee then was Eugene Debs. He campaigned from his jail cell. He was convicted under the Sedition Act for criticizing World War I. Now, he lost that election, but he ended up getting almost 1 million votes, or 3% of the electorate at the time. For more on questions like this, we've got presidential historian Alexis Coe. Alexis, thanks so much for being with us here. So he can run for president, but if he lives in Florida, Florida has notoriously strict laws when it comes to felons voting. And I understand that there's this weird quirk about New York's law that he's not a felon until he's sentenced. But we're talking Florida law, New York law. If he lives in Florida, can he vote there?
It seems as though he cannot vote as a convicted felon. It's also unclear if he can even travel to the RNC, if he can cross state lines. There are a lot of questions. This is certainly, I've spent a lot of time since Trump first ran for office, became president, left, saying there's no precedent for this, but there's truly no precedent for this.
Yeah, and is there a possibility or anything in the Constitution barring a president from serving as the president of the United States while also in a prison cell?
No, there is not, because we have to remember that at the Constitutional Convention, there was a lot going on, and the framers looked to the president presiding over the convention, who was George Washington. He reluctantly came from Mount Vernon and thought he was just going to oversee the process. But everyone in the audience, all the framers, James Madison, these people he would actually be estranged from by the end of his presidency, they looked at him and they said, we're not going to figure this all out right now. So that's what we can sort of leave up to Washington. And whatever he does, even if we disagree with him on a lot of political issues, we know that fundamentally he will be guided by a sort of sort of belief in stability and a foundation that the democracy needs to be solid in order to move forward, and that everyone who comes after him will follow this precedent. And so we have what we see here is a lot of gray area. We don't have anything. We don't have a president who leads an insurrection. What do we do in those situations?
A lot of very fascinating questions. And again, you said the word unprecedented, and it's a word that we've said more than any other word in all of this. The date of the sentencing, July 11th, not only is it 4 days before the RNC, it's got its own place in history, right?
It does. It's a rather infamous day in history. It is the day that Aaron Burr and Alexander Hamilton dueled, and of course, Hamilton died. There are all these connections to founding history, and I hope what we take away from it is not just anecdotal evidence or fillers or fun leads and articles, but rather an understanding that there are laws in place for a reason, and that we can't just say the founders and the framers all the time without really looking at intent and what they stood for. Those are two men who did work hard and had a history of service.
Yeah, I mean, sorry to put this perspective out there, but yeah, we talk about our founders and framers with this degree of reverence, and then we see the coinciding of these dates. And then you got to remember, Aaron Burr, Alexander Hamilton, that turned into a death match, a literal death match with guns, and one person was killed. Like, politics has been even uglier than this before, right? Can we say that?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Partisanship. George Washington went into office and thought, oh, I won't declare a political party and then everything will be fine. And that's what he definitely got wrong. He, by insisting in this sort of bipartisanship that doesn't really exist across, every single topic, unleashed it into the street, the sort of fighting between the two parties. It has always been violent, and particularly in Congress. That was not the first time that Congress had seen guns and bloodshed.
No, hopefully we will never see that again. This is the weirdest way to end the show, the weirdest silver lining I could ever think of. But again, July 11th, the day that President or former President Donald Trump will be sentenced, and also the anniversary of Aaron Burr and Alexander Hamilton's duel. What a wild day we live in. Thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for that historic perspective. That's going to do it for us this hour. Our coverage of the Donald Trump verdict continues next with Tom Yamas.
This is an NBC News Now special, the Trump hush money trial verdict. From NBC News headquarters in New York, here's Tom Yamas.
Hey, good evening. We are coming to you live tonight at this unprecedented moment in American history. For the first time ever, a former United States president has been convicted of a felony. Former President Donald Trump found guilty on 34 felony counts of falsifying business records to cover up hush money payments made to Stormy Daniels ahead of the 2016 election. The 12 members of a New York jury voting unanimously to convict. It was a stunning moment late today in Lower Manhattan as that verdict was read just after 5 p.m. There are no cameras allowed inside that courtroom, but shortly after, the former president emerging, his face stoic, his tone defiant, delivering this message to the reporters gathered in the hallway and to the nation he once served as commander-in-chief.
This was a disgrace. This was a rigged trial by a conflicted judge who was corrupt. It's a rigged trial, a disgrace. They wouldn't give us a venue change. We were at 5% or 6% in this district, in this area. This was a rigged, disgraceful trial. But the real verdict is going to be November 5th by the people. And they know what happened here, and everybody knows what happened here. You have a Soros-backed DA and the whole thing. We didn't do a thing wrong. I'm a very innocent man, and it's okay. I'm fighting for our country. I'm fighting for our Constitution. Our whole country is being rigged right now. This was done by the Biden administration in order to wound or hurt an opponent, a political opponent. And I think it's just a disgrace. And we'll keep fighting. We'll fight till the end, and we'll win, because our country's gone to hell. We don't have the same country anymore. We have a divided mess. We're a nation in decline, serious decline. Millions and millions of people pouring into our country right now from prisons and from mental institutions, terrorists, and they're taking over our country. We have a country that's in big trouble. But this was a rigged decision right from day one, with a conflicted judge who should have never been allowed to try this case, never. And we will fight for our Constitution. This is long from over. Thank you very much.
And a reminder, this case was brought by the Manhattan DA's office, not the Justice Department. Trump's sentencing set for July 11th, where he could face a minimum sentence of probation or up to 4 years in prison. July 11th, importantly, just 4 days before the Republican National Convention, where Donald Trump is expected to formally become the Republican nominee for president. Again, this is something we have never before seen in this country. The jury of 7 men and 5 women dismissed following the announcement of the verdict, which they reached after 9.5 hours of deliberation. All eyes then on former President Trump as his motorcade, you see it here, made its way from the courthouse, where he has spent much of the last 6 weeks, to his home at Trump Tower. And then this, Trump greeted by a small group of cheering supporters there, raising his fist as he acknowledged the crowd before walking into Trump Tower, which is, of course, the same location where prosecutors said Trump had a fateful meeting with his fixer, Michael Cohen, who would become the star witness in this case. Prosecutors say Cohen paid adult film star Stormy Daniels hush money to keep an affair with Trump secret ahead of the 2016 election, then falsified business records to cover up his tracks to influence that election. The jury clearly buying that story. Cohen tonight in a statement writing, "Today is an important day for accountability and the rule of law. While it has been a difficult journey for me and my family, the truth always matters." And Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg, who brought the charges against Trump, acknowledging the gravity of this case shortly after the verdict was reached.
While this defendant may be unlike any other in American history, we arrived at this trial and ultimately today at this verdict in the same manner as every other case that comes through the courtroom doors, by following the facts and the law, and doing so without fear or favor.
And as we've said, Trump not the only first former president to be found guilty of a felony, but also the first major presidential candidate to be convicted of a felony. The big question tonight, how will this conviction play with voters as Trump faces off with President Biden yet again? Could it actually help the former president retake the White House by rallying his base? We'll break down what the polling says a little later. The Biden campaign seizing on the verdict to call voters to action, writing in a statement, "In New York today, we saw that no one is above the law. Today's verdict does not change the fact that the American people face a simple reality. There is still only one way to keep Donald Trump out of the Oval Office, at the ballot box. Convicted felon or not, Trump will be the Republican nominee for president." This jury may have just reelected President Trump, but they may have just reelected President Biden. Or a third reality could be true. It might not matter at all. We've got a full team of reporters, legal experts, and political analysts here to break it all down for you. I want to start first with our NBC News reporters who have been covering this trial from the beginning. NBC News senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett, senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson, and Tom Winter here to get us started. Laura, for our viewers who might have missed it, I want to go back to that moment when you read the verdict out loud in front of the cameras, live on television. Brett, roll that clip.
Here we go. Count 1, guilty. Count 2, guilty. Count 3, guilty. Count 4, guilty. Count 5, guilty. Count 6, guilty.
Laura, as you're reading that, and you know, I felt for you because I know you're thinking in your head, I hope we're right, I hope we're right, I hope we're right, because the entire nation is watching. What were you thinking as you were reading that?
I was thinking, I know that we're right, because Tom Winter was the man in the courtroom in that seat who I knew was going to get it right and who I trusted. I'm reading this for millions of people, Tom. Please make sure you're in the Google Doc in the right place. And it was one of those moments where we were sort of tap dancing for a little bit, knowing that the verdict is coming, but I'm looking at the sheet, trying to make sure we're on top of it, trying to make sure that we're being accurate. And so as soon as I saw that first G, knowing that it was guilty, I had to interrupt to make sure that everyone could understand what was happening, which is sort of a surreal moment because we've all covered high-profile trials so many times, right? We've done dozens and dozens of these. Nothing is ever like this. And the stakes are so high, and we just want to make sure that we're obviously being as accurate and as fair as possible in every case, but particularly given these circumstances.
And then is it hitting you that a former president is being convicted in real time and you're reading this?
Yes, although I try not to think about it too hard and get in my head about it and try to just play it as straight as possible. As you could see there, there was no color commentary. There was no sort of my interpretation of everything. It was just straight doing the counts. And we did that on purpose so people understand. We did that intentionally just to be as clear and concise as possible in that moment.
So, Tom, you were eyes and ears inside the courtroom because there were no cameras. Talk to me and explain to the viewers, how does that work? Because I know when you guys went in there, you weren't sure what was going to happen. You weren't expecting the verdict at first when everyone was being summoned, and then suddenly you're typing away and it's going right over to Laura.
Well, we were initially told that the jurors are going to go home for the day. And the former president and the presumptive Republican nominee is sitting there with his attorneys, and they're laughing and they're talking because it's just going to be another day. We're going to move on till tomorrow. And all of a sudden the judge comes back, very different demeanor, and says, I have to tell you, we got a note at 4:20. And the jurors have told us there's a verdict. They need a little more time to fill out those forms. But we're coming back. And that was just an immediate 180 in the courtroom. It was quiet. We have to respect the process. We're there purely as observers. But all of a sudden, you can hear the air conditioning. You could hear just a few little clacks of the keyboard.
You have your laptop, your phone. How are you communicating?
So I bet you don't know where you were on March 20th, 2004. For anybody on this panel, but I remember because that was the verdict for the United States versus Martha Stewart. That's the first case that I covered for this company and in this business. And back then, we had to hold up placards through a window, through an internal courtyard of federal court, to somebody who had been on a payphone since 7 in the morning. And this was after lunch. Holding a payphone, holding the line on our 1-800 number here at NBC to tell the control room what was going on. And then the rest of us had to walk out with the same placard to make sure everybody knew what the verdict was. Much more modern today. Microsoft Surface, Google Doc, and basically just typing in one of 3 letters, that's what it was. And then from there, we have the ability to mirror that across all of our control rooms, most importantly to the person reading it on the air.
When it was guilty, 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 people stunned, quiet. What was the reaction in the courtroom?
Absolutely quiet. You know, you never know. Laura and I were talking about it earlier this evening. You cover these cases, you get into it, you start reading the juror instructions, you think of all the permutations that could happen, and you start to wonder, will it be a guilty verdict? Will there be a not guilty verdict? How's this all going to go? And then it comes out, and it's just kind of what you might have thought it was going to be going into it, given the composition of the jury, the type of case it was, what was coming forward. And the fact, this always throws everybody off. The reading of a verdict is always very fast. There's a lot of tension in the courtroom. There's a lot of energy. And so one of the courtroom staffers says, count 2, guilty immediately by the jury foreperson, and then they just go from there. They're just ticking right on down the tracks.
Hallie, as we're looking at the video and I'm watching the stills that were coming out of court afterwards, and President Trump, former President Trump, defiant with his fist up, we're looking at a man that was on trial. We're also looking at a man that is running for president. Let's talk about the politics of this, and we're going to go back to the case as well, because the big question is this. I'm listening to Tom, I'm listening to Laura. It's also dramatic. We've been following it as journalists for the last 6 weeks, but the only question tonight is, does it move the needle?
Yeah, and we don't have an answer for that yet. I mean, just to be totally candid, here's what we do know. We're paying a lot of attention to it. About a third of Americans, based on polling, say they really aren't paying much attention to it. They are tonight, I'm willing to bet, because this is news that would, of course, break through, I think. But about 2/3 to 3/4 of voters say that this previously had said a conviction wouldn't change their minds, that it wouldn't change their vote one way or the other, right? The question is going to be what happens with some of these voters, especially, and we're looking at independents because they're going to be critical here, especially the slice of independents, anywhere from maybe 10 to 20+%, who say that they might be less likely to vote for the former president if he were to be convicted. Hypotheticals are different than reality. We now have reality. Donald Trump has been convicted on these 34 felony counts. You're seeing some of the numbers here. It's interesting in this most recent poll, I think this is the NPR Marist poll that's out today. It is 15% upper left, upper right-hand corner of independents say they're more likely to vote for Trump if he were convicted. This is obviously a good poll. The numbers are good. We've seen a little bit of that. I think the more important number might be the others on the bottom of the screen there. It makes no difference for 65% of Democrats, Republicans, and about 75% of independents. All of this said, a lot is going to depend on how these candidates handle this moving forward. Both of these candidates specifically. And I think it's worth noting how you've seen the Republican Party really fall in line, even tonight, behind former President Trump, coming out on the cable networks, sort of these people who are on the short list for running mate, speaking out now on his behalf, lining up behind it. Even Senator Mitch McConnell, who is no fan of Donald Trump these days, suggesting that he believes, just in the last few minutes, that this is going to be, in his view, overturned on appeal. I'll leave it to the legal experts to assess that, but the fact that he is even weighing in, albeit hours later, I think is notable here.
Laura, the jury instructions were a little complicated. Understanding what was happening, what the crime was a little complicated. Talk to me about the three moments for our viewers. What were the three moments that made this case?
The three moments that made this case, I think, were one of the first moments, which was David Pecker. Remember, he is the tabloid boss, the head of the National Enquirer. He is the one who puts the former president in the room where it happens, where prosecutors had said this conspiracy to suppress bad
the plot was
stories.
hatched. Yep.
Exactly. And so because he puts Trump in the room, Michael Cohen, the former fixer, then carries it to the Oval. And so those were sort of the two signposts. And it was interesting that the jury asked for readbacks of those two men. That was the testimony. And when I heard that they wanted readbacks of those testimony, that told me they've moved past the falsification of business records, right? That was the core charge, is that he doctored his business records to cover up the conspiracy. But if they want to hear from Pecker, that means they want to hear about the conspiracy. They've already decided something on the falsification. We didn't know yet that they had found he had committed the falsification of business records. But I do think that was one of the key moments. Obviously, Michael Cohen was a huge moment. Stormy Daniels was a huge moment. And those were the three big witnesses. There was obviously Hope Hicks. It was sort of a round robin of different people in Trump's orbit. But I do think at the end of the day, everyone thought of Cohen as the star witness. I think it was Pecker the whole time.
And was there one big mistake? Was there one big mistake that stands out to you? Was it the last witness? Was it the defense sort of playing to the jury but playing to Trump?
I think it was Cohen. I think they put all their eggs in the Cohen basket, and they were so just hungry to damage him and to beat him up and to call him the MVP of liars, to call him the gloat, the greatest liar of all time. They put so much emphasis into that if the jury thought, you know what, I understand why he's angry. Trump dropped him like a hot potato when the feds came calling. That's what
didn't pay him, right?
You didn't pay him, right? And so if they put all their eggs in the Cohen basket, then if the jurors thought, like, no, I can get it, I can get on board with Cohen, then what case do they
I don't
have?
believe him all the time, but I believe him this time.
Yeah.
Tom, what do you want to say?
Well, I was going to say, you know, what's interesting about this case is the FBI first opened their investigation into these payments in the middle of 2007. So the fact that Stormy Daniels received a payment, this Michael Cohen character, this Michael Pecker character, what was the National Enquirer doing? We've heard about this for a long time. What'll be interesting to me to merge a little bit of the political and the legal worlds here, if we ever do get to the other two federal criminal trials that are pending for the former president, likelihood probably not very high, but when the public starts to hear and viewers start to hear about the details in those cases, will those make an impact versus this case where I think some of the facts, even though some of the testimony, Laura, was certainly interesting and some of it was new, I think the general fact pattern here was kind of well known.
Hallie, I'm going to ask you a question. You may not have the answer, but I'm looking at your crystal ball. You know, we've had E. Jean Carroll. We've had this civil case. We've had so many cases and things that have happened to former President Trump. Will we be talking about this in October?
Well, based on where the numbers are right now, the things that voters want to talk about are the economy and immigration. They want to talk about inflation and they want to talk about the border. They've been very consistent about that those are the issues motivating them to the ballot box. It's been interesting. We have this amazing team of embeds, right? These campaign reporters that are out in the field, and all night they've been gathering interviews with people in these key swing states in Arizona and in Pennsylvania, and it is fascinating to look at because what you're seeing is so much of the reaction tonight falling along party lines, frankly, from people, Trump supporters who say, this doesn't change my opinion, Biden supporters who say, I'm glad justice is done, right? And there's obviously nuance in that as well, but I do think that that's been a super interesting piece of this here. I also think, listen, to Tom's point here, there are other cases, other legal issues that the former president faces that legal experts think are more serious, that could be potentially more damaging to him. It is unlikely that those come to bear before the election. We're waiting, you know this well, our justice correspondent, for the Supreme Court to make a case, a ruling on the immunity claim that he's made in his federal election interference case. TBD, probably before the end of June or early July. The Florida classified documents case is wrapped up in these procedural motions, et cetera. The next hearing on that isn't for a couple months. Same thing for Georgia, where they're set to hear in August the former president's claim that the prosecutor, appealing a claim that the prosecutor shouldn't be bringing the case against him. All of which is to say, we are months away from those other cases. So, you know, does this have legs? I am pretty sure that the Biden campaign is going to use this, not to point to the legal issues, but to say this is the character of the person you're electing, because they have tried to press the character case against Donald Trump, the drama case, do you really want this guy back in office for 4 more years? Remember what this is like, as part of a broader messaging campaign.
And we're going to be discussing all of that throughout this broadcast. Hallie, Tom, Laura, great job. I know some of you guys are sticking around. We'll talk to you guys more in just a moment, but because we want to go now to Trump Tower live. Vaughn Hilliard is down there. Vaughn, I know you've made your way from the courthouse to Trump Tower. Talk to me about the scene tonight. I was hearing mixed reports. There's supporters, there's protesters. What exactly is happening? And then the former president apparently had dinner plans tonight.
Right, we're at, just to give folks an idea of where Trump Tower is at, it's 5th Avenue and 56th Street here in Midtown Manhattan. We're about 4 blocks from Central Park. This is a very highly trafficked area on most nights. We've got about a dozen of his supporters that are out here, a lot of other bypassers that are coming around here. For Donald Trump, he is currently on the Upper East Side of New York at a dinner fundraiser. He'll be returning to Trump Tower tonight for the night before tomorrow having a press conference at 11 a.m. Eastern Time here from Trump Tower. You saw that he delivered those short remarks upon leaving the courthouse following his conviction there. But for Donald Trump, this is just beginning. He's got 5 months until the general election, Tom.
Do we also know that the former president is going to have a press conference tomorrow discussing some of the trial? Do we know anything more about that?
We don't have specifics on what his intention is, but for anybody that follows his social media post over the last 2 hours, he has given a pretty good of indication of where this is going to go. Not only saying that he will be appealing the decision from Lower Manhattan today, but also that November 5th is going to be the real verdict day. November 5th, of course, is 159 days away, and that is the general election. For Donald Trump, his fate today was determined on these 34 felony counts by 12 New York jurors. But for Donald Trump, he has every contention of making this ultimately a decision that comes down to the public court of opinion. And so for him, that means going on the campaign trail, hitting the TV airwaves, and making his own case. Because the reality is that the justice system played out how it did here this evening, but he's got an election on his hands. We should note, though, Tom, that his sentencing is slated to take place on July 11th, 4 days before the beginning of the Republican National Convention, when he is slated to be formally nominated as the Republican nominee. And so that will be a very decisive time, and there could very well be jail time as part of that punishment. Of course, if he was elected, we would expect that the prison time to be suspended until after he were to serve, but it only raises the stakes, this conviction does, of what is going to be coming on November 5th, again, 159 days from now in the general election, Tom.
Vaughn Hilliard for us. Vaughn, we appreciate all your reporting. For more on this verdict and to dig a little bit more into the legalities of everything, I want to bring in Adam Kaufman. He's a former assistant district attorney with the Manhattan District Attorney's Office, Michael Vanderveen, a former Trump lawyer and criminal defense attorney, and Lanny Davis, Michael Cohen's former lawyer and legal advisor. Lanny, I'm going to start with you. Have you had a chance to speak with Michael Cohen tonight? And even if you haven't, talk to us about his headspace. He was called the greatest liar of all time. He was trashed by the Trump defense team, and he stood there for hours testifying. What does today mean for him?
So first of all, I haven't talked to him. I'm no longer his lawyer, and I want to focus on the evidence, but I have said many, many times, Michael Cohen was found to be truthful under tough cross-examination in front of New York Supreme Court Judge Engoron in the financial fraud case. And the judge wrote that he was credible and truthful. And the tactic of using the entire defense to shout names in a courtroom when they're not evidence and not provide any counter to documents that do not lie means that this verdict was a verdict based on the facts and the documents.
Michael, you represented former President Trump. You worked with him. How hard is it to work with him? Because some people have said that Todd Blanche, you know, he had a case to present to the jury, but he also had a case to present to his client, former President Trump, and that can be difficult.
Yeah, you know, I'm not sure how much I really make of that. My experience was that he was a very good client. He was easy to work with. I found him, first of all, to be a pretty humorous guy. He seemed intent on giving you what he thought were the important points that he wanted to make, but he gave us a free hand both in the impeachment trial and then in the Manhattan trial.
Well, I ask you about that because some people said that maybe Blanche had some missteps in the closing arguments and bringing up people like Bob Costello, in trying to relitigate Stormy Daniels. Those were missed opportunities.
You know, I don't know. I thought Blanche did a good job. I thought, you know, I thought he's a very good lawyer. I think he did a good job. And frankly, this is a historic trial. What he was able to accomplish in this trial was much more important to him than, am I going to get another case from Donald Trump? I mean, he's in the history books.
But he lost the case.
He did lose the case, but he defended the case in a way that I think was probably much more motivated by what's the best defense that I can put on, rather than, hey, I'm going to please my client. You know, we all usually have conflicts with our clients, and you know, and there are a lot of disagreements. But there are only two decisions in this case that were Donald Trump's and Donald Trump's alone, and that was to plead not guilty, and that was to testify or not. Otherwise, you know, he has input into the case, and the lawyer has input in the case. Those are his decisions, and you know, that second decision probably had an effect on this trial.
Adam, was this case winnable for the defense?
It's really a hard case to win. I mean,
but it's untested legal theory.
Well, but that's a different issue, right?
Yeah.
There's the issue of it's an untested legal theory. The jury doesn't know and doesn't care that it's an untested legal theory. They don't know that. What they hear is the evidence in the courtroom, right? And you look at the documents, and you know, and I agree, Cohen was well corroborated, and that's so important in a case like this. But so the legal theory, the untested nature of it, that's going to be an issue that might be hashed out on appeal, but not in the courtroom.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand because, you know, in looking at this case, there were key witnesses that never showed up to trial, that were never called by either side, including Alan Weisselberg, the man. Go ahead. Well,
Weisselberg testified in our trial. Weisselberg didn't testify because Weisselberg has showed 100% support and loyalty to the president. So he wasn't going to take the stand and say anything that the prosecutors wanted the jury to hear. Weisselberg was gone to jail twice for his loyalty, and would have been willing to go a third time if somebody thought again, oh, he perjured himself and we're going to charge him again.
Lanny, you worked with Michael Cohen. You were his lawyer. Michael Cohen obviously has a reputation that can be debated by both sides. Do you think that Michael Cohen has finally sort of received justice? I mean, he did hard time. He defended Donald Trump till the end until he didn't. His family was put through so much, and now Donald Trump is a convicted felon.
Look, I'm a former lawyer for Michael, so I just have to follow certain rules and not comment about Michael. But I can say what I've previously said. Every word that he testified to was backed up by documents, including Mr. Weisselberg, who wrote down $130,000, multiplied it by 2, to take care of income taxes. And yet Donald Trump's defense was that number was legal fees. If you lie about that number being about legal fees, when everybody, certainly the jury and everybody knew that number was about Stormy Daniels, that's the end of the defense. You lie about legal fees, then the conspiracy can be believed by the jury that he knew he wasn't paying legal fees to Stormy Daniels. He lied and recorded them as legal fees. That, to me, is the logic of the jury looking at that document, and that document speaks for itself. And Weisselberg was the most important witness against Mr. Trump because of his own handwriting and what I just said.
Reasonable doubt. They needed one juror. They couldn't get there. I don't know if you can describe the jurors getting to this verdict in a fast manner. It seemed fast to me. I didn't go to law school. And I bring all this up because it sounds like the prosecutors convinced the jury easily. I mean, because they got back. They wanted to hear the instructions once again, and it was unanimous on all the counts. And so my question to you, Adam, I mean, like, did the defense, because you guys were talking about the defense, I mean, was the case winnable, or was it over from the get-go?
Look, anytime a criminal case goes to trial, as defense attorneys, we know it's difficult for the defense. The prosecution gets up there, they put on their case, and most criminal cases that go to trial end up as convictions. The prosecution did a great job. I think there were some missteps by the defense. I think that I would have talked more about the fact that Weisselberg wasn't called. Why wasn't he called? He's the one, right? I think that putting on, one thing to think about is the defense doesn't have any burden. And so they can sit back and do nothing and just poke holes at the prosecution's case. When they put on a witness, now it gives the jury something to balance, something to weigh. And so if you're going to put on a case, it's got to be more than Costello. Right. Because now you go from having nothing and the jury just has to focus on the prosecution case, and then you put something up there, it's so feather light that now the jury is weighing the two sides.
Michael, would you put up more of a defense?
Witness-wise, you mean?
Witness-wise, case-wise, I mean?
Probably not. Generally, in a criminal defense case, it's the government's burden, and you don't put on too many defense witnesses. It's cross-examination. We make our living on cross and closing. We don't do a lot of direct examinations. But I want to tell you, a year ago, we did a mock jury trial on our trial, and we did deep dive jury questionnaires and evaluation of the Manhattan jury pool. 8.5 out of 10 people had very strong feelings against the president. The other 1.5 just didn't like him. So
it was hard to win a case in Manhattan, is what you're saying?
Yeah, it was hard to win a case in Manhattan. But I have such faith in the jury system. I mean, it really is the best system that we have. And I'm a little disheartened because the presumption of innocence and that guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, from when it was first written to where it is now, is really eroded.
Does he have, we only have 30 seconds, does he have a chance for an appeal?
I think he's got a couple issues on appeal, absolutely.
Yeah?
Yeah.
In the jury instructions, probably there's some issues on appeal, some of the trial evidence that came in. There's a couple of issues there that will be interesting.
Okay, guys, we thank you so much for being here. Our coverage of this historic verdict is just getting started. When we come back, the political fallout of Trump's guilty conviction, will it hurt or help his re-election bid? And what does it mean for the Biden campaign? Will they change course? Stay with us.
I'm disappointed that it's come down to a court in New York to paint it exactly how the Democrats would like it. But I think a lot of people are smart enough to see through some of this.
I was just very excited to see that people are still willing to vote for democracy and be willing to confront somebody so large and in charge.
In the long run, it might hurt him. Judging by everything, a lot of people say your past doesn't matter, but in certain situations, yeah, your past kind of does matter. That's your resume for you.
Yeah, ethically, I would want to vote for a president that is ethically upright, and I can't say the same for either president right now, which makes me incredibly uncomfortable. And I'm really not sure what to do at this point, at this moment, I'm not looking forward to the elections.
And that was the reaction from voters across the country speaking to our reporters after former President Trump was found guilty by a New York jury of 34 counts of falsifying business records. This verdict coming against the backdrop of the 2024 election, which rests right now on a razor's edge. For more on the political fallout from former President Trump's conviction, I want to bring in our political pros tonight. Jen Psaki, former Biden White House press secretary and an MSNBC anchor, and Hogan Gidley, former White House principal deputy press secretary during the Trump administration. Thank you both for being here. Jen, I want to start with you. If you had the president's here tonight and you're talking about the campaign, what advice do you give him about this conviction? How can they use this to their advantage, or they can't?
I actually think the statement they gave was exactly the right tone. It was this short: we respect the rule of law and have no additional comment. Now, they left it to the campaign. The campaign put out a much longer statement. The key line in this is there is still only one way to keep Donald Trump out of the Oval Office: at the ballot box. And I think what's important about their strategy at this point, if you're in the White House or you're on the campaign, what you're trying to manage is this is not a moment for cheering. This is not a moment for celebrating. Campaign staff, White House staff, others, even people who strongly dislike President Trump. This is a serious moment where the former president of the United States was convicted on 34 counts. And what I would advise him to do is to keep focused on the range of issues that the American public is focused on. You have a debate coming up. There are lots of issues to debate out there: abortion rights, the economy, climate, et cetera.
Does that speak to the post-Trump presidency era we live in, or do you think that's just the nature of this campaign? Because we just had this historical moment. A former president was convicted of a crime, and you're essentially saying that happened, but we got to focus on everything else.
I think voters are going to make a choice. And you heard there's a smattering of views from the voters that your reporters and our reporters talk to, which tells you a lot, right? People don't know how to digest this. They don't know what to make of it yet. The politics of it, I think, are quite unpredictable at this moment. There's a range of polls that have been out there, which shows that a very small percentage of people who were asked, who are Trump supporters, would consider changing their mind. Now, and
some independents that would actually, it helps Trump.
It's a range. Now, the election is going to be decided in about 7 states by a small number of voters. So if some people do, that will make a difference. But I think if you're the Biden team, it's about not dancing on this. This is going to happen on its own, and you have to go back to seizing the moment and talking about the issues that a lot of people care deeply about.
Hogan, you told me yesterday an acquittal would be the best case scenario. This is the exact opposite of this. This is, I think, a B plus, bad
It'd be
plus.
the worst case scenario, Tom.
B plus, bad plus, terrible, to quote Succession. Is this a bad day for the campaign, or is this in some weird way a good day for the campaign?
Well, look, it's a long time between now and November. Obviously, a lot of things are going to happen. And Jen's absolutely right. The Biden folks need to be worried about the issues at hand here, because Donald Trump, while this will be a bump in the road, no doubt, they're going to have their day tomorrow when Trump comes out and addresses the American people. He will. But if he continues to make this about those issues, that's what the campaign's going to be about, okay? You touched on something, Jen, you're right. A sliver of votes here. We're talking about the last election being decided by 3 states, 42,000 votes. That's it. And so the margins here are going to matter. What happened today is big. It is historic. But how that shakes out between now and November, time will tell. But I still think it comes down to the issues that everyone cares about. You played some clips from people out there with different opinions about this, but it comes down to, can I pay for my car? Can I pay for my rent? Can I pay for my mortgage? Can I buy gas? Can I buy groceries? Those are the things that people are going to care about and vote on in November.
Jen, is there a danger here, if you go back to 2016, where it was Trump coverage all the time, and Hillary Clinton could not get a word in edgewise. And look, I'm not saying that's the reason why she lost the election, but that did happen. That was reality. It's happening right now. President Biden, he was just trying to get the black vote yesterday with Vice President Harris. That got minimal attention because this sucked up all the oxygen. Is there also a danger in this?
It's a huge challenge for them. I mean, I think that's why they did the sort of stunt with Robert De Niro the other day, was to try to inject themselves into the coverage. They did that. They have a couple of audiences here. One of them is the base of the Democratic Party. That's one of the biggest challenges the Biden campaign has right now, and opportunities too, is bringing those voters home. And voters need to know that there's life in the campaign. That's why they did that, I think.
They want to show some teeth, essentially?
They want to show some teeth and some kind of passion. I will just say, though, I think one of the things you said, Trump has not shown, at least from what I've watched, and you can disagree with me, that's fine, any desire to talk about issues other than this trial, right? I mean, he's dove into this trial. They're fundraising.
He'll inject the border. He'll inject wars, like in his comments.
And we'll see what happens in the next couple of weeks. We'll have to watch that. But he has been running on the trial and as being the victim. And so I think a question to me is, does he break out of that and start to talk about other issues or not? He hasn't too much to date.
Yeah, but yes, he does, and yes, he will. But he's not the only victim here. He would argue the American people are the victim because of the policies that they've been kicked in the teeth.
I mean, I think the legal system worked its way through.
I understand. I'm saying he's going to campaign as that, and he's also going to say the American people are also victims because you're seeing drugs pouring into our communities, a wide open southern border, crime, obviously the economy's in shambles. That's what the campaign will be about, and that's the debate. And so starting from this moment moving forward, what Donald Trump focuses on will absolutely have to do with some weaponization pieces of the federal government and three-letter agencies because he feels as though he's a victim of that. But a lot of people in this country feel they're victims of the same thing in various forms and fashions. So that's going to be part of it. But Joe Biden, while he does want to talk about issues, he rarely himself talks about issues that poll in the top three. He doesn't talk about immigration. He doesn't talk about the economy much. He's out there trying to court black voters. It's almost June. You're trying to get your base and solidify your base. And Jen rightly pointed out, he has a real problem with that at this point. Trump has the base and has had it for the whole year. So it's tough for Biden to have to spend time, effort, money doing that at this point.
Jen, does the Biden-Harris reelect team, do they have to explain to voters that this wasn't our case, okay? This was the Manhattan DA. This was not politics, or that's just a waste of time?
I think they do that in part by how they handle it, right? You know, there were some reports that are wrong that President Biden was going to give a speech or something.
That was out there from the White House, right?
There was something.
It sounded like a strange move.
That doesn't seem to be what their plan was.
Yeah.
They recognize from talking to them that he's going to have to respond to this at some point in time. The reporter will yell a question at him, something along those lines. And I think the statement today from them, which was so limited, it was about the rule of law and respect of the rule of law, is kind of sending the message of the seriousness of this moment. This is a jury of 12 peers. This is how our legal system works, our justice system works. And I think that will continue to be their emphasis from the White House.
Does this become part of the debate? I mean, does he use this as a strategy to get under Trump's skin in the debate and call him a felon, say he was convicted, saying he was the first president to go down?
You know, I think that's part of what they're going to discuss over the coming weeks. I would be very surprised if Joe Biden calls Donald Trump a convicted felon on the debate stage, just as it's not his style, right? I think what he would go to is kind of values and rule of law, and I'm a candidate who respects the rule of law. But I also think what they're going to want to talk about on the debate stage is more issues like abortion rights and abortion access, and some of the issues, to your point, Tom, that haven't broken through, right? That if you look at the polling, 20% of the public in the recent New York Times poll blamed Joe Biden for the overturning of Dobbs, right? They have other areas and other business they need to do in that debate. I don't think he calls him a convicted felon. I think he finds a way to wink at his legal challenges and his disrespect for the rule of law.
Jen Psaki, Hogan Gidley, always love talking with you guys. And I always love when you guys are civil. This is always great. This is great. You guys are always friendly. Boxing gloves are out there. Okay, we're going to keep it going here. There are still several criminal cases against the former president hanging in the balance. Where do those cases stand? Much more of our NBC News special when we come right back. All right, we're back now with an NBC News Now special. History made inside a New York courtroom. A jury finding former President Trump guilty of falsifying business records in connection to hush money payments. The verdict making Trump the first former president to ever be convicted of felony crimes. The jury handing down that stunning conviction, guilty on all 34 counts after just 9.5 hours of deliberations. 7 men, 5 women siding with the prosecution, affirming Trump played a role in a cover-up to corrupt the 2016 presidential election. After the verdict, Trump greeting a massive crowd. You see him here outside Trump Tower, raising his hand and announcing he will hold the news conference at 11 a.m. Eastern tomorrow morning. Judge Merchan setting a July 11th sentencing date, just 4 days ahead of the Republican National Convention, where the GOP is set to select him as their nominee for president. But the president still has other legal issues that are being worked out. We're going to break it all down. And remember, this trial is out of New York, and it's not the only criminal case the former president faces. He may face as many as 3 more, with 1 in Georgia and 2 at the federal level, up in the air right now. Most legal experts say those cases are far from serious for Mr. Trump. The thing is, those 3 are delayed big time right now, to the point that they may not even start until after the election. We're going to have to wait and see. For more on these cases and what happens next, I want to bring in our good friends again, NBC News senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett and NBC News legal analyst Danny Ceballos. Laura, I'm going to start with you because I want to make sure our viewers understand what's next in this case, and could Trump possibly be behind bars?
Next in this case, we're going to go to sentencing. As you laid out, on July 11th, Judge Merchan's going to bring everybody in, and he is in the driver's seat there. He made very clear to this jury, don't think about a prison sentence. I don't have to even prescribe a prison sentence. I'm going to do this. It's totally within my discretion to do anything from probation to 4 years in prison. And we should make clear, because it's a low-level felony, 4 years is the max. That's as high as it's going to go, and he doesn't stack it. Even though it was 34 counts, it's just 4 years, period. But there's no guarantee he's going to get those 4 years, right? He doesn't have any criminal history. Right. He's approaching 80 years old. I think the judge might be inclined to give him something more on the lower end. But I also recognize, and you and I have talked about, this is a person who the judge thinks, these are not my words, the judge thinks flouted the law. He thinks he's had multiple violations of this gag order. He threatened to throw him behind bars before, and he didn't do it. He said, please don't make me do it. I recognize that you're the former president and current frontrunner. Please don't make me do this. And so I think that moment on July 11th is just going to be another one for the history books.
Danny, we've covered a lot on this network, the crimes committed in the city of New York, where people don't go to jail at all. They bail out. Undocumented immigrants have assaulted police officers and then bailed out right away. There's a problem with people going to prison in New York right now. Do you think the president gets prison time?
I do not. I think the odds are that he does not. Still, there is a chance. It's a Class E felony, the lowest level felony. As Laura just explained, they're not going to run him consecutively. They will run concurrently. He's over 70 years old, nonviolent crime, no criminal history, no guns, no drugs. All of the factors point toward a strong case for a probation-only sentence. And I would add, and this would be the defense argument in me, I would argue that this is a case where the loss is 0. There's no loss. There's no identifiable victims. Now, reasonable minds can disagree. There's an argument to be made that, look, there were people who were defrauded. After all, that's one of the definitions of the crime, and it was the people of the state of New York, for example. But when you look at traditional fraud cases, you don't have traditional victims, as you often do in these prosecutions where someone's defrauded out of money, they turn money over, or someone defrauds the government out of money, like welfare benefits or something like that. So as a defense attorney, that would be the argument I would make, that the loss amount, which is the main driver in fraud cases, the loss amount here would be 0. But again, I do expect the prosecution is going to ask for incarceration.
It's a great point. I want to combine your amazing legal minds right now, kind of like a Voltron lawyer. First, explain to our viewers that this was untested legal theory.
Yeah.
So he's been prosecuted on a crime that is, I guess, never been committed or never been tried. And then how does that help him in appeal? Danny, you take that part. But first, explain this part.
So the falsification of business records, which is normally just a misdemeanor, books and records, you hear that a lot. Even the former president calls it the books and records charge. That is not new. That has been charged many, many, many times. What is new is the way that they hooked it, the way that they made it a felony, the way they bumped it up and stepped it up was sort of this choose your own adventure, right? And so they said it was actually a violation of New York state law that prohibits 2 or more people from conspiring to promote someone's election through unlawful means. And the question for this entire trial was, what was that unlawful means? And the jury on that piece of it didn't have to be unanimous. So we will never know until somebody secures that jury interview. What did they think was the unlawful means? The prosecutors offered a variety of different theories, not too much on the proof on any of those. They just sort of floated out, well, it could have been the fact that Cohen paid Daniels and it violated the contribution amounts at the time. Or maybe it was tax laws, or maybe it was other books and records. We don't really know what they think the unlawful means is, and we don't have to know because they don't have to be unanimous on that. The hook to the unlawful means using a federal elections charge has never been done before. So when we talk about it being novel, that's why it was novel.
Yeah.
And that's why this office, as the former president has pointed out, thought they might not want to do this. There was dissension in the office. It was known as the zombie case. Because of that way, it was so novel. Prosecutors were weary about bringing this case for a long time, and the prior district attorney wouldn't do it.
So how can that help him on appeal now, Danny?
Because exactly as Laura explained, if it is a novel theory, you have a number of different arguments. You might argue it's unconstitutionally vague. You might argue that it
was out of their jurisdiction. Right?
Well, yes, there's that argument too. That I would expect to see an argument that this constitutes state enforcement of federal law. I would expect to see that crowbarred in. I would expect to see. Let's go back to factually Stormy Daniels, whether or not her testimony was too prejudicial or more prejudicial than probative. You might see some arguments on the jury instructions, but there are a number of avenues for appeal in this case. But lest you think I think that means that it's a strong case, nobody on appeal faces strong odds. Everyone on appeal is living life as a long shot.
But it will be tied up for months.
So let me ask you, though, do you think he's got a chance to win this appeal?
He's got, all appeals, like I said, are a hope and a prayer. But on the issues of law, since they are generally reviewed brand new with a fresh set of eyes, he might have a chance, if for no other reason than this is a novel theory of law. You go back to Mark Pomerantz, and Laura was just talking about the former New York County prosecutor who joined this team and then left the team, wrote a book about it. According to him, they commissioned up to one or two outside law firms to tell them
to figure it out
whether what they theorized was even a crime. So if you need an outside law firm to tell an office full of very bright attorneys whether something's a crime, that to me is an indication you just might have an appealable issue.
Danny C., Laura Jarrett, thank you so much. I hope that does it for you, but probably doesn't. You guys will probably be working till the Today Show tomorrow. We thank you so much. All right, this verdict marks a number of historic firsts. Trump is now the first presumptive presidential nominee to be convicted of a felony. So how much will this monumental conviction play out when Americans head to the polls this November? We'll hear from more voters in just a moment. All right, welcome back with more of our NBC News Now special. As former President Trump is found guilty by a New York jury of 34 counts of falsifying business records. The former president also a candidate, but how is this playing out with Americans, voters across the country? NBC's Shaquille Brewster joins us now from Kenosha, Wisconsin, a battleground state, I should remind you, with some perspective on that topic. Shaq, you talked to voters today after the verdict. What did they tell you?
Well, Tom, the thing here about Kenosha is that the needle doesn't really need to move that much in order for it to have an impact in this battleground state. Of course, we know how close Wisconsin is every election. This is a county that back in 2016, Donald Trump won by less than a fraction of a percentage point, and it's a county that helped elect the Democratic governor just 2 years after that. So it's a place where you have those swing voters. And based on the conversations I've been having so far, and just a couple of hours after that verdict, after that conviction, there are some patterns that I've been picking up on. One is that it's still being digested by a lot of people. I've had plenty of conversations where people didn't know the headline, or they saw the headline and said, what exactly was he convicted for? But you also hear that for those who do know about it, it's largely reinforcing what they already believed. I want you to listen to some of the exchanges I had with people just in the past couple of hours. Does this impact or alter at all how you view Donald Trump?
Absolutely not.
Why not?
Because we already didn't work for him. So this just is evidence that he shouldn't be in office.
just because there's a jury doesn't mean anything. There's a lot of people in different positions that could be charged for a lot of different things.
For so far from what I see, it seems like I'd probably still vote Trump, but he doesn't seem like as good a candidate.
Because of this conviction?
Yeah.
And that last comment makes you believe that if this continues to be in the headlines, we know there are more court hearings to come. There's that sentencing that we'll have in July, that it could shift things around the margins. But the conversations that I've been having, people have brought up the issues as the things that will help them decide who to support ultimately in this election. They bring up the economy. They bring up health care. They bring up immigration. They say that this is not going to be a determining factor, largely because this doesn't change how they view the former president for the better or for the worse.
And how they view their lives and their problems, et cetera, et cetera. Shaq Brewster, thank you so much for that insight. It is so important on a day like today. Trump's New York criminal trial taking up a lot of headlines and hours across the media landscape. Take a look at the upcoming cover of The New Yorker, a cartoonist referencing Trump and a series of handcuffs. Time magazine also referencing the case on their June cover of this picture with the gavel and Trump's face right there. Stephen Hayes is editor and CEO of The Dispatch and a friend of this broadcast, an NBC News political analyst. Washington Post media critic Eric Wemple is joining us as well, and Yahoo Finance senior reporter Alexandra Canal. Eric, I want to start with you because I've read you over the years. You don't pull any punches. I want you to pull out your report card, and I would love if you could be specific. How did the media do this time around on this trial?
I think that by and large, if you like live updates, well, there were a lot of live updates from all these news outlets, and I found them pretty helpful for the most part. I think that, places like my own employer, Washington Post, New York Times, all the big newspapers covered it well. I watched a lot of MSNBC, found it enlightening. CNN, I found strong too. I thought Fox was shoveling the same crap into the public square that they've been shoveling for the past nearly 3 decades. And I thought it was a pretty straightforward thing to cover because there's the proceedings all day. There's stuff that the judge was saying. There's stuff that the defense counsel and the prosecutors were saying. It was, I thought, a pretty steady and heavy diet of news, and I think that was justified because this was, after all, the criminal prosecution of a former president. So I thought that the over coverage, such as it was well placed.
Well, Stephen, that leads to my next question to you, right? A former president is on trial. It's a historic moment for the country. But was this case overcovered? I mean, there's still 2 wars happening overseas. There are issues here at home with immigration. President Biden was out there trying to rally black voters. That didn't get a whole lot of coverage. Or was it covered, you think, the right amount?
No, I mean, I agree for the reasons that Eric suggests, that it wasn't overcovered. I mean, this is the president of the United States. He's in trial. There's a lot to cover. I mean, there's 80 hours of testimony, 80 hours in the courtroom. I think it required the kind of coverage that we saw. The one thing I think it was missing from a lot of the coverage, not from all of it, but from a lot of the coverage, was more context about exactly the theory of the case and what Alvin Bragg was doing. I'm no fan of Donald Trump, but I think there are legitimate complaints that Republicans have been making about the way that this case was brought about the sort of triple bank shot elements of this case that made it, I think, very unique and a legal stretch. And that was true. I think you had legal experts, legal analysts on the left saying that when they unveiled the indictment itself and the statement of facts, people thought, boy, there seemed to be some holes in there. And that context, I think, would have been helpful for people to understand, in part, the reaction that we're seeing right now.
Alexandra, were Americans watching? I mean, were ratings up? I know on cable news networks like our own MSNBC, CNN, they went gavel to gavel on a trial where the cameras weren't allowed in court.
Yeah, so the trial took place over about a month and a half. So the May numbers are the ones to really focus on. And in terms of those primetime viewership numbers for the month of May, we saw upticks across the board for all of the major cable networks. But one stood out, and that is Fox News. No surprise there. It's a conservative-leaning news network. It really caters to Trump's base. But year over year, viewership was up about 41%. to hit 2 million. MSNBC was about flat. CNN saw an uptick of about 5%. And then those younger demographics around 24 to 55 that actually saw some downward trends for MSNBC and CNN. But again, Fox up nearly 50%. So those are just the primetime figures. And then when you think about the daytime broadcasts, especially during the testimonies of Stormy Daniels, that was just a win across the board. And that speaks to the interest of this case.
Eric, you've been following how the media has covered former President Trump since he announced back in 2015. And you've written some really, I would call them brave columns when the media hasn't always done their job or gotten it right. Have we sort of learned from covering Trump over these 8 years? And are you seeing the coverage getting better? Or is it the same as that you've seen over the last 8 years?
It's been a very grudging sort of process. So the media has not necessarily learned all the obvious lessons that were clear very early in this particular era. And what I'm speaking about mostly is just allowing Trump live opportunities to lie, to spread his mendacity across the country. I think media outlets are, like CNN, I think it was last year, did a town hall with him, was a disaster. So media outlets need to learn that you don't let this guy spout his lies live on your air. I think that's number one. Number two is, in your analysis pieces, it's very difficult to draw any sort of comparisons between Trump's his activities as a candidate or as president with other people that have come before him, so-called normal politicians. The analysis and the comparisons almost very veiled just because how much Trump lies and how much of a sort of an outsider case he is. So I think those are the two main things. I think the record is maybe a C- for the media on those fronts. I'm not terribly happy with how the media has adjusted over the years.
Steve, we didn't have cameras in this courtroom. I know a lot of media executives, news executives probably wished this was an OJ-like trial, but there were no cameras in the courtroom.
Definitely.
Did that help or hurt Trump, you think?
I think it probably helped Trump. I mean, it's hard to say because the nature of the proceedings would have been so very different had there been cameras in the courtroom. I mean, nothing would have resembled what we saw unfold or what we heard unfold or had reported to us as it unfolded in the past. I think, when you read the accounts of things like the reading of the guilty verdicts today, just the drama there would have been such a gripping television moment. And if you think about Trump, having had video of him in court looking sullen, maybe sleeping as reports had it, that wouldn't have helped him, I think, in any way if that was what Americans were seeing, even if they weren't paying attention to the trial. Just seeing that on the front page of newspapers and video all over the place, I think that would have hurt Trump.
Alexander, to me, it's been a fascinating campaign going back to the primaries, but obviously this is my business. I'm into this. The American people, they have not shown much interest in this campaign or this election up until this point. There was obviously a spike with this trial. Do you think it dies down in the summer? Do you think it picks up with the debates? I mean, the debates are now going to be so early before the voting. What do you think happens with this campaign?
I certainly think it picks up. I think it's going to continue to dominate the news coverage out there. And you have to remember, this is 1 out of 4 criminal indictments the former president is facing. So the pressure is going to continue to be on him, not to mention that we do have that first debate between Trump and Biden coming up at the end of June. There's going to be a lot of eyeballs on that debate. And you would think that there's going to be a lot of conversation heading into that debate about what the outlook could be. So, Trump just has a way of getting people to talk about him. And clearly, considering the broadcast numbers that we saw across the board, they're going to continue to lean on
Eric, we only got about 30 seconds, but I do want to ask you this last question. Is Trump winning the media game? We talked about this a lot in 2016, the unearned media, how he just sort of dominated the airwaves. Hillary Clinton could not get her message out there. Is that happening this time around?
I don't see it right now. I mean, obviously, it's a difficult analysis to undertake simply because it is the media's job to cover all these trials. And, he does take the breaks and comes out and holds forth and, his usual spiel, which is full of nonsense. Jack Schaefer pointed out that the Fox News takes those, basically face value all the time. The other networks didn't do it as much. But no, I don't think it's the same. I don't think it's the same.
All right. Eric, we appreciate all of your analysis. Stephen Hayes, my buddy, we appreciate that too. Alexander, it was great to meet you. We thank you all for being here on a historic night here on NBC News Now. We thank you for watching this special tonight, our special coverage of the Trump hush money trial conviction. I'm Tom Yamas in New York. Stay right there. More news still on the way.
Tonight, a watershed moment in this nation's history. For the first time, an American president convicted of criminal conduct, all in the middle of an election season. Donald Trump convicted on 34 counts of falsifying business records after a Manhattan jury deliberated for 9.5 hours. Will the former president face prison time or just probation for the low-level felonies in the hush money case? And how will the judicial system handle the unprecedented case of a former president with Secret Service protection? The political fallout, how will this impact Donald Trump's campaign for the presidency?
The real verdict is going to be November 5th.
Mr. Trump, the presumptive Republican nominee, defiant tonight, proclaiming his innocence, calling the process rigged, and accusing President Biden of backing a political persecution as he addressed cameras outside the courtroom. The Biden campaign saying, quote, "We saw that no one is above the law." And how will a nation driven by political division react? Our complete historic coverage coming up.
This is NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good evening and welcome. Guilty on all counts. Donald J. Trump, the 45th president of the United States, was found guilty late today in a New York courthouse on all 34 counts of falsifying business records to conceal payments to a porn star just before the 2016 election. The stunning verdict was delivered by a Manhattan jury of 7 men and 5 women who deliberated for 2 days, making Mr. Trump the first former American president to be convicted of a crime. He remains the presumptive Republican nominee in the close race for president. Mr. Trump stood in the courtroom in Lower Manhattan as each of the jurors confirmed they agreed with the verdict. Afterward, Mr. Trump called it a disgraceful trial and still claimed he didn't do a thing wrong. In a statement, President Biden's campaign said, "In New York today, we saw that no one is above the law," adding that Donald Trump has always mistakenly believed he would never face consequences for breaking the law for his own personal gain. Today's conviction will no doubt have an impact one way or another on this year's election. We have it all covered for you on this historic night, beginning with senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett. Laura, a truly historic day in court.
Indeed, Lester, one simple word, guilty, repeated over and over and over and over. 34 times those simple words, something that happens every day in courtrooms across America. But this time was different. This time about the current presumptive GOP nominee, a former American president, something we've never seen before. Those ladies and gentlemen of the jury, 12 members from everyday walks of life in New York City. We had a salesman with a foreman. We had 2 lawyers. We had someone who was a physical therapist, a speech therapist, all walks of life coming together for a unanimous verdict today, Lester.
This all occurred when we thought that the jury was about to retire for the evening and come back tomorrow. The court very much caught off guard, it appeared.
Lester, it had, because we were really not certain that we would see a verdict at all. The judge obviously wanted to accommodate that schedule, to do as much as they could. Here's our story. Tonight, former President Donald Trump found guilty, convicted by a Manhattan jury of all charges. Now the first American president ever convicted of a crime. Jurors finding Mr. Trump guilty on all 34 counts of falsifying his business records to cover up a conspiracy to influence the 2016 election by hiding how he reimbursed his former fixer for paying off a porn star before the election. The Manhattan jury of 7 men and 5 women included 2 lawyers, 2 in finance, and the foreman in sales, and reached their decision after 2 days of deliberations, after hearing from more than 20 witnesses over 6 weeks. The prosecution's case largely came down to whether jurors would believe the word of Michael Cohen, Mr. Trump's former attorney and self-described fixer.
Cohen was the only witness who directly tied Mr. Trump to the alleged crime of falsifying business records. He testified Mr. Trump directed him to pay off Stormy Daniels so she couldn't derail his campaign. She'd alleged a sexual encounter years before, but Mr. Trump vehemently denied it. Prosecutors argued at trial the former president was desperate to keep her silent, panicked after the release of the Access Hollywood tape, and then covered it all up, approving a scheme to disguise the $130,000 payoff with a phony paper trail through invoices, vouchers, and checks. Cohen's credibility in this case was key. The defense team branding the now disbarred lawyer who'd been convicted of lying under oath as the MVP of liars with an axe to grind against Mr. Trump, while prosecutors argued Mr. Trump chose Mr. Cohen for the same qualities that his attorneys now urge you to reject his testimony. Mr. Trump, who did not testify, reacting to the verdict tonight, attacking the case as politically motivated by a Democratic DA in deep blue Manhattan.
It's a rigged trial, a disgrace. They wouldn't give us a venue change. We were at 5% or 6% in this district, in this area. This was a rigged, disgraceful trial. The real verdict is going to be November 5th by the people, and they know what happened here.
Outside of court, boos and cheers. Late today, District Attorney Alvin Bragg reacting to the verdict.
We arrived at this trial and ultimately today at this verdict in the same manner as every other case that comes through the courtroom doors, by following the facts and the law.
All right, Laura, we heard quite a reaction, I recall, when you were reading that verdict from the crowd. But what happens next in terms of sentencing?
Lester, now this case will proceed to sentencing. Both sides will have an opportunity to tell Judge Merchan what they think is an appropriate sentence. He faces anywhere from just probation to up to 4 years in prison, maximum on that. It's completely within the judge's discretion, and he will do that sentencing right here on July 11th. Lester.
All right, Laura Jarrett leading us off with the breaking news, and NBC's Peter Alexander has been following it all from Washington. Peter, any reaction from the White House or the Biden campaign tonight?
Yeah, Lester, to be clear, we don't expect to hear from President Biden about Mr. Trump's conviction tonight. He is in Delaware with his family on the anniversary of his son Beau's death. The Biden campaign, though, they did put out a statement saying the conviction shows, quote, no one is above the law. It adds there is still only one way to keep Donald Trump out of the Oval Office, at the ballot box. Convicted felon or not, Trump will be the Republican nominee for president. A White House spokesperson, we should note, simply saying we respect the rule of law. The White House in the campaign largely steered clear of commenting on the trial, but amid frustrations that wall-to-wall coverage made it harder to break through with its message. Just this week, the Biden campaign deployed Robert De Niro and two of the police officers who were attacked at the Capitol on January 6th to speak at the courthouse. De Niro, we saw, trading insults with Trump supporters there. And late tonight, Lester, a Democratic strategist who's familiar with the campaign's thinking tells us, in their view, a conviction is better than an acquittal, but they say it will not be a central message for the Biden campaign. Notably, they immediately started fundraising off it. Ultimately, they say President Biden needs to convince Americans that Mr. Trump's chaos and lawlessness, in their words, is bad for Americans' lives, not just for Mr. Trump's. The bottom line, though, Lester, aides have privately acknowledged that they do not believe that a verdict either way would dramatically change this race. Lester.
All right, Peter Alexander in our Washington newsroom. Let's bring in Hallie Jackson now. Hallie's with me. How big is the impact on this historic verdict?
It is historic. It is unprecedented, Lester. And for that reason, it is not super clear how this is going to play out in a general election campaign. We know a couple of things here, that there are potential risks for Mr. Trump based on some of the numbers that we've seen prior to tonight's verdict and prior to tonight's conviction, that about 2/3 of Americans suggest a conviction really wouldn't change their vote one way or the other, but anywhere from 10 to 20% of independents say that a conviction would make them less likely to vote for Donald Trump. That's important because this race is very close. It is going to come down to very close margins. So a slice of independents going one way or the other could make a difference. I emphasize the word could because in the past, in the primary, we know that the former president has rallied his base around him as it related to these legal issues. He fundraised off of them. The question has always been, the X factor has always been, does that hold in a general election where there is a very different electorate that that he would have to appeal to, Lester.
And there will be an impact certainly on the Biden campaign.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Peter laid it out, right? The idea that the campaign seems to be taking the long view here, and that is reflected from what one senior campaign official told me prior to this verdict coming down. We know that the biggest issues for people, they say again and again, it's not legal drama, it's the economy, it's immigration, it's inflation, and it's the border. We hear that again and again. So if that is, in fact, what drives people to the polls come November, there is a question mark for how this race goes. Obviously, it is very close. The polls consistently show that in key swing states, President Biden trails, although it is very close within the margin of error there. You're already seeing, however, the way that the former president is trying to turn this case into a rallying cry. He appeared outside raising his fist in this moment. I wouldn't call it triumphant, but I would call it significant for him. He is already releasing a fundraising image similarly with his fist in the air in that way, hoping to get out his base when it comes to November, Lester.
All right, Hallie Jackson, thank you. NBC's Dasha Burns is outside the courthouse in Lower Manhattan. Dasha, what's the reaction been? Tell us about the scene outside the court that played out today.
Well, Lester, ever since we heard news that a verdict would be coming, we've seen people of all stripes filing in and out of this public park that is across the street from the courthouse, where people can exercise their First Amendment rights. They can come here to demonstrate whether they're for Trump, against Trump, or whatever message they want to give. Now, today, a large police presence here, much larger than anything that we've seen, just to make sure that all of these protests, all of these conversations are peaceful. I will tell you, once we heard the verdict, once the public was aware of what this jury decided, there were boos and there were cheers. People on all sides of this issue in this park here today. I'll tell you, Lester, what's been really fascinating to watch is members of the public simply getting together and having it out, having debates. We're actually witnessing that right now. You see someone in a Donald Trump hat, a red hat, speaking with people who are not supporters of the former president. Things have gotten heated, but have mostly stayed peaceful here as people take in this moment right outside of the courthouse here, Lester.
All right, Dasha Burns in Manhattan, thank you. And back with me now is Laura Jarrett, and also joining us is our NBC News legal analyst, Danny Savalas. And Danny, let me bring you in here real quick and talk about what the team will most certainly appeal. How will that appeal process look like for Mr. Trump?
As is usual in most jurisdictions, he will have 30 days from the date of sentence, not 30 days from today, 30 days from the imposition of the sentence in which to appeal. He surely will. Then it will go to the appellate division, which is the intermediate appellate court in New York. And then they will set a briefing schedule. That will take months, if not years.
It's a long process. Laura, let me turn to you for a moment. This was just one of 4 different criminal cases we've been watching against the former president. Talk through where the other cases stand, if we'll likely see another trial before the election.
Lester, it's only one of 4, but it may be the only one to see completion before the November election. The others have been bogged down in appeals and delayed. Perhaps the most serious, the one about trying to overturn the last election, that federal case in Washington, D.C., still up on appeal with the Supreme Court trying to decide if the former president is immune from prosecution at all. We also have the other case about trying to overturn the last election in Georgia. That one's on appeal because the district attorney there is being challenged on ethical grounds. And then, of course, we have the one about the former president trying to hoard classified documents in his Mar-a-Lago estate after he was no longer president. That one, an indefinite hold there, Lester, because of a ruling from the judge. So really, realistically, this one in Lower Manhattan, a state case, may be the only one before the November election, Lester.
Yeah, let me turn back to Danny. This case, this conviction is uncharted territory, as you've all been saying. How do you move a former president through the justice system, as you described it?
Differently, to put it briefly, Lester. The Secret Service has already issued a statement apparently saying that they will deal with this as they will deal with it. And the bottom line is, what do you do with a person who, if you incarcerate him, has to be accompanied by Secret Service detail? The answer is, we don't know, because it's never happened before. Now, you also talk about the appeal system. What are the grounds for appeal? Most likely, we will see an attack on the statute itself. Not necessarily what Justice Merchan did with the statute, but whether the statute might be unconstitutionally vague, if it's just not clear enough what conduct is proscribed or what is allowed. You'll probably see appeal on the grounds of jury instructions, if for no other reason than that's the most common, best chance for success ground for appeal in most criminal cases. And then thirdly, you're likely to see an appeal based on the Stormy Daniels testimony. That's a factual issue. Justice Merchan himself expressed, I would say, surprise that it went into that area, suggesting that the defense should have objected more. The problem is that, generally speaking, if the defense didn't object to testimony as it was coming in, they may have waived their opportunity to raise that as a ground on appeal. Lester, the general rule is when you're making a record at the trial court level, it's use it or lose it. You must enter an objection onto the record generally to preserve that issue adequately for appeal.
I think it's fair to say a lot of us were surprised the verdict came as quickly as it did. They did deliberate for over 9 hours. How would you characterize it versus a typical prosecution?
In my view, I expected the jury deliberations to go on at least until Friday. And then a safe guess was the jury would probably come back before the end of Friday. So maybe they were a day earlier. And you're right, 9 hours is a lot if you're sitting and intensively working on the case. But in a case of this complexity, relatively speaking, it was probably a short deliberation.
All right, Danny, thanks very much. Joining us now from Lower Manhattan is Tom Winter. And Tom, talk, if you can, about the remarkable security implications for Mr. Trump and keeping a former president safe through all this as he goes through the legal process.
Well, that's exactly right, Lester. There have been enormous security implications because of this trial. You've seen some of the apparatus behind me over the last couple of weeks. We saw it just in the last several hours or so as we saw the president head up the highway here in New York City. He'll maintain that Secret Service detail, as Danny alluded to tonight in a statement to NBC News. The Secret Service says we're going to continue our mission. Their words, they say that they're going to continue, obviously with Trump. He's a former president, so he'll get protected status as a result of that. He's the presumptive Republican nominee, and after the convention, his security profile will only increase from there, added with the potential complication if he was to be sentenced to jail. If that was to happen at Rikers Island, a spokesperson telling NBC News that they will find the, quote, appropriate housing for him there, you could be in a situation, potentially, where the former president is in a jail cell in one of this country's most famous jail facilities off the runways of LaGuardia Airport, sitting in there with Secret Service. How this will all play out, well, time will tell, Lester, but for now, he will maintain, even though he's been found guilty, that Secret Service protection.
Tom Winter. Tom, thank you. In 60 seconds, presidential historian Michael Beschloss on this moment and what lessons from our past apply as the country moves forward. We're back now, and as we noted, this is the first time a former president has been convicted of a crime. NBC News presidential historian Michael Beschloss joins us now. Michael, how do you begin to put this moment into context?
Well, this is almost surreal, Lester. We'll all remember where we were when we got this news today. And that's because, as you've been saying, first time anyone who's been president has been convicted of criminal conduct, and also someone who, 6 weeks from this day, just about, Donald Trump is likely to be nominated by the Republicans as their presidential candidate. It's going to be divisive. A lot of people will be angry. 50 years ago this summer, the Supreme Court told President Richard Nixon he had to give up his secret tapes. They showed that he was probably guilty of a number of criminal offenses. Gerald Ford pardoned him, but Gerald Ford, the new president, respected the rule of law. He didn't say the system was rigged. What Gerald Ford said in his inaugural address was, this is a system that shows that this is a government of laws and not of human beings. The people rule.
This obviously, Michael, is not in isolation. This is occurring during a historically difficult time in terms of division in this country. Is there a historical analogy about how the country might move forward from this moment?
Well, for more than 2 centuries, we've had a lot of very controversial legal verdicts before the Civil War, at the time of the Cold War. You and I could list them for the next 3 hours. But the point is that here we are still standing. We're still a republic. The DNA of America is to respect the rule of law, even if we disagree with it. There can be peaceful protest. Guilty party can appeal. But in the end, We always respect the rule of law. That's the essence of our country.
All right. Appreciate your perspective as always, Michael. Thank you. Still to come, more coverage on this historic day in court, plus the brazen midday machete attack in Times Square. What we know. Plus the other breaking verdict. Chad Daybell found guilty in the Doomsday Killing case. Back now with breaking news in the high-profile murder case of so-called Doomsday author Chad Daybell. Today, an Idaho jury found Daybell guilty on all counts for the 2019 murders of his first wife and then his girlfriend's 2 children. The triple murder case included details about the couple's affair and beliefs about the apocalypse. Lori Vallow Daybell, the children's mother, was sentenced to life in prison for the murders last year. And here in New York, police say 3 people are in custody after a man was attacked with a machete in Times Square. Police say the victim was stabbed in both legs. He was taken to a hospital and is expected to survive. When we come back, history in the making, what Manhattan's DA just said live from the courthouse in Lower Manhattan. Finally tonight, as we mark this moment, let's go back to senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett. And Laura, you were inside the courtroom. Take us through your experience watching all this unfold.
Yes, Lester, more than 22 days. It's really a surreal experience from the very first day that I walked onto that 15th floor courtroom in front of Judge Merchan. We've all covered high-profile criminal trials. This was different. This is the former president of the United States, the current presumptive GOP nominee, facing 12 everyday New Yorkers told not to be biased while he's currently running for office. It's an experience that I am not likely to forget anytime soon, likely the country not to forget anytime soon, likely change from this moment forward, and it's been a privilege, Lester, to cover it with you.
Well, we appreciate you and your team's work. That is nightly news for this Thursday. Thank you for watching. I'm Lester Holt. Please take care of yourself and each other. Good night. Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just me too.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
Democracy is happening now. Welcome to a big night that could help shape Republican politics for years to come. Now never stops.
It comes down to turnout. Who shows up? Is it going to be that big block of independents?
Now is where it counts.
What are the issues that matter most to you guys?
What did this debate change for you?
Their #1 issue is the economy.
2024, who's your candidate?
The race is on now. The countdown has begun. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election?
Is there not more that Israel can do to help the humanitarian crisis? Should abortion be the #1 issue in 2024? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just me too.
Good morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
We're back now, and as we noted, this is the first time a former president has been convicted of a crime. NBC News presidential historian Michael Beschloss joins us now. Michael, how do you begin to put this moment into context?
Well, this is almost surreal, Lester. We'll all remember where we were when we got this news today, and that's because, as you've been saying, first time anyone who's been president has been convicted of criminal conduct, and also someone who, 6 weeks from this day, just about, Donald Trump is likely to be nominated by the Republicans as their presidential candidate. It's going to be divisive. A lot of people will be angry. 50 years ago this summer, the Supreme Court told President Richard Nixon he had to give up his secret tapes. They showed that he was probably guilty of a number of criminal offenses. Gerald Ford pardoned him, but Gerald Ford, the new president, respected the rule of law. He didn't say the system was rigged. What Gerald Ford said in his inaugural address was, this is a system that shows that this is a government of laws and not of human beings. The people rule.
This obviously, Michael, is not in isolation. This is occurring during a historically difficult time in terms of division in this country. Is there a historical analogy about how the country might move forward from this moment?
Well, for more than 2 centuries, we've had a lot of very controversial legal verdicts before the Civil War, at the time of the Cold War. You and I could list them for the next 3 hours. But the point is that here we are still standing. We're still a republic. The DNA of America is to respect the rule of law, even if we disagree with it. There can be peaceful protest. Guilty party can appeal. But in the end, we always respect the rule of law. That's the essence of our country.
All right. Appreciate your perspective as always, Michael. Thank you. Still to come, more coverage on this historic day in court, plus the brazen midday machete attack in Times Square, what we know, plus the other breaking verdict. Chad Daybell found guilty in the Doomsday Killing case. Finally tonight, as we mark this moment, let's go back to senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett. And Laura, you were inside the courtroom. Take us through your experience watching all this unfold.
Yes, Lester, more than 22 days. It's really a surreal experience. From the very first day that I walked onto that 15th floor courtroom in front of Judge Merchan, we've all covered high-profile criminal trials. This was different. This is the former president of the United States, the current presumptive GOP nominee, facing 12 everyday New Yorkers told not to be biased while he's currently running for office. It's an experience that I am not likely to forget anytime soon, likely the country not to forget anytime soon, likely change from this moment forward. And it's been a privilege, Lester, to cover it with you.
Well, we appreciate you and your team's work. That is nightly news for this Thursday. Thank you for watching. I'm Lester Holt. Please take care of yourself and each other. Good night. Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. Should people be concerned?